they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply, cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
I'm living my dreams, selling when I'm moving upstream. So they wanna get in my jeans. I don't wanna give him my ring. Can have been blowing up, growing up, going up, hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, better think twice. No, they're looking at the rain like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do, what is street life? Try to tell them come and follow my flow, but they ain't really follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no way can I control. RMG, get the name, down with the gang, gang, gang. You may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put up my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes, lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah,
got a name, you should know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game, that's a lap like I'm sprinting pro, I keep this all on the wrist, I ain't got no other option, what other shot can I miss, rings round me like I'm boxing, we all wins, which y'all ETA, kiss gold, oh that's PDA, watch them fall, boy, watch them cave, with the dubs, that's an empty space, how they handle the kid, that's a question, wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson, ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning, oh yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the hold up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon that's more than my name, then that is absurd. We are not on the same level, I eat you like cancer. You just a germ, all authentic when I twist up, getting burned like a perm, yeah.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Started off slinging dope, tryna buy a Benz. Lord knows I knew better, but I tried again. Move that coca, that mocha, that smoker. I spent off the porch with a bag and a toaster. I put out a check, I got a check. On to the next, whoa, whoa, she know I lit. I know she sick, she ain't get a chip. After I did, I said the kid. One down and I took. Never come when I spend. Every day I be on some shoes, lace on trip. Yeah, they gon' have to try again next year. Cause it's my time to shine, talking last year.
All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS, I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Love for the game. I do it for the love for the game. I do it for the love for the game. I do it for the love for the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. 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 I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you're just in the way.
going hard in the paint. It ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work in the play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat, run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweet, ain't nobody can compete, leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the bar, that's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the gang chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
I got what it take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play, my wrist mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders, till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing.
I ain't choose the gang chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the gang chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. Yeah. All they see is cleats. Yeah. 10 toes down. Ay. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. Yeah. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Yeah. Whenever they coming from me, okay. I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a 3. Cash. I ain't choose the gang chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the gang chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Put in that work, ain't no giving up for real, you know the deal. It's written in stone, we stay going strong, they already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina, put a new vision on camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax, it's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof, it's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful for the fire we bring in this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong. You already on. Tough times don't last long. Stay in the zone. That right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. That right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. That right. Never give up when facing pressure. It'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Just keep your focus on something better. Better late than never. Never give up on that level. It's closer than never. Can't be impatient. Just do it right. It's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play. Swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth. Gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay. Hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it. Man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place. Gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth. Let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way. Gotta know we on the way.
Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, Xilv like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it's still like clutch. Team G6 in the league say ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it, yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach, I cook like I'm frying up chicken. And ain't no debate on the hood, man, they catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it, yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, oh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom, below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion, I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you getting mobbed, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. we on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk. I just snap my chicks. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Take. Was mine? Pay up if you buy. Play. All that play. Ain't got time. Say what you want. You owe me. That's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes, then stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move.
Let's get this Sunday started with some wonderful VCT EMEA action. And you know what? We're going to have some wonderful, wonderful games for you to make this a very enjoyable day. And talking about very enjoyable, an enjoyable desk is most definitely needed for that. Because when I take a look over on our right-hand side, I got two fine people over there. Kaquka, we're back at it, and we definitely have some wonderful returns coming back here.
Yeah, exactly. Finally going to see Xilv and Meg. G2 also coming back from Champions, I was going to say, from Masters, and we have the 5 new faces of Focus, so very excited after all that we've seen this weekend already.
Well, can wait to see Xilv again, because we didn't see them for quite a time. I actually forgot they existed, you know? So,
I mean, you're old.
Yes, I definitely have to take some medicine for my memory.
All right, good. Then we get that out of the way. Let's take a look at those standings right here, as we have already had 2 games of play, Kaquka. And that Group A left us with a bit. Is it a surprise with FPX there? Isn't it a surprise? What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, a little bit of everything is, it's definitely a good thing to see that Ascent has come back as strong, but Fnatic, you know, after what we saw yesterday, FunPlus Phoenix maybe trying to bring in something new, maybe expected to me also the surprises on the other side. I love to see BBL as the last Turkish team standing, you know, they're up on top. But yesterday we saw a lot of surprises, Lothar.
Well, you know, it's also only 4 matches so far, right? So even though
we saw Yoru, come on, you need to
that was Yoru, but I was like, man, maybe more, maybe in the future, so more Yorus we'll see. I mean, it's still more Yorus than 2 other characters that we're gonna speak about a little bit later. But in general, I feel like this first week was very enjoyable because not only we have seen new players like Alpha Yer, we have also seen situations like this from Yampi when it seems like he just doesn't give a damn, right? He just goes in for the knife kill. We had some really cool moments with the Fade as well here, stopping the plan with the C's. A lot of enjoyable situations that we have never seen in the previous weeks because, you know, this new metagame.
I think it was completely a treat. I mean, we saw Scream for the first time on Raze, actually doing it twice in those 2 maps that they played. So, as you said, a lot of microplay, actually understanding how Fade is going to fit into the competitive, and we're not done yet.
We're not done yet, and we're absolutely not done talking about agents, right? You just mentioned Raze, definitely one of the most influential duelists, you might say. And Lothar, there has been a lot of metagame changes regarding the agent composition.
Look, this graphic is super interesting because, remember, this is only 2 days of VCT EMEA, but you can already see a trend. One Chamber being picked on every single game and every single map that we have seen in the past 2 days. Then Sage because of the influential pick on Icebox, but in general, the Jet trailing over with almost like the only 3 picks on the map choices. Like, it's insane how many things change. What do you think, Kaquka?
I think that it's very enjoyable to see the Yoru there. It's very surprising as well. If you take a look at the other end of the graphic, we haven't seen Sky so far. Of course, Phoenix is just something that it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But as you say, to me, it's mostly about Jet not being picked that much. And you were saying, Vincent, Raze actually playing like the main duelist, also because of what I said just about Scream. But it's really lovely to see also the high rate pick of Fade there.
Yeah, so it's actually all connected. What you mentioned about Sky not being picked, it's because there's a new initiator, right? That it's also fitting better in a composition where Raze is being picked. And because of that, you're going to see more synergetic plays being done by those 2. But because of the KO also being a counter towards Chamber, that also pushes out Sky out of the metagame. So I'm going to be surprised if she's going to be picked today.
Yeah, I mean, talking about surprises a little bit, right? Stepping away from the agents, we had new faces that we most definitely enjoyed. And there is a team that definitely surprised us with one of those guys' names, Alpha.
And Alpha yesterday, I mean, what a debut that he had there on Fracture, playing on the Raze. You know, the guy is only 16 years old, but the performance that he managed to pull up, if we compare him directly to how Dirk performed on the first time that he was on Fnatic, it wasn't on the same agent because he was playing on a Soba, but Alpha, as I said, so young, pulling up more than 400 ACS, doing it on the Raze, being so pivotal for his team, like, definitely gave them the map.
Yeah, and it's also very interesting to point out that Alpha was being brought, I thought at least, to the team as a Sentinel player instead of Magnum, right? I thought that he's going to be picking up the Chamber and so on. His 3rd agent most picked after the Sentinels was Raze. And it started off with 2 big showings on Raze and showcasing how important he's going to be in this metagame. It might change the entire composition for Fnatic. Now Dirk is playing the Sentinel in the Chamber.
I mean, you have to say, that game was already a treat, right? But you were talking about maps, Lothar, and this is something we definitely have to point out, because, for example, an Icebox played by every single team, but the overall diversity, Kaquka, pretty much dire.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing here on the graphics, as you mentioned, in every single match, we've seen Icebox. It's a map that teams have preferred to play. It's not only about the changes that we saw from the past, it's probably, you know, they want to use the chamber and all the new possibilities that they saw back at Masters, but no Breeze, no Haven and Bind. I mean, the Breeze, I can understand because it's a very open, big map. You cannot pull something completely new. You have to stick to what you knew. But Haven and Bind, come on.
I'll be honest, I think Bind is just being banned by a lot of teams because many teams are just having, like, showcasing mastery of this map, right? It's one of those maps where you need set plays, you need good synergy between the team to overcome the opponents, and it seems like it's easier to just take it out of the pool than instead working hard to counter those teams that are already ahead. So this is why we probably just regress into the Icebox, which seems to be the easier map to play because teams can just default into attacking A or B.
It looked like they agreed kind of on the map that they wanted to play. All of the teams were like, yeah, Icebox is the one that we're going to prepare the most.
You know what? Maybe we have something else prepared for today, but this weekend not only saw VCT start, the Valorant regional leagues also got their debut for Stage 2. So let's take a look at a few plays from them.
Exécution directement en A, on détruit le trap et on accélère instantanément. Oh, Ghoster dans les airs qui apprend à connect comment jouer Ray, c'est magnifique. La collatérale de Ghoster qui s'est offert un petit...
This could even manage to get that short 2 picks done for Finest kickstarts.
Is gonna get 3 members with this aggressive play as 2 of them were flashed completely.
Leon, Zoom, beide angeschossen worden schon. Zoom bekommt seinen zweiten Heal dieses Mal. Der revive dieses Mal auch. Man will da irgendwie direkt rebreaken. Es bleibt trotzdem mit 2 gegen 1. 1 gegen 1. Und Zoom gleich down. 12:12.
Co jest sprawy z tego, że Muffin mógł tam stać, no bo przecież rzucił tam ale Gelowi! 4 fragi z szeryfa w taki sposób, gość!
Bu ulti kill getirdi. Ve birlikte smoke içerisinde Percy ardından site'da Michaels'u yakaladı. Brave yargı dağıtıyor. Bu 4. kill'i olağanüstü. Harika bir performans. 4 kill'le belki de bela. Bu da bela. Mükemmel bir bela. Brave lige hoş geldi.
Hepiniz gelin.
خلاص في سايد هون عندنا الهيد شوت بس ما بيكون الكل حاضر، اتس بياخذ الكل والليرك ما كان في ليرك اكشلي اكامي هو الديفندر كان هوفر كان عامل بوش تو
ممكن ايس ثرو
دوبل بالكل لمصلحته دوبل
ليس يس والايس موجود.
Bailea por aquí, baila para allá, acaba con Fall, aparece precisamente Roxy, el nuevo integrante, condición de 2-4, ronda prácticamente perdida. Roxy intenta inventar la primera para Mockboy y acaba con su homónimo. Baliza, reconocimiento en el ángulo corto, revisa de nuevo, hay 2 jugadores jugando desde fuera, hace la mago, le come rápidamente, aprovecha, es Roxy quien acaba con el primero, saca el cuarto, es un 4K para él, el quinto. ¡Vaya entrada!
I mean, I had my eyes obviously on that Valorant Regional League of Dach, where we saw Ovation give a few frags away with fundamentals, your favorite word. But what I'm not surprised about is that Spain is #1 Kaquka, isn't it?
Yeah, es que tenemos la mejor liga regional del mundo. What else can I say?
Yeah.
Nic nie zrozumiałem.
Yeah, right, exactly. Awesome. So we all speak in our native language now. Great, this desk couldn't get any better. So step back into our game, right? Regional leagues, we've mentioned that. One of the teams that we're going to see later will be Focus, and we're going to talk about them later. But only one team from the regional leagues made it into this VCT stage. What is, though, crazy to me, Kaquka, is the matter of fact how much talent has been important from the regional leagues to this VCT.
Exactly. We were talking about Alpha. We've seen Monster, VAC, a lot of new faces, and all come back from one specific point. We were talking about it, the regional leagues, all the talent that is to be exported, how the system is working, how all the hard work that the teams are putting into it, maybe sometimes individually make it into the big stage with the big names.
I mean, you know, there's hard work being put in the regional links and then they are yoinked into the VCT, you know? So it's,
or you can be like focused and actually winning the entire thing and coming here.
Cool, that's true. But in general, we have seen a lot of like imports being done to the VCT. Now, Mitch is for sure happy with 3 players coming in from Alliance into the VCT, into the big leagues. But Alphair definitely the, I wouldn't say diamond in the rough, because we all knew like how hyped everyone is for about him joining the VCT, but he definitely showed up in a way that every spotlight is on him right now.
Yeah, completely. But what I like the most about this is that it's not only that we're looking for duelist, VC Monster on the Sentinel back, actually picking up that IGL role as we were mentioning. It's a little bit of everything. We don't only need hard shooters.
Right, and they're not the only ones being important. Maybe a Hype, maybe a Zeddy. They're also there maybe to potentially get a little bit better. But you know what? You might have been asking yourself, hold on, there was a regional league going on? I totally missed that. We got a little video, and I'm going to talk over that for you so you are absolutely ready for it. So we have started. This is a regular season. It also began right here. We have a bit of Dach there. We got a bit of Spain. So every of the 7 regions is represented and going on. This is overall going for 7 weeks, so you got a chunk of action for sure. And as we move on, we have 4 teams per region. For Spain, we made an exception. That will fight out in the playoffs. And there we will see only 1 team prevail and 1 team per region. That means that we have a grand final. 150K are on the line, a best of 5 overall, and this is a wonderful treat for those teams, Kaquka. I think if I ask you right now who's going to win it, what would you say?
I mean, it's obviously going to be Spain.
Who could have guessed?
I mean, hey, we have Keyless now on Giants, you know, we have a world champion back there. So, of course, I love the fact that even when we know, like we have this during the weekends and then during the entire week, you have the regional leagues, there's always Valorant going on.
I feel like everyone just forgets that SMB is in the regional leagues as well, right? Like that's the VCT team that got relegated, and now we have Focus in their place, but they're gonna still play in this tournament. And I'll be honest, I'm honestly surprised how big the support is for the regional leagues, like positively, right? 150,000 euros?
That's a lot.
That's a lot of money for the players that can be given out.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's a good chunk, but you know, we talked a lot about regional leagues, and there is a team that joined us from the regional league. The name is Focus, and you might have never seen those 5 faces before, except you're a little bit into CS. Bucher, Fong, Illuri, Yaboy, Lewis, as well as Yugi. Those 5 names, you better remember them. But 2022 didn't start out too well necessarily for them, if we consider that this roster looked a little bit different. Instead of Yugi, we had a Kuba, and this team didn't have a full-on dedicated duelist in that sense. Yes, Lewis played it, but they weren't fully happy with that. So let's fast forward a little bit. They took the Valorant Regional League of Dach, played in the lower bracket there. Not too great. The first games, they didn't pick up a single victory. It seems like the flex players they have and not the dedication in opening up sides and finding paths for your team, that just didn't work too well. As though we see them really succeed in this one, it is still a matter of fact that everything changed at one point. That everything changed about this team when the month of February came. To be accurate, the 25th of February, as they have signed a man named Yugi. And if you have never heard of Yugi before, I'm sure you missed out on a different title. The man played for the best in Denmark as a sniper player, played on top tier level, and was definitely one of those to look out for. But he has switched the game. He has switched up. He has now been the one carrying the sniper rifle for Focus, finding ways to entry sites, playing Jet and Neon, being somewhat versatile in that, and a potentially even higher versatility considering we're entering VCT. But the good part is, it is not only that. There's much more to their success. We're going to take a look at a little clip, as I'm surely very convinced that once more Illuri will be the one stepping up on the IGL role. This right here is a map that we have seen later on, or earlier on, with the Valorant Regional League's Grand Final. And what you've seen right there was a little confusing, but you got an overview. It was an anti-strat, 30 minutes before the game started, brought in by Illuri to deny momentum for Wave, who love this map. Yes, they have won this Grand Final, and not only did they win this Grand Final, the streak went on and on and on. Except one tie, they have never lost a game ever since Yugi was added. And this includes the promotion tournament, fighting against SMB, fighting against Surreal, fighting against Big, and being the ones who at the end succeeded. They won the promotion tournament. They not just edged it out and just with a few rounds advantage made it. No, they were near flawless with that. If that flawless run continues, that is a different question, because let's say it like this, Kaquka, the composition part, the opposition is totally different this time around.
I think it's the first time that you talk about Big losing a match and actually being excited about it, but we're all very excited for Focus and what they're going to bring into the stage. Of course, they don't have the easiest of groups, but I think that with what they have proven already, they have a very good chance. And of course, nobody actually knows how to play against them yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back. I'm so happy that we have our first monologue, like in League of Legends have one, you know? Now we have our VCT one as well. It was really nicely done. And I know you were a big part of the regional league there and Evolution, so that's really cool to get that insight as well, right? But when it comes to Focus, I just wanted to say that they played so many games so far. Starting from from January, they played 50 maps, right? And when it comes to Yugi, he's that sniper player. He got brought in because they needed the jet, but there's now a big change up, right? The jet is not that much needed in the compositions. How will that put Yugi into this spot?
But you know what? I got something prepared for you later. But now I have something prepared for you. The schedule it is. We talk a lot about that second game, at least one of the two, as it Focus versus G2 later on. But first of all, it is an absolute treat that we are starting with. Guild versus Mac. This is the game that surely a lot of you looked forward to. A lot of you were looking forward to a smiling young man called Redgar. But there's another team, obviously, on the opposing side. But they have recently faced Kaquka, right? They have recently seen a Mac getting victorious out of that game.
Yeah, and it was actually the last match that they won, talking about Meg. Of course, I mean, if we talk about these two teams and if we compare them to another, like, for example, Fnatic versus G2 or versus Liquid, you know, that rivalry that sometimes we talk about. For these two, it hasn't been the case. They played once in 2020, then once in 2021, and once in 2022. The last two have gone for the side of Meg. And of course, even though we're not at the beginning of a rivalry, it's two teams that we speak and see a lot.
And, you know, it's when it comes to that match that they played on the top of that bracket, there was a 2-0 for Meg against Guild. It was a 13-11 and a 13-6 in map. So you could think like, oh, they got to some degree destroyed on the second one. But when you rewatch this VOD, when you go into the stats, you see that actually Meg won 7 clutches by Redgar and Nats alone. That game was super close, and Guild just failed a little bit at the fundamental level to close out those games or just go into the overtimes, and this is the moment now for them to get their revenge against Meg, and I feel like this is the story that we have for today for this match.
Yeah, it feels a lot like this is going to be one of those where we look forward to. We also have different kind of, let's say, storylines here, right? Mac was coming in last year looking so goddamn hot. Whilst when we talk about the journey of Guild, Kaquka, they're still seeking for the LAN attendance and much more.
Yeah, exactly. Last year, they were pretty close in that last chance qualifier, but at the end, the victory was for Liquid. And if we take a look at this roster, you were mentioning, Lothar, you were kind of forgetting about them. We saw a couple of changes coming in at the beginning of the year, as well as, you know, joining as the IGL, but it's been a while, and they had a flawless beginning of that year. They only lost 1 map to Rebels before qualifying to this stage, and they started off pretty strong. I mean, nobody can deny that. And after they got the win against Descent, something changed for them. I don't know what it is, but they lost all that field that they had, and ever since then, they haven't been the same Guild that we met at the beginning of the year.
And they can't be the same Guild right now, because the thing is, the game changed a lot during the hiatus that they had, right? And they had the time to rebuild their compositions, rebuild the roles that the players will have, who have seen Safe play on Jet. And as I said about Yugi, this also applies to Safe now. Will he go back to his previous role? Will we see more Chamber? Remember, next week, the Chamber is going to get nerfed. There's so many things that are going to happen and affect that team.
But also, maybe the Chamber is going to be on the hands of Trex, because the only time that we see a Guild playing with that agent, he was on that role, and he actually performed pretty well also when he was on the duelist. So I'm really looking forward to see, you know, a lot of theory crafting, but we've seen so many surprises, I cannot say anything.
Yeah, but Trex was playing only Chamber on Haven.
Yes.
And Meg are not playing Haven. That's typical their permaban.
Yeah. you know, we're going to take a look at two men that we'd highlight right here, Leo and Safe. One of you just mentioned, Lothar, that duelist role that Safe have picked up at the beginning of the year and has now potentially swapped or didn't swap. It's a lot of Fury crafting we go into, because if we look at our stats so far, Jet is not really that popular anymore.
Yeah, and well, we have seen in Guild we had like one race streak already, you know. Maybe there will be another one coming in. I wouldn't be surprised.
He only played once a race, right? Safe?
Yeah, I think so. If I remember correctly, there was one appearance. But in general, there's for Guild, I feel like even the bigger question will be what is going on with Leo. Leo was always the backbone of the team. He was, in my eyes, one of the most intelligent players in our scene. And he was always playing on that Breach, on that Sova, on Sky. And now, what will happen with him? Will he be picking up Fade maybe on some maps, on those smaller ones?
It's the combination of everything. We also need to think about Koldamenta. He was playing on the Astra. Now that that new patch is on, how are things going to work? Are we going to see double control, or are they going to focus mainly on the Sentinels? There's so many questions, and there's only one way to answer them.
You know, there's one thing I quickly wanted to, it just quickly popped in my mind. There's a man who called himself one of the best, if not the best, Sky in the world. Name's Russ. Right? That most likely might just not happen as well with the
Did we forget about Starkso here?
I mean, come on, when did he play last time, that Sky?
Well, she got changed,
Doesn't
right?
matter,
She got
Listen,
changed.
I know it's important, but still, it could be a very, very big revamp we're seeing from their side, Kaquka, with also like that Sky never seen before.
Yeah, exactly. But I actually do not expect it. I think that they need a Swift, they need a new direction, and it should be away from the Sky. But if they can make it work, that is actually what we want, actually, to see many various compositions and actually work on the server.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a metagame. There's always like a, let's say, more or less correct choice when it comes to the agent select. But the confidence that you have when you play an agent that you know inside out is always an important factor. So even though we didn't see a Sky in those 2 days before, maybe because of what you mentioned, they will pick it up. But it really doesn't fit the metagame. If Chamber is such a pick, KO is so important, and then you still have to remember there's Sova, on some maps there's Fade.
Yeah.
Like, the initiator slot is just so packed with like answers to what is the other team doing.
We were mentioning we haven't seen Bind, and Sky was so popular on that map, so maybe it's one of the reasons why we haven't seen it yet, but you know, we'll have to
maybe.
Fade on Bind is actually, in my eyes, a better choice.
We can go to that if we see it, but for now we go to a man with the brightest smile in VCT. The sun is shining when I talk to him. Let's talk to Redgar. Time to talk to a legend. Name's Redgar, and we have to talk about a lot of things. And we have to start with something that didn't work too well, right? Your qualification for Masters, that didn't go according to plan. You had a lot of stress, you had a lot of match days. Do you think you just had too many games to play to really succeed and make it through?
Hello, Zescht. Hello, everyone. I guess that, yeah, it was too much games, but at those time, we were just not that good. We are lost. It's like the simple rule. If you're losing, you're not that good. So right now, I guess we're preparing for that. We're adapting. We're like evolving a little every time. So during the tournament, I guess we're gonna be really strong.
Yeah, I mean, with a team like yours, I really imagine that the longer break you had, right? You had a few weeks to really prepare for this stage. Would you think that now coming into this is exactly what you needed, having a lot of time to get back to the stage and make it work?
Yeah, I guess that this time, this like a break, it was a crucial moment for us because we just find out the mistakes that we did like the previous one. We are trying to fix them. We find out the new like mistakes, and I guess during the tournament, like I said, we're trying to fix all these things, and at the end you will see, I hope that you will see the best Mac performance.
You know, I'm very convinced about that. We still have to talk about your opponent. It's Xilv that you're playing against. You won last time 2-0 against them. It was quite close, to put it that way. What do you think about the matchup we're going to have?
In my opinion, first games, it's always like the nervous things. Also, when you have like that time of period when you're like preparing for the teams, you don't have any information right now about the teams. You don't know what they're gonna pick, what they're gonna play. Maybe like they will play all maps with the Fade or like with the Yoru. You can expect like everything from them. And in my opinion, it's gonna be like the tough series like it was before. So we're ready for them.
You know, you say that you expect a lot from them. I'm sure we can expect a lot of surprises from you too. But you know what? It was a pleasure talking to you, and we're going to see you later on the server, Redgar.
Yeah, goodbye.
Look, this man clutched 4 times against Guild in the previous match, right?
He's a humble man.
Yeah, but he was actually one of the very vital parts of the success for Meg. And as he mentioned, I love that he talked about it a lot. The metagame changes, the things that he can expect is putting their first match in like a big question mark spot because they have to prepare their own strategy, revamp their own team, right? And then they have to kind of ignore what the other team will be doing because they have no clue.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it's complicated in itself. I think this is one of the longest times, if not the longest time, that we have gone without seeing Meg play. It's been so long. We know that these guys put all the hard work into preparing for the stages. So after, having that first stage, when they actually only lost 2 maps, and it was against FPX, the rest was flawless, but it was very difficult for them to actually catch up for the playoffs.
Yeah, in particular, exactly, you say catch up for the playoffs. He mentioned a bit on the stress factor. He had a week of playing free best of threes, following the playoffs on a new patch. This is not the usual, let's say, this is not the usual routine. This is not the usual circumstances for a mech to shine.
Yeah, exactly. We can only ask so many things from the team. And after a week with 3 games, they delivered 3 2-0s. This lineup, nothing changes in Meg for the longest time, but we know that they are 5 superstars in one team. Every single one of them can perform. I'm really looking forward to see if we're going to see that chamber, if it's going to be Chronicle, because I feel like he gave us some of the best and most exciting moments in the maps that he played it.
Oh yeah, Chronicle, for a reason, was called one of the best players on the planet because of the way that he actually played with Chamber. And I feel like the last time he showcased Chamber, there was still a lot of things to improve. So, and he had so much time, right? Yes. So I am expecting a lot from Chronicle today just because of that, because Chamber seems to be the strongest agent right now in the game when it comes to flexibility.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to remind you all about a little thing. The last time we saw Mech miss out on an opportunity to go international event, that was after Stage 2 2021, they came back, Stage 3, and instantly won a LAN. So,
and they go to the finals in Champions.
As well.
Let's not forget about that.
We cannot forget about that, don't get me wrong. We still have to talk a bit maybe about the, let's say, compositional side of things, right? Because last time around, they were quite innovative in my eyes. In many cases, I remember that split composition. Surely they got a lot of cooked up in that direction.
Yeah, we saw Defo going on the Neon and bringing in something completely different. Also Chronicle, as we were mentioning, going on the Chamber. And what we know about this team is not only that they put in the hard work, they have all the tools that they need. They can almost play so many agents. I'm really looking forward to see if there's going to be everything about initiators, everything about controllers, and I really want to see more from Shadows, actually.
You know what? You talk a lot about different agents, and surely there was one tweet to get Lothar fired up. There was one tweet that Redguard made, and we just got to show you. We just got to show how he smiles at the screen, how he looks at the screen. Lothar, how did you feel when you saw that tweet? Very impressed. It would be something that could be, though, fitting, right? Because they're so methodical in their way of approaching this game. This would be a team where it could flourish a lot, wouldn't it?
I mean, I think he's trolling, but I would love it to not be a troll, because I do think that Yoru might have a space in a team if the team puts the work in. Many people said about Fade that she requires a lot of work to make her work in a team environment, and it's even worse, quote unquote, with Yoru. Yoru requires a player who mastered him, but also requires a team that is, like, let's say, on the same page when it comes to playing with the Yoru. So I would absolutely love to see Gambit play with a Yoru because I would have high expectations, but I think he's slightly trolling.
Yeah, he might be slightly trolling. But you know what? We're not trolling about that coming up next, the map veto. Because, you know, we have to quickly mention that there is something that the good old Mac guys never wanted to play Kaquka. And it would be a surprise if they would change it up now, wouldn't it?
I mean, it would be a surprise, but as we mentioned, this is probably the longest that they had. But I heard some things the moment that we went to Masters. They were like, listen, we know that Meg plays a lot of scrims. There were like over 1,000 last year. This time it's not going to be different. But it was complicated. They had almost like a flawless scoring in some of the maps. And then when playoffs came, everything turned around for them. And for the side of Guild, actually, we saw them having that option of, I'm going to just ban for my opponent, something that we highlighted that FPX was doing for Guild. It didn't work that well because even though they banned for the opponent, it didn't actually work in their advantage.
Well, when it comes to map pool in general, I would say that we have some expectations set because of the previous history of the teams. And this week, we didn't see a single Breeze. And that map is actually played a lot
And it
by
was going to
Meg.
be the decider if we actually would have gone to that third map between those two.
Exactly. So I would expect a slight change of pace and Levy scenery as well, from the cold icebox to the hot breeze today. But at the same time, like, do you allow Meg to play one of the best maps if you're a guild?
I'll tell you.
Oh my
I'll tell you. And what do we see here? This is a rare sight. This is a haven. This is a haven being played.
Split.
Look,
This is the first time that they don't bot the haven. What is going on?
When we had the discussion about Neon, I was like, it's a little bit of antithesis of how how Meg play, because it doesn't fit their like typical attack side. They don't want to commit in the first moments. I'm like, okay, so maybe they don't want to play the Neon anymore, and that's why the band split. But the Haven, the last time I remember Meg played Haven was with Reyna, and I'm already boiling inside.
You know, don't boil. Don't boil.
What do you mean?
It was okay. It was one of a kind. Let's put it that way. But all the Fury crafting aside, we're in it. This is Ascend, and this is going to be one hell of an agent select that we're about to witness.
Okay, so the thing that I want to see coming in from the side of Meg, even though I like the composition, to me is Chronicle away from that Killjoy and into the chamber. That is all that I'm going to ask for the side of Guild. Are they going to keep that Astra?
Okay.
The answer is no.
All right.
I mean, tracks on the Killjoy, right? So that we're most likely not gonna see Chamber unless Safe goes on him.
Oh,
let's go.
This
So they
is...
kept it. Okay, so
There it is.
the changes. Look, this is so interesting. Guild literally didn't change a thing about their about the Ascent composition,
I mean,
apart from the Astra, right? But that's the only thing, which is not that big of a change up unless you pay attention to the
Russ was
synergy
on
between
the,
Killjoy. Right?
Cypher.
Yeah.
And then Trex was on the KO. So it's a little bit
Oh
of
yeah, okay, you're right. But the agents are still like they fill the same
still
role.
outdated,
And
right?
yeah, it feels kind of outdated because of the Jet as well. I mean, I understand why it's being picked by both teams, because the attack side is so execute heavy when the Jet feels irreplaceable. But when you have the Jet and you don't have the Chamber, then the defense will struggle a lot because you cannot just hold an angle like that, like with the Jet before.
You know, I think this is the first game we see two Jets at the same time. But you know what? This is also a game that's going to be hella enjoyable. Pansy and Hypoc, let's guide us through this.
We will give it our very best attempt for you all. And yeah, it's a welcome back for both of these teams. We haven't had the chance to see them in what feels like a hot minute, Mike.
Yeah, it feels like a long while. This for me is a real test of kind of what teams can do with the downtime, right? These teams in particular have had a lot of time to work on things. Not too many changes here on Ascent, but I'm excited to see it.
Well, let's welcome back these players. And I think you're quite correct in the regards of kind of checking back in, right? But it feels like a temperature check. Now, have any of the composition changes stood out to you enough to warrant much? Okay, so there is something there for you to dive into.
Yeah, I think Guild is a good example here of, I mean, talking about, yes, the roles are the same, right, in terms of the number, right, with... The interesting change for me is Coldmeter moving over to the Omen, because I think that Astra play was almost synonymous with how Guild like to play out rounds.
Okay.
Omen has to play a little closer to the pack, so they don't really have this late round piece that Coldmeter previously was. He's now going to be a bit further towards the front lines. Obviously, it's going to be primarily Safe and Russ with his composition, but that's actually a big switch up for me, for Guild, in the way that we expect them to play.
Now, beyond that, though, we do have to obviously then flip the coin, and we will be diving through what Mech have potentially changed. Any nice circumstance. You can see the little kind of, I don't even call it a set piece, but the concept from Guild to try and keep that B main control. Force Mech slightly further away, unable to capitalize on too much off the back of it, but a lot of damage from Rust to find red guard, but a quick trade out for Chronicle.
Safe actually has to retreat here with 31 HP. Chronicle on the other side actually with 40, but initial trade-off here, you got to feel as if it probably suits Mech a little more so. I'm just thinking about the side here with losing smokes.
I have the spike.
Actually, both Russ and Safe tagged up on B side. Those are the two to try and hold things down here. So I'm expecting Mech to try and re-aggress on the back of that damage. Leo is here to kind of pick up the slack as well, but it's looking pretty all in so far, Lauren.
It certainly does. See what Safe can achieve. Does have players on the side, so it's not just him alone. It's got Leo towards CT. And there's the swing. So great work between Russ and Safe. And Mech not finding the success on the way in that they were probably dreaming of at this point. Just two of them remaining, Shados and Chronicle. He's going to get onto Catwalk, but to get beyond that would be...
Oh, he's actually bounced it.
I thought he noted the player there, but actually still going to find the kill. Follow-up as well, now the 2v2, but you can see the instantaneous moment that Leo decides to deal with this round. And a player that I'm always going to welcome back is someone like Leo, kind of the safest pair of hands in my mind, the backbone of the squad, someone who I do feel has consistency, but then has that pop-off potential, but he doesn't always have to lean towards it. So, again, a decent start here.
Absolutely, and I mean, actually, I'd build on that by saying Trex towards the end of last stage was...
Oh, he was very exciting.
Yeah, given some standout performances, really being kind of the anchor for this team. More often than not, you know, solo holding down sites. Traditionally on the Cypher, actually, previous, I think their Ascent composition was slightly different last time we saw it. It was actually Trex on the KO, but back on the Sentinel here to, I guess, maybe fill that more expected role within the team. Early exchange here will result in Chronicle falling. Trying to swing out with the Headhunter here, but it's safe to punish with the Marshal. Let's see what Mech decide to do is obviously retrieve the orb from a lobby here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find any sort of leeway into either site. It's going to be difficult for them to do so. I'm actually, conscious here. They're walking back towards a Marshal. Nobody even has light shields here, so extra squishy for Safe.
Yeah, Safe could be on for a bit of a heater in this round. Again, he's not completely alone. You do have Russ playing through by market, so it can be a quick swing over if necessary.
Yeah, considering it's a very deep mid hold. It's just on the back of that alarm bot, really. So, actually on the back of contact, you're going to see Russ is going to reconsider. But Mech has to get both orbs here, so I guess the secondary objective at least.
They're happy enough, I'd say already. Yeah. They've achieved the kind of, as you said, it's not the main focus, obviously, but if you're going to get away with something, you'll probably take that. 25 seconds now. They've done the best that they really could, considering they came in with a Frenzy, a Ghost, and
running
a
into
couple
the
of upgraded
judge.
pistols. And yes, it does seem as though the Judge and the Blender will be waiting for them patiently on the other side. Trex has joined in. Redcar's still going to be a problem, but not for long. So Trex going to comfortably handle that as well. And Guild doing great in regards to what they want to achieve. Yes, they could have fought for an orb or two, but they'll take the round as it's presented.
That's important they don't walk towards Safe, right? It's giving him early ult progress. I mean, he's 4 away from it, but something you got to be conscious of. Don't want that to be available on the bonus round. Possibly a consideration there for Mech to actually swing away from Safe showing presence early on with the Marshal and actually almost kind of, spread the risk, right? If you look at the ult progress here coming into round 3, there's nothing really for Guild to offset this purchase with.
No, there's not one player who's been able to spiral off the back of it and create that opportunity for themselves. So Mech already being very diligent in approach. It does seem quite methodical. But speaking of pace, though, and kind of their approach, a little bit of a maybe a change towards middle, quicker on the take, but it's certainly not unnoted. Giving away a fair bit of presence, just clearing this route so far, and you can see the attention to detail towards short as well. So I'm pretty sure Guild are aware of this, but bear in mind their purchase, they're going to be on the bonus, so it's going to be hard to handle. Apart from that, Leo comfortable with it towards Chronicle. Short still there's the spike now feeling a little isolated. You can see the intention from Defo. Leo needs to be careful here, and he's aware of it. Now feeling that little bit of pressure coming through top mid.
And Defo's the one to show presence to the drone.
Scanning ahead.
And Mech should note this reposition as well. I imagine have a decent read on this setup for Guild. They actually look to follow through on this. Redcar actually drifting towards B. Leo might just catch him here.
The double swing.
Yeah, picks up the slack at the perfect time in there, but Trex actually good for the trade.
30 seconds
That's Redcar and Spawn down.
And the time. And this Judge becomes actually a huge issue. Colder Mentor can at least hold back one. His attention turns for merely a moment, and that's the time to strike for Nats. Great timing, but the Judge could have done more. It doesn't, but Trex still pumping damage. Defo's gone down. Underhand flash. Gonna catch one, and that's a spike now lost. Left in no man's land, and Guild converting in the bonus here. Mech running out of steam a little on that.
Yeah, just looking to run the clock down. I think the early death from Chronicle really did slow things down. He's not able to kind of remain in that lurking role, create a bit of pressure elsewhere. And honestly, Mech just looks as if they didn't even really settle on the decision. I mean, the previous...
It did feel a bit flat.
Yeah, it really did. I don't know what the initial game plan was there and how much Chronicle falling changes it, but Defo was, I guess, through bottom mid so early with Redguard that they didn't really convert that into anything, even after Chronicle falls. And that's effectively the lurk, right? With this mid presence, you're almost expecting the B split. The Chronicle falling on short shouldn't alter that too much.
No, it shouldn't. And again, just going to quicken the pace here onto this... I don't even call it really a half-eye, but there's armor behind it. There's a Spectre in there. It's scraping the barrel, but the pace change has somewhat worked. His core Guild sleeping, napping a little, but Drex is wide awake. Gonna take two, maybe looks for a third, not gonna get it. The Frenzy overwhelms, just gonna flood through to the back of the boathouse. Now, Spike can go down. It is a 3v3 post plant. But again, look at those rifles, Mike. They are going to be a problem to clear. Now, Redguard's got himself an upgrade, and so does Shados.
Redguard actually popped his ult as well pretty early just to stop this initial retake coming through. But Russ actually a little ahead of the curve here. Swings out, punished, and Shados is going to pick up the last two.
That's a stark reminder, isn't it, though? That's I feel like the danger of mech, right? That there is that little bit of a button they can press every now and then, and suddenly that post plant looks impenetrable, the pace change looks perfect, and it all just kind of falls into place.
Much more definitive here with the game plan early on. We'll have to see if mech now, actually, on the buy round, will drift back towards a more traditional, well, from what we've seen previously, at least. Shados one away from the Hunter's Fury. Defo and Nat's decent progress as well. And Chronicle's actually got that tour de force online. Not expecting to see that here. Actually going to give the orb over towards, I think, Redguard initially, but it's denied by the fragment. There's 4 members of mech here to try and reinforce. But again, you've got to question the progress elsewhere if they drift away from this.
All safe. You are playing a very precarious game. Sticking around just that second longer, but couldn't quite find the shot. But you can see the rotation. You can see that Leo's already leaning towards his side. He was kind of dedicated towards that B side, now sitting towards the top of mid. Off the back of that contact, I can't really blame him. They still maintain pressure towards short as well, if you're looking at Guild side of things. So they've kept a little bit of control on the map, and you're going to see mech disengage, fall away, try and pull those rotations potentially. And for now, it looks like that re-engagement towards B.
As I said, the next 20 seconds is crucial for me to see how mech want to set up here.
Well, this looks so baity, doesn't it?
Yeah, Chronicle, I mean, this is what we expect from him, to be playing in this kind of lurk position, create a bit of pressure elsewhere, and actually, Defo and Shados do the same over, but yeah, they're faking both sides right now. Chronicle going to find a fantastic opener onto Russ, but has to back away here.
Players.
Yeah.
They don't have progress towards the site and they've got 20 seconds. This makes it possible for Snake. It's not easy, but it's possible. Smoke goes up and now he has to relinquish that control on short. 13 seconds. If anything goes wrong, like a lockdown, they're in trouble. 9 more seconds now. They've got to handle this. Spike is planted, but how much can they get done? Nat's going to dig his heels in a little.
But just the lockdown.
And you're absolutely right. Now it's just Shados. Can he get there in time? Can he deny any part of this? I think he's just a passenger on this round. And the seconds are what matters, and he could not make the gap in time.
I'm not sure where Shados was positioned. Was he still over towards tiles? Because that lockdown comes through, and he has to reposition all the way to basically on top of Sub Rosa to destroy the lockdown. I mean, that's an unfortunate miss there. If Chronicle finds that kill, it completely slows Safe.
Sure.
I mean, sure, he's got the updraft, but it prevents any further pressure coming through from heaven because of the slow field. But yeah, I feel a little disjointed there from Mech. I'm not going to lie. They actually come into this now. Chronicle maybe overheating a little bit, popping the tour de force because he's going to bring, well, actually going to upgrade to the Guardian right at the last second there. But all intents and purposes, a forced purchase here. Cosmic Divide goes straight up. Mecha got their sights set on B this time around.
Well, you say that, Spike still leaning towards that A site, so the fakey boys back at it. Drex is still holding the line though, right? And they've now dealt with all of the trouble that was coming towards B, and then you can see the quick call of, guys, there's no one else here. They're pulling a fake again. Now, Mech, I don't mind the idea of a double pump that they pulled off last time, but now they're going to have to hold the post plant with, what, a 3v4. Not easy by any means.
Chronicle recalled upon here.
He really needs something. Now, surely you check this quite cleanly, right? Surely you invest a lot, and they have, forcing him slightly further away towards main. One towards side still, that's going to be Nats. But you can see the vision slightly removed. Tries to look towards heaven, gets sent to hell. Trex is there, Leo's there. Chronicle now last one alive. And I'm pretty sure they've already considered this position here. You can see the spam coming through, the smokes going up. They're throwing everything at this man. And a wayward spray is not going to get it done as Trex bounds through. Guild are handling this, but let's kind of look at it from both perspectives, right? Because I feel Guild are maintaining this really well. Trex has been that safe pair of hands that we've been talking about alongside Leo. I think those two are a really good combination in that regard. But Trex has been solid as a rock on B, right? Like, he has not been falling early. He's not falling for the double pumps. He has been doing exactly what you'd want from a KJ.
Yeah.
And what I'm a little more baffled by is how Mech feel about this. I'd love to have a listen in here to see how they feel this is going in terms of what their intent is and what I guess they're assuming they're achieving, because it's just not working. Guild are not biting, and even when they are, they're tapering away from the site well enough where they have the bodies in the retake. So this fake essentially achieves nothing. If they go 1-for-1, it's nothing.
Oh, the counter flash was unreal. A little underhand. Safe didn't quite get the memo, but again, and a nice read on the pace change we saw coming out from Mech before. So Mech last time kind of sped up that pace for the mid tape, right? They went with that quicker piece, pressuring towards it. And while you've seen the Mech have taken mid control, I like the response on the extremity there from Trex. Get a little deeper. Push up towards B main. I like this.
Yes, he pushes out on B, retrieves the orb, so has another lockdown now as well. So they can play a bit deeper on A. If this gets really dicey, they have the lockdown for the retake. This time around, no shock darts, no Hunter's Fury. I'm imagining Guild will just swing through, especially with that first kill. Yeah, doesn't even need it.
This is just... It's one streak in the kill feed. It's all Guild. Mech falling a little flat here. Now let's kind of roll it back then, bigger picture, right? Let's kind of talk what we want to be seeing across the board. This was Mech's map choice, if I'm not mistaken. So again, when you come into this for their attacking side, I'd like to see quite nicely constructed pieces. You know, you can see the theory in motion. I feel there's going to be a timeout for them, so we can talk about it. So what have we... let's talk about the intent that they've brought in, right? Because we've seen a lot of double pumps, fakes, but it's just not landing.
I mean, I hate to say it, I feel like we've rolled back many moons where, you know, Mech really showed a massive inability to string together kind of very choreographed or structured attacks. I mean, they traditionally used to be like almost a 70-30 split in terms of defensive-sided team. And this feels like we've gone back to that sort of time where they're almost kind of overthinking every aspect of the macro game here. Like I said, I'm not sure what they feel as if they're achieving, but they're certainly not pressuring Guild. Guild are rightfully so. They're not leaving somebody on a site. When the rotation comes through, somebody's playing deep enough where that risk is mitigated. And actually in the scenarios where they are happy to kind of greet Mech at the front door, you're talking about the orb pressure over towards A lobby. There's not really a favorable trade-off for Mech, right? It doesn't feel as if they're coming away from that feeling good about it. Like, you know, loads of utilities burn up, and, you know, there's going to be a weakness over towards, you know, Tree, for example. The other side of it is, when we saw that, it was Nats in tiles and 4 in A lobby. So there was nothing to actually, you know, counteract that pressure. There was nobody to greet the other side of Guild stacking that with 3. It's really bizarre to watch, actually, on.
Yeah, I'm a little taken aback, and I think we have to learn as we go. I do want to look at this as well as a positive side for Trex of his integration to this roster, finally getting that comfort. And I feel like whoever's calling this right now is really reading Mech's intentions. They're reading these rounds correctly. Once again, kind of rolling it back to this mid-presence, which hasn't been unnoted now. You do at least now see the rotation coming out. So this will leave Russ on his own, who's going to feel the pressure here and feels the brunt from Defo. Going to take him down. Now that's going to slice right through the middle, put all that pressure right back into the hands of someone like Safe on the other side, because they have no one else on that site. They pulled Trex over towards short. They pulled Leo away towards short. So now they're going to create a crossfire towards that CT side. Pop flash goes in. Leo's going to do well to find Redgar. But again, it's a brawl, and Shados will at least connect really quite concisely towards 2. So again, 2v2 now, but you can see the TP. Coldamenta considering. And you're right. He TP's right on back. So again, caught. Safe. The timing was divine. Just going to catch Nats on the heels as he tries to make his way around towards Cat and Shados. Going to double back on himself.
Discipline.
But Safe's already out of there. He's not double peeking. That is lovely work from him.
It's actually fantastic to see that.
Did you know
Discipline
that's
to play.
exactly what Shados would have wanted, right?
And now, actually, I mean, Shados is left with the plant, yes, but he's still considering Coldamenta's TP. Will clear it with the recon bolt here, but now it's a fully reset 1v2 here.
The timing on this now, you know, it's a good attempt from Shados, but
wow,
Guild are playing with such a strong mentality. Even just that, not double peeking, not going in on your own, falling back, got the pick, that's great. Denied Nats, kind of playing up on Cat, so you got it to a 2v1, and they played to that strength. That was very disciplined play, and it's garnered them a 7-1 lead here. Now, again, when I look at Mech, I do have to once again remind myself, these are, in my mind, one of the best there is, right? We have seen them at the very tip-top of this game. They are phenomenal at what they do. But right now, Guild have come in and looked exceptionally diligent by all accounts. It's only one half, of course, you know, things can change, but 7-1 when you're Guild playing up against Mech is a very, very strong start.
I take nothing away from that at all. And considering who you're up against, you have to remember these names. Defo again, going to be the one to try and lead the charge through mid. Redgar playing a little deeper this time. Fragment will clear out Pizza. It's Russ here to greet the other side of this. Like I said, Mech haven't really been able to do anything with this previously.
No. I mean, they punished Russ once, but then it got handled anyway. It's not been like a big gateway back in.
The adjustment has just been perfect from Guild on the back of losing it, when they have.
And it looks like Mech have decided to explore short this time around. Again, Leo's kind of filling that void because look at the amount of control that they've got. He'd pushed all the way out of B main. They know what's happening. They know it's a little bit of mid, a little bit of short. They've got the full read on the game. Now, do they win the fight? Not necessarily. Chronicle's still going to isolate Leo. There's the catch up from Defo, punishing Safe on the way through. this is much better.
Oh, no. I was going to say, there's a moment there.
Was the only one.
Yep. There's a moment there where two are detained. I thought Trex was going to swing through. Cheeky little placement, actually, from the lockdown. I think Shados is gambling on it being in hell or heaven, so just missing it. That was almost... I mean, if Safe finds that kill, it's definitely doable here. Coldamenta maybe a little overzealous, peeking ahead of that lockdown, and Trex assuming... Yeah, Trex assuming that both in tree are detained there.
You tell they're a little hyped up by the 7-1 scoreline they previously had when you're running out with a knife.
Coldamenta just wide swings from A lobby as well.
It's like, hello. Yeah, I mean, and that should be okay. We don't get to get ahead of ourselves against Mech. There is never a chance where you can do that. You can't take them lightly. So that should be a wake-up call for starters. And that's the first real time we've seen Mech break in. They kind of had that fortuitous timing towards middle. Sure, it worked out really nicely for them. I think it was Defo who'd sliced up middle, and then, you know, they had that short kind of piece coming through. Works out quite well for them. A little bit scrappy. I mean, if you're depending on the trades going away, I wouldn't say it's the perfectly tailored hit, but regardless, that was probably the most successful round that they've had in a buy, right? So again, Guild instantly hit the brakes, hit the button, panic button to a degree, and just say, right, we're not gonna let that happen again. They've still got, I mean, their money's not fabulous. So again, for Guild, as much as, yes, they've been converting these rounds, they have been a bit brawly at times, so I do want to see how their purchase is going to look in this. Yeah, it's workable.
Yeah, just about. Again, old progress behind this. Redgar 1 away. Chronicle 2 off the tour de force.
Here.
Seeing actually,
deploying drone.
Well, Leo's going to position. He's playing as the only one to defend, and Guild have stacked 3 to try and counter Defo's progress. Yeah.
I really like this. It looks so tailor-made for him, and it is going to be a trade out. They lose Coldamenta, but they at least take down Defo. So that's a, I guess, player who's been dividing mid, dealt with. So now what does Mech do with this? They've been presented a new puzzle, and you can see instantly Guild kind of fall back to a different look. They've done with middle. They don't need that anymore, and they're considering short, which is not particularly subtle, but the right read. And does Leo dare? Gonna hear the cross spams in, sees nothing from it, but Safe does. Safe delivers 3 kills this round already. puts it into a 3v2, advantageous towards Guild. And the spike is in hand for Chronicle, but he's only got I was going to say 42, make it 21 HP.
And Nat's still stuck just outside here. The Hunter's Fury going to come through. Nats will find the first, but still 2 left to deal with, and both full HP.
You want to play? Let's
Tour de Force gets popped here. This could be huge in this scenario.
Oh, they're digging their heels in.
When does Chronicle swing back towards Heaven, though?
They have to at least consider it. Do they expect 2 players, though? There's the first. Nats dips away towards the site. This is so precarious. And Trex has dropped down, and now the 1v2. Nats left Chronicle on the island, but Nats is just fine. Maintains it. And it's only baiting if you don't clutch, so it's just fine for Mech. Gonna get their 3rd after what was a very dangerous start. You saw that brawl towards middle, that absolute battle for it. But this is exactly what they needed.
They need a couple more of those. It's a 4-round deficit. Guild ultimately. I mean, look at that timeline. That's telling for me. They're able to get these spike plants down, but I don't feel as if it's comfortable to get there. They're certainly not getting themselves into, very, very robust post-plant positions. So
no, depending on 1v2.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically. You'll take them, but you don't want to depend on them.
Look at Chronicle, yeah. Look at Chronicle now. It's just sat so deep. Anticipating this, and 3 pushing out through A main this time for Guild. So looking to get a little more feisty, you could say, in terms of greeting Guild or greeting Mech early on in the round, but things actually slow down now. With Defo being punished previously, Mech are actually on high alert, anticipating.
They're just, where are they? You've got Trex pushing it. Oh,
the
Trex
timing.
Found them
That's yeah.
Like, you've got to start making that question, right? You're like, wait, hold on. We've pushed out A main, we've pushed out B, but like, we've got Jumpy at top mid, and now you've found them all. Leo's only going to find 1. There should be Mech powering through this round, so I'm not too fussed about it. A quick rotation around the back. You've got 3 players on the flank, but regardless, you got the trap waiting. So that will at least reveal.
Spike planted.
That will reveal it regardless. They'll be aware there's a smoke to some extent. As Nats is the one on the other side.
Chronicle and Nats should have heard this, so going to expect this coming through. Russ, last man standing, but well handled here. 3 survivors, well, a little bit of a buff to the economy. And now I look back up at that scoreline, and I think this is nothing short of a miracle for Mech to even have an opportunity, have a shot at closing this out 7-5. Get out of jail free card in that regard, because this has not been comfortable.
No, but I think once again it is that stark reminder, and it's why we give a lot of credit to Mech, and then of course in the same sort of element, the fact that Guild took it to this point, that we know that Mech can do this. They do have depth, they do have capability when it comes to how far they can play this, and they never play like they're out of a game. It feels like no matter what the scoreline is, there is always capability to it. And once again, Defo back on his mission.
Come around that alarm by another adjustment here from the defense setup of Guild. 4 towards A side here. 3 of them, 4 of them coming through towards Garden.
They have to push this. You got to get proactive. If you're going to have this much committed, you better be proactive with it. But you are leaving Trex so alone, and you're right, they are. I guess they're trying to deal with potentially Defo in a different way, but there you go. Out by some Rosa, Shados is going to do fine against Rust. Coldamentor on the trade out, and Shados still stands though. So Guild are doing well, but there's still plenty of problems. Nat makes his appearance, and Save puts him right back into the next round. Shados and Defo still in middle. They're going to know that Defo's still around here. They know where Shados is. But what do they do to handle this? My eyes go towards Trex. Slipped up towards CT. He's going to be sitting nowhere near the site.
So Defo actually reconsidering pushing through, and they're going to stack up, both drifting into market here. But again, they'll give away the audio cue.
Trex is good for 1. Always good for 1, I feel, on that. Unless you're... And the spacing wasn't good enough for Shados to be able to trade that either. TP to the back of the site. Now Trex is no longer alone. You got Coldamentor with him, but the cross is still being watched. No one's made it past, and you got 10 seconds, Shados. You got to make something out of this. Give it a go.
Swats down, one finds one. 8 seconds now. Coldamenta waiting patiently, just going to play that time. Play it like a fiddle. There it is. Takes him away. And the scoreline's pretty solid for Guild. I was a bit worried about that stat because it put so much pressure on someone like Trex, but he maintained his composure, and those 4 got proactive, and they finally handled that mid presence that Mech was depending upon.
And I love just the awareness there. They have to make use of that stack. Like you said, it has to convert into something. So Guild coming through and creating all that pressure in mid forces Defo a little deeper in towards Market. He's kind of played out of that, right? There's a smoke off in tiles. They're able to comfortably swing top mid. I'm not even sure where Coldamenta picked up that trade after Russ hopped out just opposite Sub Rosa, but heads up play from Guild. And again, even actually when in a position where, I mean, Shados and Defo are, it's going to be tough to get anything done there. But like you said, Defo doesn't really achieve anything with the dash out there. It's almost like both swing, trade. Feels a little flustered, some of these rounds from Mech.
Which is something I'm not particularly used to, if I'm honest. You know, when I think about Mech, I think about their composure, their capability, and always seeming to have a plan. I don't think flustered is something synonymous with them, but safe, far from it. And look at them just dividing and conquering through middle. Now, yeah, Nats can play it through, but there's so many bodies on the other side. And the timing from CT, no swing from Shados at the same time, but the shots are sublime. Gonna find 2, but it at least gives it within touching distance for Chronicle and Redgar. But that Frenzy just out of range where it can really find what it needs to. Spike getting planted.
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody crosses the site, though, which gives Mech a little bit of room to play with. 5 shots from the Headhunter here for Chronicle. And Redgar's going to note nobody close with that knife.
He's got 1 flash to try and play in as well, and that's about it. It's the best plan for this. Couple more seconds now. Jump spotted as well. Both players considered. And Safe's off angle is just filth, isn't it? You're always going to be looking towards the back of Boathouse, but Safe just waiting, tucked by sight. And Redgar's run out of options. That flash found nothing. A little bit of a connect towards the back by Boathouse, but that's it. Leo's got it, and I've got to say that pace slicing through. We saw that proactive play out of B main, Mike, and then instantly that play up middle right off the back coming out from Guild. I love that. Very, very heads-up play.
No hesitation either. I'm not sure exactly where Shadows' position, if he's actually pretty deep within middle and he's maybe forced off an angle somewhere, but he's not there to pick up the slack onto Market. So with Nats and Defo both going hunting into B main, it leaves a massive hole in the defense. Guild instantaneously punish it.
I'm very impressed with the calling so far, and just the kind of off-the-cuff calls, reading the plays really well. This is very enjoyable to watch. Guilds, I mean, welcome back to the league, right? Like, this is them coming out looking pretty dangerous. We saw a little bit of that honeymoon period looking quite tasty, but it fell off. And Safe, far from falling off, looking comfy, taking out to the site's all theirs. This time, not everyone's going to sit so deep. You can see Trex trying to offset things a little bit here by posting up by Market. It's not only a ghost, but still more than the opposition.
You see just how painful it is on some of these entries. Chronicle just has so many people to shoot at, and there's so many things happening at the same time where he's presented 3 separate targets, but none of them actually coming out in his favor. Safe actually just creating so much space there.
Yeah. This, as a temperature check, this is huge for Guild. I mean, I want to look at Mech and say it doesn't look, you know, in prime form, but I don't want to take anything away from Guild because I feel like
absolutely.
they are playing a fantastic game. And again, they've had time to now really bring Trex into the roster, make him feel comfortable. He's been there a while now, but again, it's, you know, you've got that good time for practice. You feel comfy. Hopefully, you've expanded the map pool a bit. It looks great. And again, Chronicle is kind of tucked by the back of Wine and does get out a dodge, but that could have been a problem.
Retrieve the orb here. This time around, Safe does have the Blade Storm to work with. So a great shot here. Once again at converting the bonus round. It'll be huge if they take round 15 as well. Puts them on 11. Mech back down to pennies. And no real progress in terms of ultimates, so nothing to offset the next round for Mech. We'll see how Guild approaches now, as the pace has slowed a little bit. Maybe want to put Safe in a position, find an opening engagement. Chronicle actually does get the reset here on the TP, so he's going to tuck himself in. I'm curious here, actually. If it's going to be the Blade Storm on the back of Safe to try and pump a little fake towards B here. Well, keep 3 players committed towards this site.
They've got what they wanted, right? Like, I guess to a degree, Shados is floating back towards that A site, but he's far enough in CT. You've got a 5v2 essentially.
But now Shadow sees nothing, so he's actually committing back towards Heaven.
Yeah. And Redguard, the flash is so good. Gets called a mentor, 10 seconds now. Guild, you've got to pick up the pace here. You've not spent enough time dealing with the site itself. And Safe gets himself a rifle, but there's still one towards Heaven. It's Shados. Perfect spray to buy the time they needed. And the spike plant, I think it's a little too late in the day here, potentially. And they're going to ensure that as well. Defo commits to it. And it will be 5 now for Mech. And it felt like they just kind of ran out of time. You saw the intention from Guild, but Mech were quick to it as well.
A reasonable amount of damage done. Shados the only one to come out with some old progress, though. You can see what the knock-on effect is. Couple of Guardians, a Bulldog actually for Chronicle, and a Spectre in the hands of Redguard. The Guild definitely come out on top in that regard. Let's see if they can follow through on that. So again, it's lots of emphasis towards A lobby early on. The trade-off of utility here, the knife and the recon bolt. Expecting Guild just to try and retrieve the orb. Actually, I mean, nobody's there to greet them, but they still don't pick it up. I mean, nobody on the brink of an ultimate anyway, but it's a little early round pump here to plant the seed for Mech, but they're tucked in so deep that I don't think they're even considering rotating at this point.
No. Nothing really making them have to. You got to force the hand at this point. Guild trying to have some sort of subtlety is not going to work. 50 seconds now as Safe begins his work towards middle. Dealing with what was in his way.
That trap's so far forwards as well. I'm not really sure why it's positioned there, but it's great timing to deal with that trap, but the alarm bot will be notably on the side of things, so that will pull Shados back in this direction.
The stall coming out from Mech is fantastic so far. They've been able to buy so much time for that rotation back from Shados as well. You're going to see just numbers on the side, but Russ overwhelms Defo, so they should only have one, which is going to be Shados on site now, but it's still Shados. So now 14 seconds, they can get a spike plant, sure, but it is going to be a 2v3. Well, I say that, there comes the denial. Shados going to post it, and it's going to leave just one alive, and Russ has to tag at least one of these hits, and it is cooked. Absolutely cooked. Mech showing that diligence we know they have. They are not falling foul to any of the tricks that Guild are trying to bring out. They're not falling for these rotations or overly being invested in handling Safe. They're still fine on that. And the stall factor they're bringing out on these site hits is buying so much time for them.
Absolutely. And Nats actually does a fantastic job in that regard of still getting a kill, by the way. He's nearsighted on the way in. Force Guild back down on a forced purchase here. I mean, Sheriffs and a hero rifle Safe to try and find an entry. Look as if they might even try and get an operator online for him in the next as well. Got tools here. I mean, if they can get Russ or Trex up on an ultimate for the next buy round, could be huge. Which is why I think we see Chronicle and Redguard both eager to contest this orb in B main. But Chronicle, pretty much exactly the same position as the previous round and did not move until Guild were finding entry towards short. So it's a lot of free information. This time around, he's going to have all 5 members of Guild actually creeping their way towards him.
Well, they've set the notion of what they've been doing, right? Mid-presence into that A piece, da-da-da-da-da. But it's also Chronicles, I want to say safe here because he can do this. TP's away, buys time for rotation now. You're going to see the rotate come out from Redguard. Get himself through towards CT, but Safe is still a bit of a danger man. Considering that rifle is in hand, keep that in the back of your mind. This is not a toothless round, but they're still not quite getting done what they want. Redguard, perfect flash through the smoke and at least catch one, an effective trade. But Guild's bringing it right back. Chronicle now noted, and Leo still firing on all cylinders until then. Chronicle just keeps note of every single one of them. so safe on the back of the site. And Mech are just digging back into this game. That gap on the scoreboard is now looking insignificant.
Absolutely. Another buy round away, really, from tying this up, to be honest. Guild are not going to have an awful lot left in the bank, but I did mention the ultimates here. Trex, Russ, and Cold Dementor all getting theirs online.
A gift.
And this will be the round we see Guild spread a little thinner.
Suppressing.
So not going to lean towards a all-out sight hit on the back of these ultimates, but have to see what the end goal is here. Leo probably going to play pretty late here with the Hunter's Fury as well. And look at Mac. There's two of them in spawn right now. I mean, Redguard just about now make his way back towards short. Chronicle posted up deep once again, but caught off guard there. He couldn't TP because of the time.
And you saw that he was just so ready, as desperate to TP, and it's just obviously not going to happen. Now we have to look if the site hit's going to work out for Guild this time, because they've had a couple of players really manhandle them at this point. So the spike should be able to go down uncontested. I say that lightly as I look through the ults in case anything had cropped up early on. Not the case. So they should be in a pretty decent post plant here.
Hunter's Fury actually popped from Leo to try and do some damage on the way in. We'll find a double tag there, actually. Two players in market. They do have the lockdown as well here. This could slow things down even further.
Still have to clear main. You've got Mech have to go through so much just to get towards site, though. This is still going to be so difficult, and Leo just spamming out on this one connects towards Shados. And you can see Redguard, the paranoia is there. He's worried about someone just lingering around by main. Now, we obviously know that's not the case, but they still have to do their due diligence. And Defo from CT waiting for an opportunity. They're going to just play for exits at this point, see if they can lock them on the site. They know the economy is fragile, but safe. Worth his weight in gold creates a chance. And that's going to at least catch Leo in the heels, but they should be able to make it out with a fair few of these rifles. Unless Nat, oh, he's still going to do so much.
It'll do a lot of damage there to Guild. We'll see what the knock-on effect is. Yeah, absolutely. This is so beautiful, though. The setup, and it's just reacting upon the information that Mech have given them, right? Chronicles posted up here. Like I said, exact same position twice. This time playing a little deeper. But the timing on the null command is beautiful. For that pinching to be main, knowing that they have him isolating, knowing full well that he's not going to be able to TP away. It's almost actually an overstep on the side of Chronicle. Not seeing that ultimate being available and playing that deeper position. Almost not expecting Guild to punish that. It's such a heads-up play from Guild.
This is what I'm saying. Some of these, like, it's not like mid-round calls, but just their calling has been really, really nice. Just showing like great intent, really, really good reads. And you're right, to a degree, a little sloppy, quote unquote, from Chronicle to still be in that kind of one and done position where you need that TP.
As a chamber, you can't do that. If there's a KO ultimate up, I mean, you're even risking it versus the knife, right? There are positions that he can be cleared there with the knife and suppressed, so...
It's going to put him on red alert now, though. Oh, Redgar! Get out of it! Didn't even see us! He just gets decapitated on the way towards site. I don't know if the spike's going to go down at this point. No, because look at Chronicle. Overextends on short as the smoke drops. He's going to punish Cold Dementor off the back of it. Divide goes up and they get further away from what they want. Safe all on his lonesome on fight. Gets just overwhelmed. Sheer numbers alone as Mech's starting to show some of this diligence here. A little bit of a... made to feel silly in one regard when you're considering Chronicle in that prior round, and it's a quick answer back. Dealing with that.
30 seconds left.
There's now Leo. Wow, you got a 1v5, mate. It's not gone well.
Flawless round here for Mech. That's going to give them a big, big boost in terms of the funds. Will completely reset Guild. Lockdown available, one off the Blade Storm. The potential here for their next buy round to be a little more comfortable. I mean, I made a comment in the first half, right, about Mech leaning towards being more defensive-sided. What a stark contrast here in terms of the structure, in terms of, you know, just how definitive they're willing to be in certain scenarios here. It's really great to watch them. And maybe that unrusting process really easing up in the second half, but still seeing a lot of positives from Guild. Take nothing away from that. They're playing a very good game on Ascent so far.
They certainly are, but we do seem to have a timeout. Hopefully the power's not gone out here, as it has at the major. That'd be bad. But let's take stock then. Let's do the temperature check we were looking at, because I think if you watch Guild kind of, I say last season, but you know, on their last run, it was a little glimmer of hope when Trex kind of came in. You're like, oh wow, this is a nice upgrade, couple of decent wins. I think, who was it they beat? Was it Ascend? I believe so, if I'm not mistaken. At one point, which kind of, you know, garnered our attention. And then you look at the other side after the back of that, then you saw those losses to, you know, Fnatic, you saw the losses to, I think it was Liquid. It kind of spiraled off the back, so you're like, okay, they still need time, they still need a lot of work done. So that, you know, there was a little bit of a pause for thought. But coming back into this, you know, not just talking about, you know, form, let's not just talk about player form, let's look at what we're seeing just tangibly from this squad. It looks pretty good, right, Mike? Like, I'm not just on the Hopium train, am I?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, coming into this stage, I mean, you even had the discussion, right? It's very difficult to, without context, kind of play some of these teams coming to this stage, and we kind of just rely on what we know historically, which is why I say it's fantastic to get a look in at teams and see exactly what they've done with the downtime. I think it's almost more interesting to check in with some of the teams that maybe didn't make it to the later stages, make it to Reykjavik, etc. And it's, for me, honestly, this tips in the balance of Guild. To see them kind of taper off a little bit, and that's to take nothing away from their run, because they performed fantastically last split. I'm still coming into today feeling as if I'm impressed so far here on Ascent.
Yeah, and again, though, obviously that then always comes with the caveat of we know what Mech can do, so seeing good performance back in is not surprising, right? Seeing them come back in and be able to close in a scoreline like this, so it's actually playing well to Guild could now be another kind of high-end contender, not just kind of like can cause an upset, but well, speaking of upsets, Chronicle breaking hearts, Safe and Russ go down. Easy work for him in this round, considering they only have those pistols coming back through, so this should be 9, especially with those first 2 kills.
Definitely feeling a little more warmed up now. Leo, Trex, and Coldamenta have to try and formulate something here. A little bit of an adjustment on the defensive setup. It's Nats and Defo this time around to hold down the fort in B main. Very patient from Guild, though. Oh, we'll go through. And that's it's Defo to be revealed, but Nats finds 2. Leo finds 2 of his own here. And actually, with his death, we'll find the Hunter's Fury for the next round. So, a little bit of a consolation here on the back of that. You can find another kill, maybe even find a rifle here. I'm looking at the numbers on the right side. It's not going to impact the purchase too much on the side of Mech, but you can certainly give it a good shot.
He's giving it a valiant attempt. Not going to work out. Shados going to catch him. Put him out of this round. And Mech, once again, continue to close in, keeping 3 standing, keeping their money going to be able to filter through. Even Defo's getting himself the operator now, so even in finer form. But you're right, we're starting to look at the economy and then the alt economy beside it. And you've got to say now, Guild's starting to look a little bit more like they've got a couple more options, right? Leo's got his Hunter's Fury, you've got the knives coming out for safe, you've got Trex ready with a lockdown. Could have a little something to look at here, because Guild need to kind of correct the ship, because you can see the string around starting to come in.
Absolutely can. Yeah, this is where we're looking for a little bit of versatility on the side of Mech's defense. Guild have shown a tendency to really react well to some of the information they are receiving. And there's another example, right? Operator spotted on one side. Russ actually finds the pick off the Chronicle.
I wouldn't want to depend on that as your entry every time, but if it works, it works.
Shados, you got to get that one. He's going to actually double dip for it. Wow.
Shados, that felt like that's the most human thing I've ever seen Shados do, is just sheer frustration and will to
You're right.
overcommit for
He
it.
is usually robotic, especially with that. I mean, Safe, he's revealed, he's inside the smoke. Actually, look at this Defo over the top, but doesn't manage to get anything. Safe actually would have been an easy target there. Just one knife would have found it.
The late lurk in middle as well. Could be the nail in the coffin, but Nats reads it. Spots Trex, who's just going to try and buy more than time. Okay, fair enough. A little flash from Redgar, powered through by Leo, and Guild lean right back in. That's going to be 12 beckoning, and Defo can do nothing about it. Got to back away, and Trex already hunting this. Trex is a nasty little player. He stood out to us before, and he's standing out to us again. Punishing Defo on the way out. Operator now removed. The money, they should be able to spread the wealth somewhat, but it might be lacking in some areas. But this, as I said, felt the most human thing I've ever seen Shados do.
Yeah, it really did. Even here, where he's... You got to think he is desperate for this kill to try and equalize. And actually what he does is creates a massive gap. It makes it that much harder for Mech to actually stabilize and formulate a solid retake plan. So real overstep there from Shados, which is rare. Like you said, he's so robotic. So robotic, usually.
I mean, the thing is, you very rarely see, in my mind at least, Mech make those kind of like human errors, right? Where it's like, oh, I'll overcommit, or I'll tilt and make that kind of like tilted push somewhere. They're always just, you know, they play to the plan, they have full faith in it. So that was a little uncharacteristic, but it is what it is. We move on. Now, the economy's been robust enough to keep them mostly on rifles. There is that Bulldog for Nats, but otherwise, decent enough. They're starting to run through the money, and Chronicle again going to be tested and dealt with, handled so easily. They are so aware of this positioning now.
You should run.
Lockdown will go through.
As well.
Yep, Redgar, no fragment to deal with that. Shados, no shock darts, no Hunter's Fury to deal with that. They're just going to look for maybe punishing one of these kills on the cross. The Hunter's Fury going to come through, probably going to force them a bit deeper in spawn. It absolutely will, Lauren. This is a clean take from Guild.
Yeah, nicely done so far. Shados has to now work their way back in with the rest of the boys.
They have one flash and a drone.
Look at Trex.
One flash and a drone to work with here. No dash.
And if they take their time, look what's happening. Trex, the knife in the back is on the way, and he has hit this timing perfectly. Switching out to the knife, trying to close on in. He's going to see one. Doesn't quite note Redgar, so there will be a quick trade out. But again, numbers alone are looking gorgeous. And Leo tries to follow up, but Nats has now punished him. Now you're starting to get a little worried, but time is going to be the biggest factor here. Two spotted Redgar, though. Vision now removed. Nats needs to come in, and he does. Shados is there, and now it's all on Russ, but time dwindling. Russ is trying to buy it, trying to play with those seconds that he has. And Shados, I think he's out of time on this. He's going to give it the best attempt he can, but it's 13-9 to Guild.
Wow. What a statement to be made here. And Guild actually demonstrating some of that magic we saw last stage, right? I mean, I talked about them dropping off slightly. I'd probably call it more running out of steam. Here, some of the concerns that we had towards the end of last stage, they've absolutely squashed for me in just one game of Ascent. Even if they call it map one, right? But coming into this year, this is a huge positive for them. Their ability to react on some of the information they were receiving from Mech here was absolutely fantastic. I got to note it as well. Chronicle finding 4 first bloods, but it's almost negated by the fact I feel like he has the most first deaths, which as the chamber, you've got a question there. So yeah, a little bit concerned there, but hey, if you're a Guild fan, you're loving this, right? To come back in and start off here 1-0 versus Mech.
You've got your superstar Trex really making a name for himself. Again, safe, good performance as well. This is all good signs for Guild, but it's not just about what we think, it's what the desk thinks and everything else that goes along with that. So we're going to go to a break, and when we're back, you'll be joined by them.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Huh, looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah, gonna, yeah, gonna,
been blowing up, growing up, blowing up. Hit him with the right hook, left foot. I ain't scared of the man, I'm not shook. I've been running this jungle, that's my book. If you're looking at the king, better think twice. No, they're looking at the rain like it's free ice. Wanna know what it is, what it be like. What you really wanna do, what is street life? Try to tell her, come and follow my flow. But they ain't really follow my dough. Money might rule everything all around me, but me no it cannot control. RMG, get the name. Down with the gang, gang, gang. You may not heard me, you saw me when coming, but you know by my name. I shoot up everything, put on my life on the line, yeah, this cannon got aim. Life goes with the wife goes. Lights out for the light show, yeah.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah. Gonna, yeah.
Used to know, CEO, I'm the code, meaning I'm running game. That's a lap like I'm sprinting pro. I keep this all on the wrist. I ain't got no other option. What other shot can I miss? Rings round me like I'm boxing. We all wins, which our ETA. Kiss gold, oh that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson. Ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Gonna, yeah. Gonna, yeah. Gonna, yeah.
Who's next?
And Guild start quite successful in this best of 3. Not even their map pick still. They bring it home and start off quite good when we consider the future of this best of 3. But we stay in the present and we have to talk about Ascend. And most importantly, there is one man we got to talk about. Sentinels might not always get the most attention, Kaquka, but Trax was playing a remarkable game over here.
One of the things that we were talking about, Guild, is the absence of that chamber, but I think Trax was doing an amazing job. And it's not only the stats, it's not only the kills that he was getting, it was kind of the way that he was controlling Defo. I think that he ended up like 7-2 against him. And when you have such a stronghold, the way that he was isolating the kills, because Mech did not have the power to refrag onto them, even in those situations where Mech were in the advantage, in the man advantage, they couldn't capitalize on them.
I was wondering in the agent select, why do we see Guild with Killjoy and an Omen, which lacked like the typical Astra Killjoy synergy that we have seen in the past, right? And I got my answer. The reason why this was so effective against Meg is because Guild was playing very patiently on defense. Yes. Meg is known as a team that heavy defaults. Like they try to punish mistakes from the opponents, and Guild was not giving them that. They were actually playing with small set plays to get a little bit of control in the beginning and then just hold an angle, and that's it.
I mean, I love the fact that we saw from Meg that pause after they were playing the way the CIS plays, taking a lot of time, and they actually had to talk about, hey, Guild knows how to play against us. Of course, everybody at this point has seen us play already, and the way that, as you were mentioning, Guild knew exactly how much space they were given and why they were given it, also how they were going to take it back. It literally, for a second, looked like Meg were not ready. It looked like, you know, not only they needed a little bit of warm-up, but also in the kills department, like even when they get into the sites, we're seeing here on the highlights, they were not ready.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that the last time those two teams met, the clutches were on the side of Mech. This time, that was on the side of Guild. They clutched actually 4 rounds. 2 were being done by Coldamenta, and even though he was bottom fragging with 10 frags, 2 of his frags were actually in 1v1 situations to close out the rounds. But in general, I wanted to paint out a picture as well for Mech, because it seems like they chose the Astra for the team composition.
Yeah.
And yet they played in a way that doesn't really benefit. Doesn't really benefit the way that they play. They play in the slow, methodical, like advancement on the attack, but they don't have the power of Omen, who is like recurringly using his utility all the time. So it literally played against them because Guild was having the time of their life by using the one-ways, stopping the pushes, and just playing time, while Astra has like, okay, we use the utility, now what? Like, can't do anything much, right?
Yes. Yes, and it's not only that. There were some rounds actually that Meg got there, and I feel like we were kind of tricked by the score, because to me this was Guild superiority. Even though, I mean, we talk a lot about the defaults that Meg has and how strong they are on defense, but I am done making that excuse for them. I do not want every map to become Breeze. But they don't care how they do on the attack because they rely a lot on the defense. I think the Guild did their homework. I don't know how much they expected from here because there's not that big of a change.
Absolutely not. I mean, we talked a little bit about nifty little set plays that allowed Guild to take such a lead on defense. And you know what? We're going to take a look at that. As Lothar heads over to his lab, there are a few things you want to show us.
Yeah, and we have, you know what's important is that for this telestrator, I wanted to showcase you guys how important it is. Might actually not be able to showcase that. Yeah, I'll go back and just let you guys know what I wanted to showcase.
You can tell us.
So I wanted to showcase, like, the thing that they did is they wanted to hold an angles very fast. That means in one of the rounds, Killjoy used the nanoswarm to control the B side on defense, and then allowed the Omen to just put a one-way and hold the angle for like 45 seconds. And those small plays were actually very important for Guild to have that control against the default attacks that Gambit was making.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it felt a lot like, particularly in the defense, as you've mentioned, they were really somewhat slowly, proactively taking enough room, which made them feel kind of uncomfortable. When we talk about this map, though, in entirety, it is still something there, as you've mentioned, Kaquka, we don't want this to become the Breeze, right? Yes. We don't want it that we entirely just see always those attacking sites not being won. We got to rely on making it work in the defense. This is a big struggle for Gambit, for Mac, when we consider the past stage from time to time, and this is something they don't want to go into this time around.
Yeah, of course. I mean, don't get me wrong. We saw a lot of fakes, actually, especially at the beginning of the map. So we know that the set plays are there. And actually, when they sped up the tempo, it was actually working for them. I think it was an 8-4 by the end of the half. Considering the Guild got both pistols, I think it's good. Okay, it's not terrible, but timing was a little bit off in that sense. And I feel like Guild just did a very good read out of Meg.
Yeah, and then one thing I really kind of also wanted to point out is that Meg, even though was playing really slow, trying to get the mid control, they didn't use shock darts to destroy the utility on mid. That was always like Alarm Board. And after that, Guild actually realized, you know what, we don't need that Alarm Board.
Yeah, they were swapping. They were actually giving them the opportunity to
Exactly. And because of that, they swapped the Killjoy then on the A side and controlled short for free because of that. So it was very smart for Guild.
Yeah, I mean, it's great adaptation that comes in from Guild. And, you know, maybe even in stage 1, it didn't show it how much they can do. This was a great start for them. But talking about a great start, we have to continue that. A map that most definitely Mac never really liked, and they had to play it in best of 5s most of the time, coming up with the biggest troll compositions of this universe. But they mean business. They left this in, and they were aware that this might happen.
Oh yeah, they have been preparing this. So my question here is, and I think for everybody is, now that they are going to take it seriously, what the composition is going to look like. For me personally, I would like for them to give it like a kind of liquid approach, playing the jet, playing the chamber. I feel like, you know, stronghold and those extremities of the side. But on the side of Guild, have they actually bite the bait here and actually, you know, is Meg in some way just bringing them exactly what they want them to be?
It's funny to be even in Guild's shoes because, okay, with the last time Meg played on this map, they were kind of trolly because they had to play it, right? And now they have zero info on what did actually Meg prepare. Yes. And when it comes to Guild themselves, they played with the chamber last time, they played on Haven, and it's gonna be different this time. Will they go for the strategy that they had on Ascent, right?
And not only with the changes that we've seen, we mentioned in the pre-show, we haven't seen Haven yet. This is going to be the first one. So even though with the changes, the new compositions, the new agent, nothing has been shown in this region just yet. So let's see.
Oh, this is going to be very exciting, isn't it? And I mean, if this is going to happen the way it is, or if it is going to be all a bait on the left-hand side.
At least if this is the composition, staying away from the Astra is something that I like.
Breach.
Okay.
Safe to Killjoy.
That's a comeback.
Leon.
What is Trex going to do? Is he going to be back on the... Well, Trex is going to be...
He used to do that in the past. A lot.
That is a lot of role swaps in Guild, right?
Yeah. It's not only that. Why would you... I really want to understand, you know, the swap. And again, no chamber on the side of Guild.
Yeah, no chamber.
Interesting. I mean, it kind of works against Gambit, right? Yeah, sorry, against Meg. I really feel like this is a good strategy because they don't want to take those first gunfights. That they know that Meg is just playing the slow methodical attack on the other maps. We don't know about this one, right? But I don't expect Meg to suddenly become a different team and just execute sides in the first tempo or anything like that. So this is an interesting approach. And Meg with this Jet again, I was expecting the same on Ascent, and I didn't get it because you are relying on that Jet to create space on sites. That wasn't happening on Ascent, and if it's not happening on Haven, it's gonna be a huge issue for Meg on attack.
It's surprising. I don't know what to expect. I want to see those role swaps. I understand also that, as we mentioned, Leo is a very smart player, so I can understand how he's going to be playing on that Sova. And again, the pressure on the sides, I honestly do not know what to expect.
You know what? Let's see what Chef Redgar has cooked up as we're heading on to Haven, and it's Pansy and Hypoc guiding us through this.
Well, this is a curious one, isn't it? I feel like this is either a trap or Mech have done something bizarre. Mike, what do we make of this? Because we walk into this, right, and you see the veto, you go, huh.
Right.
Huh. Right. Okay. Give us, for those not in the know, right, let's be kind, let's be nice about this. Why has this stood out to us? Just, you know, lay it out real easy.
Because the other times Mech have played Haven has been where they've opted to pretty much just run it down, right? Where it's like, well, throw it away. If we win it, we win it. If we don't, we don't. We don't really care. It being so far down their map pool, it's almost been difficult to really take away any sort of tangible, you know, I guess resolution from it. Coming into this now, I look at the composition, I think, hey, Mech have maybe actually been feeling good about Haven.
Working.
Yeah. The madness has kind of settled in and they're like, oh, well, maybe we should consider this map. Embrace it is the word, I think.
Maybe. It's like, to me, I know this sounds kind of, considering some of the results, it always feels like North America's playground, you know, especially during the Sentinels era, right? When that was just, you know, one of their bread and butter maps, always looked super good for them, and Mech just went, we'll go elsewhere. Speaking of going elsewhere, Chronicles go walkabouts, walk the smoke, spots no one there, so instantly, this little rotation from Guild is going to be red. They're not as subtle as they believe they are, and Redgar spotted this cross. Look at that. Oh, it's...
Oh, actually shows his hand.
I'm surprised he didn't wait a little longer, because now they know that they've been red. It kind of changes things.
Which Shados and Defo now, they don't need to seek any information here. I mean, if anybody swings past default, might be rewarded with a kill or two. Defo actually going to pop his dash. Yeah, I'm going to say ready in position there. And that's going to set up with the paranoia. It gets sent behind default here. So not really going to have any effect there. The counter paranoia is perfect, though.
And look at Trex filling the void. His HP's low, but again, still great positioning. Still going to make damage off the back of it. And Leo proving that he can swing on this contact. There's no way in here for Mech. They're struggling on this one. Man, this is pretty tasty. Yeah, there's nothing coming out here for Mech at all. Guild looking really robust in that, and considering Mech read that plan, right? They had their little push down on C-Long, walk in the smoke, great, so that's instant information. And then who was it watching the cross there? Was it Redgar? I think it pushed up in middle. So they had
Redgar,
all of the facts that they needed.
Well, it's like I said, with no requirement to kind of dig a little deeper and get any information on whereabouts some of these players are positioned on the side of Guild. I'm surprised to see Defo and Shados play so close to Archway there, and then to see the paranoia invested onto backside, right? If they're playing this deep, they almost have an opportunity to find anybody, like I said, drifting past default on the side of Guild, but yeah, just not looking fantastic there on the side of Mech. Defo got himself tucked into sewers here, but... Sorry, you were saying?
No. I was curious if Defo had been noted, but it does feel like all the utilities kind of gone past him, so I'm wondering if he gets away with this.
Leo just posted up. It looks as if Guild are anticipating a little... Okay, well, by the process of elimination, Defo actually going to take a chunk of damage off that. 59 to be exact. Shados backs away, will give away the sound cue, but he's cleared with the drone as well.
And just to kind of further on, because we've obviously looked at mech on this because, you know, it's one of those, it's a bit of an anomaly. I hate that word, I can never say it, why do I use it? For Guild, this is one that actually I always thought Leo was sublime on. I thought he was always really, really solid on. It was one that always stood out to me when we were watching him. So again, this has all been noted. We've got 30 seconds here for Guild. They do still need to pick the landing. They're going up against a stack here. Now, they've done quite well to clear Redgar, but there's plenty more bodies in the right place, and Trex is just cutting through them. Trex is having a day. 3 kills already, and it's a cleanup. Guild, again, they walked into a pre-established mech, and
yeah, I mean,
it was fine.
Look how much better composed they are in the late round versus where we saw Mech kind of fumble on Ascent. So a big positive here early on. And Trex as well. He gets the second one completely through. So again, spots it on the dash. Lothar will be happy to see that one. Dashing sideways on. Actually converts that information into the kill. But yeah, Guild stacked up there. I mean, once the first couple of kills go their way, it's all about a formality there. With so many bodies on site, it's difficult for Mech to really get anything done. Guild come into this, the only rifle in the hands of Leo. It's looking like a much pacier hit here. The stun is perfect. Shadow forced deep here, so we'll give them initial control of B site, Lauren.
Yeah, it's nothing new. They're not rewriting the books particularly, but that's a little freebie you'll take every day of the week. And again, if I see, you know, that combination of Leo and Trex working really nicely on this map,
and
I'm
the headshot here from Trex.
God damn! Dinks up Defo, sends him back. So the early damage looking quite good, actually. And again, this B site, close quarter angles, it works perfectly. There's Leo supplementing that earlier damage with a kill off the back, and Trex gets all the information he needs, setting up Safe if he even needs it. Trex is dominating this angle, and Safe closing in just behind, and Trex didn't even need the help. Yep. He was just fine, and this is against rifles. I'm not loving this right now. Nets, at least Nats has found Rust, but it's the 2v3, and Leo's still on the site. And the time. Chronicle's out of there. Guild, what a way to turn this. I mean, by all expectation, by all preconceived notions, this should be a great map for Guild, right? Like, in my mind, this is still a very good map for them, or at least it was back then. I feel as though, you know, when the changes came in, when Trex first joined in, you're like, oh, okay, this really kind of supplements and complements this roster. It brings them to that next level. I didn't expect to see them playing Mech here, mostly because of Mech's map pool.
Absolutely. I mean, I come back to that same discussion. It's a real test of what teams have done with the time off. This one actually almost kind of goes against the grain. It is a real anomaly. Hate to use it again, you'll hate me, but a real anomaly in terms of how Mech traditionally approach maps, right? Because this is the one, like I said, when we have seen it from Mech, they've been stronger on the attack because they're so willing to just run it down, just apply an overwhelming amount of pressure. But here, resorting to a more traditional composition, looking a little flustered initially here on the defense, which similar concern to Ascent, right? Yeah,
and you're on the money. Now, I do wonder if they check on this now, because Redgar's done this not once.
He hears it, yeah. Look at the alarm bot. The alarm bot's here for him.
There it is. Oh! And he's there for Rust. Takes them down quickly. They're going to recover the spike and try and get back to business, but they've lost that element of surprise. They have no shot of beating them here now. But Defo's sitting deeper towards CT. He's not swinging in yet. They haven't taken the site either. Smokes go in. The paranoia goes as well. So Trex, again, going to have to work his way in and try and get this down. But do they try and contest this by any means? Yes, they do. Defo delivers. Going to find Cold Dementor and look for a little bit more. Trex spots him. One smoke dissipates. And you've got Safe by his side. Now they're going to send them back from heaven. Now they could potentially get a spike plant, which is what they're going for now.
I'm not sure Mech are able to retrieve these weapons even. See, actually, Nats going forward gets punished immediately here. Shados unable to return any damage. Now, Guild can sit comfortable in this crossfire. One of the most notoriously difficult to break. Leo will find Redgar. The turret comes out now. Tommy, the one to take first contact. Leo actually there to greet it as well.
Tommy,
Shadow falls.
Still lacking on the job today, Tommy.
Yeah.
Come on, mate.
Almost absent in that round. The Guild, I mean, feel as if they're really stretching their legs now. In total control here. Mech coming back in with the buy round, but this is pivotal. This is the round that potentially, I mean, it spirals out of control for Mech, and Guild established themselves a massive lead and a huge financial advantage as well.
Again, and the thing that worries me, I will say, the one thing that stood out to me is the fact that they have had someone like Redgar getting them kind of free information, right? A couple of rounds down, they still haven't been able to make the most of it. So I need to see Mech kind of temper the pacing a bit, kind of. I guess the operator's going to at least cause pause for thought for Guild. They've got a new challenge to overcome here. Defo's not backing away from this either. So Trex needs to be very cautious, allowed to cross. Count to 3 and pull the trigger, but Defo gets nothing. You can see the exploratory mission beginning as well for Safe. Starting to look towards middle. Smoke's being redeployed, reinvested as Guild begin to explore the rest of this map.
The trap will be noted and should give an indication as to whereabouts Chronicle is playing. So you can see Guild immediately reconsider their approach, but there are still 3 members towards the A side of the map. As I say that, I was going to say Shadow's considering the rotation, but he actually just comes down from heaven to reinforce this site hold with Defo. Redgar a little disconnected, but does have the flash. He can play that over from A link if needed. Hunter's Fury going to get posted here. We'll clear out heaven initially with the first. And actually, the tag comes through on the Defo, but no damage done.
There's
it's hard
the damage.
cleared.
Russ just picks up the pace. That entire time he was just running up long while they were so worried about the Hunter's Fury. Like now planted, but Shadows tucked on the back of the site. Still going to at least control the way back in. So that maybe this time they can formulate a retake, holding a little bit of space. Flash goes through, doesn't quite find what they needed, but Shadows does. The flash actually was great. Tell a lie. It caught Russ and Trex. It just didn't catch the player towards Sewer. And now Cold Dementor tries to play the smoke to perfection. Oh, he's done really nicely at that. That's all well done. But Chronicle just about stayed alive, but Leo being the backline player holding his own. And again, Guild now. It wasn't as clean as before, but again, the operator in play, everything else coming online for them. You'd expect Mech to put up more of a fight, which they did. But that scoreline is looking commanding, Mike.
Absolutely is. And just to note, once again, a real positive I took away from Ascent is the way that Guild react to the information that they receive. Whether or not Mech are the ones to give it to them or they actively seek it out. As soon as they spot the trap there, you see, immediately they turn. They hit the brakes. They head towards A site. The Hunter's Fury, actually, I mean, the first one posted up towards heaven, just clearing out that one angle. Again, it's not necessarily damage to convert, but it's information they gather.
And look at the pace on this as well. Trex just wants to stun. Can't quite find Chronicle, who's still alive and still gonna at least be worth his weight in this one. Nats didn't have to reveal his hand either. So great first pick, and to deny Trex is huge. Oh, and Redgar again. He's found a gap, man. And again, this is where it's surprising me the Guild was still getting away with rounds, because a lot of this map has always felt like information, right? Getting the right players on the right site. And he's been allowing them to do that, but Guild was still able to navigate around it. But this is nice. And I like that deeper hold from Defo as well. This is good. Well, it should be good.
Defo will get the first tag, but the information will force him back. A key kill, actually, from Chronicle with the Tour de Force completely slows down this attack. With the slow field in that choke on C-Long, there's no way that Guild can try and follow up on that.
Recalling my boss.
Like I said, Trek's very unfortunate not to convert off the stun with the Blade Storm.
Ooh, the TP mid don't know if he heard anything or saw anything off the back of it, and almost lined up for them now. This is looking too easy for Chronicle. That's what you needed. There's the man himself, Chronicle, the Tour de Force, doing exactly what the doctor ordered, and Mech get on the board. And you're right, taking away someone like Trex from the very start of things, you could see instantly the pace was just tempered.
Be a timeout called here. Mech, a lifeline delivered on the back of the Tour de Force from Chronicle. Like I said, that important kill at the start completely breaks down the game plan from Guild. And unfortunately, this is a round where they're not able to recover, not able to flip that audible in their advantage. It'll be Mech to actually call the timeout here. Like I said, I mean, we're talking about the pedigree, the historic pedigree of Mech, where they really did excel on the defense. Yeah, Guild are running away with it. It still feels as if it's a gap in the map pool. Yes, we're 7 rounds in, but whether or not we see a complete adjustment on the side of the attack, I'm unfortunately, my perspective flips back to where we were kind of, 12, 14 months ago in terms of how we view mech. And
Sure.
Kaquka made a great point on the desk, right? Just to kind of echo that is how reliant mech were in having that buffer to be able to close out games on defense.
I think it's a point I want to revisit throughout this game and see if it keeps holding true to trend.
Yes, yes.
That's the one for me. And again, we come back into this now. Look, we talk about repeatable success. We hate the phrase, but we've coined it, so we have to stick with it. That was 4 kills for the Tour de Force. Now,
well, yes.
do you get to do that again every time? We'll find out, because up to this point, Guild had been running them pretty much ragged, so I don't think it's quite handled yet. Chronicle, though, happy to be the first man forward here, try and get that first contact. And he does, once again, outdoes Trex, which is essential, clearly, so far. The trade, there it is. Leo taking him, but Nat's going to be brawling this one out. Redgar quick to it as well. Dips down by window. And surely Leo's dealt with. No! Russ turns it around, pins down Shados. How has this happened? And Defo, I don't think he's been noted just yet, but Russ is on the case
now
already.
He will be.
There it is.
He's noted there.
Last player standing.
Just tapping onto the res of Redgar. Will reveal his position. Swaps out to the Vandal. But Leo's here, ready to greet him. What a fantastic round from Guild.
And if it's not Trex, it's Leo, man. It's both of them now.
I'd almost question Defo's decision-making there to tap the res. At that point, there's no information.
No, he'd have, I'd say he'd have another 10 seconds to work with to maybe get one, right?
I don't want to say he's got an advantage, but at least there, rely on the element of surprise, right? A reposition somewhere. But Guild are so good for these clearances right now onto site. The fact that, look at how this round plays out. Nats and Redgar find 2 massive kills, and Leo just follows through on it.
And Russ bailing him out as well. It was so nicely done.
Completely flipping that round on his head.
Because I thought that'd be the win condition, right? Deny Trex, really keep control of the pace, good trading home back in for mech. And they kind of did that. And it still goes to pot. Okay. Let's see what you got this round, Defo. Tucked in towards sewers. Now, Leo last time did note this with the owl drones and such and so on when he was a little bit deeper in. So I do wonder if, once again, Leo does go through the protocol list. He does. As Defo now noted. This fallback position was also considered when we remember, roll your mind back to Russ just running up long and pinning him down. Now, whether or not we see that again, of course, yet to be known. But there is support here. Not alone, Defo. There's 2 players beside him.
Slower in approach. Yeah, mech. I guess this is a byproduct of the early pressure or conditioning that Guild are able to.
Did Redgar invest the knife towards long?
Yes.
I'm curious to see if they explore mid now, because he has been a nuisance through it, just off the back of that one piece of utility.
Would be another example of Guild reacting perfectly to the information they're given. And yeah, it will be. It'll be Leo and Russ actually up here to sell a bit of a fake. Chronicle still posted, but he's punished. Trex will find the kill. See sight on a platter right now. Nats have to scramble to find something, but Trex finds the headshot.
They're so hyper-aware. Guild are reading mech like a book. Off the back of a knife, a little bit of repositioning. The 3-play stack towards that A site. They decided, screw that, we're going to hit up C then. You know that you've got the fight with Chronicle, but Nats was never going to be far away because he had to fill the void potentially towards B. This is a perfect read coming out from Guild. This is very comprehensive from them. Now, again, though, we look at what's remaining. There could be a chance if they were on a full buy, I'd say. When you've got the Guardian and Spectre, a little bit trickier to do so just because those post plants, they could sit deep towards long. They could sit CT for all that mech knows at this point. They've lost all element of understanding the timing, and it looks like it's already an exit mission.
Yeah, mech have to settle for something here, whether or not Guild are even going to give it to them. What a round. Like I said, it would be another great example, and it absolutely was, Lauren. The adjustment perfect. Trex coming out on top of an unfavorable engagement. Chronicle almost has the advantage there. So I'm not sure, again, it happened off screen, but I'm not sure what the setup was, whether the Chronicles caught off guard with anything. There was certainly no flash or drone or recon bolt, because it was Leo and Russ selling a fake on the other side of things.
This is... you're starting to get a little, the little sweat on the brow if you're mech now, right? Like 7 against you is... You need the rest. I think that's the easiest way to put it, right? You kind of need the rest here, in my mind. But the way these rounds are going, you got to give it to Xilv here. This is a very impressive performance. Defo this time, I wonder if he decides to commit further to this. He has been mostly dealt with here. And I say mostly, bear in mind that Leo's not here this time to clear through this. At least yet. Cole Dementa considered. And Defo tries it. Russ, if it's not going to be Leo on the case, Russ still being aware of this. Rifle does get recovered by Shados, and he's going to try and dip back out of here. But the A site already, that's a huge tick in the box.
And the thing being, this first blood is going to draw a player. Look at the massive gap in the middle of the map right now. Xilv still lingering around towards A lobby. They want to let this tension build a little bit. Fault line comes through. It's going to force Redguard deeper, but the sound cue now will be noted of his reposition a little deeper. Goldman's got the TP here, actually, and with them playing so deep, yeah, Redguard actually, he should get that fragment off. That should deal with it. Yeah, lockdown completely negated.
We've seen this time and time again. This smoke facilitates it. It allows Xilv to isolate the player playing towards sewers. It's worked time and time again, and Leo's so aware. This guy, he won't fall for any of the tricks, any of the sides of the smoke, any gaps you're trying to fill. He is so on the money right now. And again, be it Russ swinging up on long to punish, I think it was Defo before, but we've seen it now several times. They're doing these late hits because they can clear the front of the site so comfortably on the late round off the back of those smokes coming out from Coldamenta. Little bit of work from Trex here, and Mech have no response. I'm going to be honest, I was kind of hoping coming into this we'd see Mech, you know, in new form, right? This rebuilt Mech, this kind of, you know, rebuilding of the robot that they are, but I haven't quite seen it yet, and I'm not sold on Chronicle on the chamber. You know, I was kind of curious to see how that would look. He's been okay, but I wouldn't say he's, you know, you changed my idea of him, because again, you've got to hold Mech to high standards. You can't put them in the normal realms of, oh, they look all right. No, I want to see them look world class, right? They've already been to the top of the game. I need to see them back towards that, and right now they've got nothing.
You do, and this is almost confirmation of that full transition now for Nats. Obviously, previously, the little flex onto Viper here and there,
Sure.
which you can make the argument could be the second smoker and almost Sentinel-like in approach, but I think I'm with you. With Chronicle moving on to the chamber here, somebody who's actually shown their hand on many an agent and still look very comfortable. Whether or not that's something that Met can come away and work on. Because here it's just, there are actually very few positives to take away from this defensive half here on Haven. It being a gap in the map pool, certain allowance, but
yeah,
the fact that this was considered for Mech to leave this in here,
oh, of course, it's not by mistake.
It's very concerning.
It is a little, isn't it? Especially after, obviously, the map 1 loss. So, you know, it comes at a poor time. If this was the first map, we're like, oh, don't worry about it, Sense next, they'll be fine.
Which, by the way, people were saying, oh, Haven is the weak point for Mech. They're 48-8 on Ascent as well. So let's not take that out of context entirely. Because this is the one you come into that you've got to be more concerned about.
Absolutely. Now, opening damage achieved this time, though. Russ and Coldament are gone. This removes so many of those opportunities for this A piece to come out. This is just kind of dry work now. This is whatever gun they've got in hand at this point. And Trex is doing quite well at this. Defo uncomfortable, 11 HP, going to try and dip away towards the corner of the site. Outdone by Leo. This shouldn't be happening. You've done everything you needed to, Mech. What is going on? They took down the 2 essential players, the flash and the smoke, and the site still gets taken.
Wow, it's just continuing to impress this half from Xilv. See if Chronicle and Nats can get anything done here. Nats trying to bait something out with the TP to top site. Chronicle will be noted on that sound cue as well. Not an awful lot to work with here. He actually does. He doubles down with the TP, finds safe.
They need more. They still need more, and they're not going to get more. This guild is hitting different, right? I think this is the kind of 2 occurrences happening at the same time.
Yes. The depth to this playbook. Like I said, initially, Guild were very good for these executes, these all-invested kind of choreographed hits, with Coldamenta being that backline Astra, right? They want to really be the puppet master to control all of these plays. Guild are showing a fantastic reactionary playstyle here. And like I said, it's all based on information gathering. They're actually looking so good right now. To consider they ran out of steam a little bit, they couldn't really repeat some of the success they found early on last split. This is a great way to come into the opening game.
I'm just beyond belief at this Guild side, and they're not falling for it twice. Shados and Defo this time dealt with handedly by Coldamenta. And he didn't take a point of damage. Completely unscathed. And when I say this is two occurrences happening at the same time, this is Guild reinventing themselves, coming out what looks like their strongest form so far to me. I think that's fair to say, fixing a lot of the problems that we saw them have previously, and it's beautiful to watch. And Mech not looking comfortable. Absolutely looking very uncomfortable here. Now, Redguard goes...
outclassed, to be honest.
Yes. Redguard trying to maybe find a little something, and yeah, Nats can backfill this, but again, that little bit of paranoia is already going to be in the head because they know that Redguard's been doing this, so there always was that gap here, so I wonder how aware they're going to be, but again, there's going to be utility in the way.
I said the alarm bot, he can't actually smoke that off or pass it. Maybe we'll find an angle, and he will do. Punish and save. Tracks again over the top, looking to create a little chaos on site.
Chronicle so outnumbered though. There's 20 players now on the site. Redguard goes unchecked, but gets outdone. Russ connects perfectly. Redguard's dead. And Chronicle, well, you got a 1v4.
Not even entertaining it. No. Not with the way this game has gone. Let's try and hang on to this rifle here. I'm curious to see. I didn't get a glimpse of it before this round had concluded of what the ultimate cycle looks like. Leo already going hunting to try and punish this. Might even catch him here. Do they hear each other? He wins it. Oh, it's heartbreaking. We'll have to see what Mech can actually scramble together here.
Last round in the half.
That's really, really rough. Ultimate cycle not there. A Guardian, a Bulldog, the first two things to appear on this purchase. Redgar and Defo going to be struggling as well to make ends meet.
I'm just...
Hey, big swing potential for Chronicle. If you can get the tour de force on, but
sure.
You look at that, then you look at the scoreline. What does it matter?
Well, last time, that's how he got that one round. Was him getting, what, 4?
Yeah.
So, got to do that again.
Well,
Trex is not allowing it. Trex is so sharp.
Denied.
Nice trade out for Defo.
Spike down A.
But we've seen that they can operate even without Coldamenta and Rust on this site hit if they need to. And is Fury going to get popped through, clear out that site. And Nats on the flank
Nats
once
in the
again.
back line. Yeah, but look at the adjustment here from Safe. He's all the way back outside A lobby this time around.
And they can sit on this for a second. This is still above a minute. A lot has happened quite early on in this round.
Well, look for Guild to pump a little bit of pressure towards site, bait Nats into a push. That would be the play here. If Guild are able to achieve it, it's going to blow this round wide open. See the ping on the map as well. They're so conscious of this.
"30 seconds left.
Yeah, there it is. Punt now go. Trek's going to lead the way. Trying to ignore Nats for now, but you can only ignore him for so long. But Coldamenta's cleared Shados. Defo's still here, but it's traded out quite quickly. CT held by Redgar, but where's Nats in this? Here he is, and Leo says hello. Says goodbye just as quickly, though. And Coldamenta, vision removed, and there's Nats. You can't ignore the man. He will make an impression eventually. And it will give Mech at least one more round.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to really take any positives away from that. 2 rounds is the positive to take away from that half for Mech. And
yeah,
I mean, the pistol round ultimately concludes this one for me. Mech now have mountains to climb to get back into this Haven game. And Guild just looking absolutely superb.
I do want to say as well, just as we are on the half switch, shout out to Shaz56. Hypoc, a good caster, but that guy throws my ranked games.
It's weird because I'm not hard stuck plat, so that's interesting.
Oh, emotional damage. I see. Right.
I had to mute for a second there because I laughed. I'm sorry. Come back in. Second half now. 10-2 Guild. I have to see Mech have to be decisive here in the pistol round. They have to get themselves off to a good start. Obviously, with Guild's ability to convert bonus rounds as well, which has been a recurring trend so far. This one all but feels inevitable at this point. Mech very slow in approach here.
And like, can we just talk about Leo's KD as well? Like, have a little peep when you get a sec. So I think he was like 20-2 or something stupid.
Is it before the watershed? Look, are we allowed to?
Somewhere in the world. Somewhere in the world. It's fine. That's the beauty of the internet, right? We can say naughty words. No, we don't.
It's
we
5
work with
o'clock
Riot.
somewhere.
We can't. We'll get fined. And a slow creep from Mech, and information now found. A little bit of damage too. Chronicle and Redguard getting just a little tickle, as Mitch likes to say.
Yeah, no Astra though.
No,
so...
no.
Mech will drift back towards A site now with Redguard, I guess, on duty to still plant the seed of doubt. Nobody in range of this owl drone, so it will not be noted. It's going to be a full-on 5-man retake here, unless Redguard finds a kill.
Oh, he's set up for so much success, though. He could find so much, and he finds absolutely nothing. Nil point.
That's a lot of damage. Chronicle eats that one. 17 HP. Has to retreat. He's all the way back on long now. Guild, what tools have they got? They've still got the paranoia to work with. The dash, the aftershock, 2 flashes, the fault line. Everything on the table here for Guild.
Okay.
And Tommy. Sorry.
Don't forget Tommy. Never forget Tommy. And away we go. Trek's going to lead the way. Wait, back in. Did they just spam Nats out? They knew exactly where he was off to, but Mech still hold. They still keep numbers. And Defo is still doing everything he can. Tommy is doing the work, though. And the 1v1. Chronicle, can you get there in time? Can you get there in time? Oh, and Safe goes back for it.
What was that?
Real Chronicle, what just happened?
I don't know if that was a fat finger or he went for a quick peek or something, but he TP's all the way back onto long. Again, he's 17 HP from that shock dart, by the way. 17 HP.
Oh.
Oh my word. What is this, by the way? The recon tag just at the last second onto Nats. Defo almost flips this back, by the way.
He got 3 just like turreting out. Right, let's see this. Oh yeah. What the hell was that? Well, it's 2-11. Guild's calling the but look at Leo and Trex. Like, sometimes when we say like, oh, you know, Leo was really good on this map and this happens, I'm like, nice, you know? And then you've thrown Trex into the mix, who was leading so nicely, like, especially the first like 8 rounds, I'd say. Obviously he did well throughout most of it, but like the guy was on a tear, and no one on Mech has broken double digits yet. That I just don't expect to see.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been one that Mech were able to convert. That all but seals the deal here. Mech obviously in a position where they have to force everything on the line now.
Yeah.
A Guardian for Defo, sorry. Spectres across the board elsewhere. Guild, as I said, so much to work with on that retake, and it's pixel perfect, honestly. It's so good to watch right now. They're playing fantastic Valorant today.
This does feel like hard work paying off. As much as obviously, because we're not, you know, insane, you have to note that Mech are not looking good. But I don't want to take any moment of this away from Guild, who it looks like they've put in so much effort during that downtime. This looks like such a different team in that regard.
Building on the success that they had in Split 1. This is honestly almost a better look than we saw.
I have to agree. Leo outpositions Nats, catching him, trying to have a little lurk. But it is going to be towards that C site. How much can Colder meant to do here?
Big paranoia.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh, actually missed it.
He actually swung it. I mean, Chronicle, Redguard, and actually it was Chronicle and Defo, I think, who were able to split away from it. That could have caught a great deal of them, but actually managing to keep them alive in this round.
Defo down to 47 HP. Couple more tools to work with this time in the retake. The dash, the fault line, the flash, and some shock darts. And actually, Mech repositioning so deep onto long.
How are they going to deal with this? There is a split through garage coming in. 2 more players from Mech, and Defo's been caught off.
Wait, what is this?
This is a defuse coming in pretty soon, it looks like. And Russ is still there, leaving just Chronicle, and he still needs to do the damage. DP's away, and Russ is 3 HP.
Oh,
it's done.
thank
Well
God for that.
handled by Chronicle. And only Chronicle, 4 kills that round, basically.
I mean, it doesn't feel good though, right? You come into that, obviously the force paying off for them. Chronicle will close it out with a clutch. But it feels just so scrambled. Look at this. Initially, Guild have the upper hand here.
It's just very rare to see Mech look flustered. Like, they get across the line. Like, Chronicle's doing okay. Now he's, I'd say, delivered 2 of the 3 rounds. And normally that's just like, you know, casters talking absolute rubbish, where it's like 1 player makes a difference. Oh god, Trex is running up at Trex. You're not meant to win that fight with a frenzy. Thank you, Mech, for getting back to business. Bloody hell. And again, Coldamenta, I think he's been noted.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
It would appear they know he's there.
And again, normally, right, when we're like, oh, those players won them rounds, it's absolute nonsense and we're just talking waffle. But genuinely here, Chronicle had that 4K on the first half. He did the 4K here in the post plant. That's 2 out of the 3. So the guy is actually doing very well. Russ.
Yeah, we should say actually on Ascent there was a lot of questionable decisions he was making.
Yeah.
I don't want to say on full feed, but there were times where we were massively overextending, particularly on some of the defensive sides, and definitely looking a lot better here, but still a long way to go for Mech. Picking this one up, and 4 survive would be huge. They need that economy buffer. They will get it. Chronicle with a tour de force available, so lots to really propel themselves into the next couple of rounds. They close out this buy round. They might be able to string some together. Obviously, flipping round 2 with that force is going to be pivotal to any sort of success here in the second half.
Now we wait patiently for the outcome. Utility invested towards sewer.
Turret out.
And allows for that quicker rotation. They are putting a lot of credit to Safe to keep control of this A site. Actually going for a heavy lean towards C.
Defo does catch Trex.
Huge.
On top of B site. We'll create an opening here. It'll be safe to just hold down the fort on A. Does have that lockdown available, but he's on site right now. So, and with his utility setup, it almost looks like he wants to stall some of these choke points. Utility might not have even been noticed there. I don't see a ping. Yeah, no ping comes through. Redgar will be slowed here.
But there's no one close by.
Yeah, no, that allows Safe to back up, though. It's vital information to potentially get this lockdown. But he's safe. He tries to actually shoot off of Tommy's contact, but punished for it through the smoke.
Yeah. And this just looks like a save. So, how's your day been?
Pretty good so far, honestly.
You been up for long, or was it like a wake up and then work sort of deal?
About 5 minutes before I turn the camera on.
Nice.
Honestly. It's usually the case. DJing queuing ranks late at night.
As you do.
You know how it is.
Can't help myself.
I'm curious to see.
Yeah?
If Guild do decide to get a little proactive here. Mech almost feel a little
to play with.
Yeah, Mech almost feel a little more comfortable in terms of running the clock down here on Haven. Obviously on Ascent it was excruciating to watch, but whether or not Guild now, similarly to what we saw on, that's the word I hate by the way, similarly, to what we saw on the attack in terms of being reactive and formulating a plan on the back of that information to see if Guild now actually try and, you know, take the initiative here on defense. Again, I mean, it's like Trex is presented with a 1v1 scenario there. He loses it. It's not I'll be honest, it doesn't have a massive knock-on effect in terms of how that round plays out. It doesn't really even draw a rotation, but I'm curious to see what Guild's adjustment, if any, there is. Well, track straight down mid.
I guess they heard.
Getting a little proactive.
Just a little bit, but Defo has been, 2 rounds in a row now? Has been marking his man, so Trex has gone down. This is good resilience from Mech. Again, out of all the teams that can do this, you talk about pedigree and what that means, you can walk back games like this, but it does take a lot of work. Guild have a lot of rounds to play with. They can throw a couple of these rounds at the wall and see what sticks. So for Mech, they need to be on red alert, and this patience could pay dividends because this push up on C long should be noted now.
Also, I mean, you can see Mech anticipating further aggression. Yep. Rust the one to be punished here. Safe. The next in line, Leo and Coldamenta left here. 2 rifles in play.
No chance.
The response on to Redgar.
Standing ahead.
That does leave A site open for the taking. Defo will be on flank control, and won't be anything else coming through for this one. I imagine Coldamenta and Leo just want to hold on to these rifles now.
We love a save.
A little bit of an adjustment. Whether or not this will be replicated in the buy rounds, whether it's just Trex looking to try and get something done with the Blade Storm here, didn't feel awfully invested on the side of Guild. But this is the point of the half where you'd expect, with the last few rounds the way they've gone, in terms of tempo, in terms of the rhythm, for Guild to be the ones due a pace change.
So far, you can't discredit Mech for this. They've been
back to
solid.
basics for them.
Yep, absolutely. So nothing flashy, nothing particularly world-changing. They've handled aggression that was thrown at them quite comfortably. They've sat in a deep default. They did nicely here. Lovely work. We'll close the scoreline just that bit closer. Again, if Mech make it to like 9. I need to figure out what the comeback number is, because like in CS it was always double digits, but the economy is just a little different in this, and obviously it's MR12, so I can't say double digits because you're essentially, right back there.
That's it, and this again, Guild spread very thin. There might be a little bit of aggression over towards a long, but yeah, this time around, Mech set up elsewhere. See how quickly this is noted. Actually, Safe going to be suppressed off the rift. Redgar actually going to pop the null command on the back of this. Disable all this killjoy utility.
Lovely. The perfect gateway forward. The spam's worked out so well. What?
That's so much damage.
13 HP. That's ridiculous. But they have at least got the site, so I guess if you're going to take the benefits, you'll say that for Mech. At least we take the site. We should be able to get the spike down now. There it is.
Let's play.
And we're going to hear the ult get popped as well. Trex quick to it, though. And he does at least have the ult playing as well. Defo seems unaware of the chance that someone could have made it to site, or he's just committed to one angle. Shadows pops the ult, tries to find a connection towards it, doesn't find what he wants, but Trex closing in.
Done is perfect.
He's the man on the hunt. This is ridiculous. Spams in, Nats gets damage, but there's layers to this. There's Russ and there's Safe. And now Redgar, the 13 HP wonder, can't stop this. It's 12 for Guild and 4 stand for them. A flip of the switch and the retake was on.
The Rolling Thunder is perfect as well. It goes so deep towards that long hold. I mean, even actually Shados in Hunter's Fury is affected by it. The Guild swing round, find themselves map and series point here. Trex now on the operator. Mech still got tools to work with here. Obviously, the finance is not really impacted, but interesting to see Defo actually don the operator on the attack. Again, that slow trend should continue here for Mech at least.
That's what we're looking for. And Trex has the opportunity to start this off really nicely. Redgar working with Chronicle towards middle. And there it is. Start found, Nats down, and Trex succeeds. Quick trade out though. Defo not going to allow it to go unanswered. So the trade out on A long, but look at all this progress starting to build towards middle. They haven't committed that spike towards A long either. So that's kind of lingering on the back lines, but there is players nearby and there is utility committed towards this. And Coldamenta called for support.
Draw one across. And Guild feel as if they've got a decent read here.
Standing ahead.
Be safe, left on an island once again. He's been good for these holds. The alarm bot actually will be revealed here, the paranoia on the back of it, but no follow through. Just to slow things down here. Coldamenta got to toe the line. Wants to keep this an even fight here. Safe not really able to counteract that peak either.
Spike planted.
Curious to see how this is approached by Guild. How deep Defo's playing with this operator.
And Chronicle happy to puff out the chest a little. Try and find a fight, but forced away by the utility. And the flash is gorgeous. Blinded and safe. Finding the ball towards Red. What? How has this just crumbled like a house of cards? And Defo, this is when you start sweating. A 1v4. You've got the operator. And he's just waiting for it. The smoke goes up. What do you do with this, Defo? You've got to find the shots. You've got to find 4 players. The defuse, he can't deny it. And they're all there. It's going to be 13 for Guild. And it was a momentary glimpse at a comeback from Mech. And it was crushed quickly.
Yeah, crushed, I think, is the word. Right? Wow. What a statement for Guild to make here in their opening game. Like I said, riding the wave of their success from last split, which to me would have been one of the biggest questions, right? Coming in.
Sure.
Was it kind of a one-hit wonder? Where we're going to be back in a position where we're kind of Guild doubters? But this, for me, they've absolutely put that downtime to work. Trex, by the way, the switch up on Jet looked absolutely amazing for them. 7 first bloods across this. And I'll be honest, in terms of opening engagements, it was heavily one-sided on the back of his success, mainly.
Yeah, I'm just blown away by the, I guess, adjustment of Guild, right? Because I think we all saw potential in them before, but it always felt kind of fleeting. It was, here and there. The roster didn't gel every single time. I mean, the veto, they already won in some instance in that. And then you've got now Trex looking unbelievable, Leo as well. But again, it's not just about us, it's about you. Who was your player of the match? You'll have a couple of options to pick from. Do let us know. You got Leo out there, Trex, you got I guess Russ as well. Russ did what was necessary, but I feel for me this is either, I've got to say Trex, I think. Mike, what about you?
I'd kind of pitch towards Leo, honestly. He had a fantastic match. 21-5 and 12 assists here, and again, cannot sing his praises enough in terms of impact there on the Sova on Haven.
Fair play. Well, you have your choices as well, so do get involved and let us know who stood out to you. But we're going to go to a break because it's very warm here and I need to go stand in front of a window and cool down for a bit. But what a first game and what a debut back for Guild.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing trying to prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my dream, just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me
is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year. All I do is win. I'ma raise the trophy up once again. You did all you could, but you gon' have to try again next year.
Oh yeah, I've been shooting in the gym, getting it, oh yeah. Watch me how I ball, watch the Rangers fall, yeah. I've been on my grind, team been winning, oh yeah. They hate it when I shine, I'm like, give me mine, yeah. I see you wanna win on my rings, but you don't wanna win on my team, yeah. I see they wanna say the same thing, but we don't really know what you mean, yeah. I'm royal with the crown, been top shelf, that's the king, yeah. Y'all fill a cup with the lean, but I'ma fill it up with the whole up. I'm coming for anyone thinking I'm not gonna carry my word. If they don't believe that I carry this cannon, that's more than my name, then there's a...
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Guild snatched that in one hell of a fashion. Man, it looked good what they have done. And they have taken out Mac 2-0. The first victory secured. And this brings us directly to talk to the IGL of that team. It's an honor to welcome Cole Lamenta as he's going to be joining me right here. How are you feeling after that swift win?
Feeling pretty good, you know, starting with the win, this split. You couldn't ask for a better start, so really nice.
I can imagine that was really nice. Let's start with Ascend, right? You guys had a 7-1 lead. Your defense looked flawless. What made it so easy for you to let Mac run into your traps?
I mean, let's say we've been putting a lot of work into that, like, you know, having always everything under control on defense. And this time it worked out.
I mean, we saw that work out. There's a crucial thing for me that I would be very curious about is a matter of fact that you still keep on playing Jett, right? Even have a little bit of a player swap on that second map on Haven. What makes you actually decide, in comparison to the other teams, to be like, you know what, Jett is super viable still, we're still going to pick that?
I think we know how to find the value of the agent in many scenarios, like how to play around it still. And we have really good players. We actually have like 3 players in the team who can play Jett. Or maybe 4, everyone but me, who knows. But so I guess that's why we still play it. Like, we can play well around it still in many maps.
One more thing that I'd be super interested in is you made a very interesting decision on Haven, right? You put Safe back in a Sentinel role and got Trex in the role that he used to play before he joined Guild. Could you help me a little bit understand what was the thinking process behind that?
So we saw that Saif was like fitting very well into that role when it came to his playstyle and the ideas you can bring when playing that sort of agent. And Trex fits well into the most like explosive, you know, fragging role as well. I mean, Saif does at the same time, but it kind of balanced it better, you know? So that's why we took the decision.
All right. I mean, we're all quite impressed by you. I can tell you that. We're hella impressed. So thank you very much for your time. A big pleasure, and you know, enjoy that victory.
Thank you so much. See ya.
That was actually really clean. That game was hella clean, Kaquka. That first half we've seen, that attacking side on Haven, remarkable performance.
It's something else. It's not only that they get the pistol again, is they also get the bonus in round after round. I mean, if you need Chronicle to get a 4K, to get a round on your side of the score, of course, is, you know, worrying to say the least on the side of Meg. You were talking about, you know, flawless halves. I would say that at 11-1 is one.
I'm honestly
10-2.
10-2. Yeah, the last round was like almost close to being 11-1, but it wasn't. But I'll be honest with you guys, I'm impressed and disappointed at the same time because exactly impressed by Guild because they are looking clean. They're looking to have a playbook. They know everyone's roles. They even when they swap, like Trex for the first time in Guild played the Jet, and he knows exactly what to do even when he swaps completely the roles. And then on the other side of the coin, we have Mech, who look disjointed, who look like the compositions that they prepared are not meant to what they should be doing for the team. And look, they had almost 3 months. They were never playing Haven before. They let it out to this one. I had high expectations on like some ingenuity, and yet we're met with this.
Yeah, and also Guild executes were just so clean. Every single piece of utility that was used had a specific purpose. We saw a lot of combinations with the pressure. Everything was on time. Of course, we talk about the preparation. Also, on the side of Matt, let's cut them some slack. Let's tell that it was the first time that they play an official and they take it seriously. It was that first way of taking a little bit of contact to the map. But just look at this graphic here. The economy for Guild, of course, after all these rounds is going to look almost flawless.
Yeah, it's looking devastating for Mac, and also what it was devastating for Mac is one of the reasons why this also economy looks like it looks. In 6 rounds, when they had an advantage in 5v4s, they closed out only 3 of those. That's a big talking point when it comes to the fundamental level of play that they represented, and then Guild, who took advantage of every single mistake that Mac were doing.
Yeah, and I mean, once more, we have to say that they were playing not super explosive, not super fast. It felt a lot like when the room they've taken in the attacking side, they were super chill with it in the sense of, as you've mentioned, every single piece of utility worked, but the synergy on Mac that we knew from them, that wasn't present at all, and that was odd.
I mean, when we moved on to the attack, but probably in defense, they were taking fights that they were not ready for. And when they tried to find solutions to what was going on A, they couldn't hit any of them. The thing is, when Guild moved to the defense, Meg started getting the rounds, and what happened there? Guild just takes a pause and is like, actually, why don't we do what we were doing on Ascent, and we just go back to just playing full retake, and it worked.
Yeah, and what works as well? A Lothar Telestrator works every single time. And we're sending you over to that one.
I'm actually very happy that we're gonna have this Telestrator segment because it's something that will be something pleasant to watch at if you're new to the game, but also pleasant to watch if you're actually experienced players. So I wanted to showcase you guys an execute from Guild on the A side. A very basic one, something that was used by many teams, but it's used in a very clean way. So first, we're gonna see how Breach is being used on this map. First flash goes on the top of the top of the roof here in this spot, which covers the entire site. Second one is gonna come from long through the boxes to make sure that the players in the backside of it are also affected. That is being taken advantage of by the Jet, and the Jet is gonna dash into this corner. Here, there's gonna be a smoke from the Jet build, and because of this, the flash on the blue arrow, she's gonna be able to peek if necessary. So that's one thing. But that's not over. That's only 2 characters. What will happen as well is Omen is gonna throw the paranoia through short. That affects also Graffiti and pushes out the player that is playing in short towards the players that are being trying to garner the informations from long. Not only that, after we're gonna see that paranoia, there's also a Killjoy molly that is gonna land on short. All of that is in conjunction, of course, with the smokes that are being put on CT and Heaven to make sure that no one can stand in those spots. And now we're gonna play the clip and see how that looks in action. Like, it's actually very clean, very easy to understand what is happening. And also, one more very crucial thing to understand is when the Jet is pushing into the smoke, look that she's not peeking out of it. That's also buying time for the team, because now the entire team can go through long and just make sure that no one is holding them, because the 2 players on the backside that were flashed before are fully expecting the Jet to peek out of the smoke. And because of that, look how they're reacting. That just gives the time for the other players to wrap around them, have the crossfire, and that's basically it.
I mean, you could say that was a very good fundamental execute, I would say.
Yes, that's something that I would expect from every single team, and we're not getting it, So listen, I'm happy to see it at least here.
Listen, I have good news, though. I have very good news. The good news are mostly for Kaquka. Player of the match, name's Leo. He is once more back in action. And man, he's been firing on the agent he's played on both maps. He was looking really strong there.
I mean, on Sova, especially on the last map, that was the highlight for me. It's not only the kills, it's also the support that he was bringing on the team. You talk about utility. Of course, we need to talk about the initiators. Leo is insanely strong.
Yeah, he is insanely strong. But you know what? We had a wonderful first game. We had a wonderful best of 3 that ended 2-0 for Xilv. Let's move this thing on, because talking about another team that starts with a G, it is G2 versus Focus. And this is going to be a quite exciting one, to be very honest, because it is a fresh faces that are joining us in the league with ones that we definitely know, Kaquka. G2 had a very, very, very interesting story last stage, I would say, with a few roster changes here and there. But towards the end of stage 1, they looked solid.
Yeah, and we've seen this roster before. We also saw them in Masters, and they actually got that seed in #1 after FPX could not attend the event. Did that work for them? They only got 1 win in the entire tournament, and after that, didn't look too good there in Masters. But when we talk about G2, we talk about our region, we know that they're extremely prepared. Maybe after playing from the hotel when they had to play against Loud, just break them a little bit. But, you know, I just think that Masters 2 was not about EMEA.
Well, everyone saw how we performed in that Masters. G2 was like the last man standing who we actually expected to perform fully. It didn't meet our expectations. But at the same time, I would say that now is the time to shine for G2 because they're in a patch which I would say should benefit them. And Mixwell on the chamber should take full advantage of that, as you can see on the clip as well. That is the moment for G2 to shine. Nuki on Race, we've talked about it in the pre-show, right? This is the patch for the Race to be the main duelist, most likely in a lot of the maps. If you play a duelist, of course.
Yeah, and it's not only what they did in Masters. If we think about G2, this is probably the best beginning of the year that they've had. So let's stick to the positives. Now they're going to be playing against a brand new opponent, probably that's going to play against them, but still, you know, time and a lot of potential. I actually think that Hoodie had a great start in Masters.
And you know, there was one man that has just been mentioned right there is Mixel, right? Sometimes we have criticized him the way he plays a very passive chamber, Kaquka, but throughout week after week after week, it seemed like he gets damn comfortable with that agent and is in a solid spot.
So the thing is, it's not that we criticize when he's playing passive on the chamber. To me, the complaint was mostly about the Jett and him not being exactly aware of when he had to be aggressive, when he had to play for the team, yada yada. But when he turned into a chamber, maybe at the beginning we had the same doubts. But then after playing against Team Liquid, I think he got a glimpse of what he wanted to do. The thing is, for the patch that we are this weekend, it's going to suit G2 a lot because they've been kind of forcing the chamber onto every map, and it probably will work for them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a criticism that we have against the Jett players was being given against a lot of players, not only in our region. Wardell is one of the examples that I would say that he is the passive Jett player that fully benefits from the chamber gameplay if he actually chooses that agent. The same was for Mixwell. We had the same in Team Liquid. That wasn't like the clear way of using the Jett wasn't utilized by the team, or they couldn't find a proper way of executing that. Like an example we have seen now with Guild in the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a lot of that, right? And it's still a question, will we still see that? Will they just, you know, be a bit of nonsense of the patch? We don't know. But what I know for certain is that we have a very special interview, a new face that I can introduce to you. As we're about to head into Focus, we'll first talk to Bucher from exactly that team. Let's talk to a fresh face of VCT. Name's Bucher, he plays for Focus Clan, and we have to start with probably one of the most magical moments. That time you realized you are playing for VCT. What was going on in the voice back then?
I don't know, we were all just speechless, I would say. Like everyone was shouting, or like, I don't know, like the emotions were incredible. Like everybody was happy and glad we made it, and it's just unbelievable feeling, I would say.
I mean, very understandable. Quickly taking a look, you've played a lot of games in the regional league, of course, had the promotion, but when you realized that you play VCT, did something change within the team considering preparation, considering the mindset? Is there anything that you would say that you are now doing differently than to your VALORANT regional league run?
Not really, I would say. We still work hard for our goals to achieve something. We all know that
from now on, it will just be harder than the regional league, obviously, and you need to put in a lot of effort and hard work to succeed in the league. But I think we are capable of doing that, and yeah.
I mean, seems very clear. Talking about succeeding, one tiny thing that I'd like to know is, obviously you were pretty much having Yugi playing the Jett a lot of times, and something changed with Jett, obviously. Can you give us a little preview of what we can expect in that department?
I would say many teams think Jett is not good enough anymore or should not be played anymore on certain maps. But I would say we still think Jett is a really good agent if you know how to play around her nerfs that she got. And I think Yugi is definitely able to do that and has proven it already in scrims as well. So you can still expect some Jett in our games.
I mean, it looks like it can work very much, especially with Yugi. Quickly talking about the game you have. You're playing versus G2. They went to Iceland. Different competition than you ever had before. How do you go into this game? How are you feeling about it?
I would say G2 is obviously a really big organization all around esports. And it's a pleasure for me to play against them, obviously. But still, we all go in there with big confidence, and we are not scared of anyone in the league, and we'll just try to play our own game. And also, I think they and all the other teams underestimate us. So that's why we can still continue our underdog story, I would say, and maybe surprise them.
Well, we'll see about that surprise. But for now, I wish you best of luck, and we're going to see you later on that server.
Yeah, see ya.
Embracing that underdog story, maybe being a bit underestimated, Kaquka. This is something that happened in the past from time to time at VCT, where suddenly the underdog prevails. Would you see the same with Focus here facing against G2?
I mean, I know that you personally would love to see them, the new kids on the block, and another German organization for you, to step up and in. But of course, we talked about it during the pre-show. You did a beautiful segment talking about these players and the way that they actually managed to overcome every single difficulty, and what I like about them the most is the winning mentality.
I mean, they're coming in from a hot streak, right? They have nothing to lose, but everything to gain, which puts you in a great mental spot. You also have a chance to prove yourself and prove your worth in front of the biggest players in our region. So if you want to be, mentally prepared, this is like the best moment for you to shine. And G2, though, they can act like they don't care. They can act like, they will never lose. But the reality is, they have to be on their toes, and they need to make sure that they don't fall victim to Focus in the first round, because it sets up a bad precedent for them for this split.
Yeah, and taking back from that interview, he was talking about how Yugi doesn't, is not too scared of the new usage that you have to give to the Jett. And maybe with the little time that they have had between, winning and actually getting here, I'd like to see if they're actually going to bring in some new changes, if we're going to see that double duelist exploited a little bit more. We'll see.
We can take actually a little look at Yugi and his stats right there, because he has been a quite phenomenal duelist here, Lothar. I mean, the stats speak for itself. The Jett might be something, or it will be something that he most likely will pick up again. Is that something after the best of 3 we've just seen you're actually not so worried about?
I mean, in general, I was very vocal about how Jett is now being pushed into a direction where she is an attacker agent instead of the defender agent, right? So she's not the turret anymore that she was before on the defense. And this will for sure affect Yugi. I'm happy to hear that they found a good way of, nothing changed for the tag essentially, right? But if they found a good way of using the Jett on defense, it's going to be amazing. And I wanted one more thing, one fact. Yugi actually buys more Operator than Vandal while playing in Focus.
We still have to talk a little bit about Focus, right? We had a little bit of their storyline and who they actually are. But what is it on the battlefield, right? Let's take a look at the maps they have played in the past, throughout the regional league, throughout the promotion, as we can dive a little bit deeper into that. And there's one clear thing right here. Split is not what they very much enjoy, Kaquka, but Breeze and Fracture, the most recent 2 additions, they definitely enjoy.
Maybe we're going to see our first Breeze, this week. As you said, Split is a map that they do not want to see, not only, I think, from the beginning of the year. It's just something that they do not want to prepare, and probably I think it's a good ban regarding the rest of the teams, because I feel like in EMEA there's many teams that have a very strong split. So at least keeping that. You also know that I'm not a fan of teams having permabans either way.
Well, you need to be flexible for sure, and soon we're probably going to have a new map or something. We were actually talking about in the green room about it today. teams need to be
can
flexible.
wait.
Yeah, but one thing that worries me about is that the Icebox is also not the best when it comes like how they perform, while Icebox and Split, as I mentioned, are the ones that are being played super often in our region.
Totally. I mean, we've seen it just basically every day so far. But this time around, we have to take a look at what we actually see. And this means we head directly into the map veto between G2 and Focus. And we're starting with Fracture. And then we have your Icebox as well.
Okay, so I love the Fracture because we still haven't seen G2 when we're talking about the maps. We still haven't seen them on Fracture. I think that we saw them this year at the beginning when they were in that close qualifier where they didn't win a single match, you know, and then they had to do the entire full run after that. So, of course, I expect a lot of changes. I actually hope that they're better than the ones that Meg was bringing into Haven, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, we need to change the dynamic a little bit from last match.
That's what I was expecting from Meg, that they, you know, they got the map that they never played before, essentially. And I was expecting
better when they were
ingenuity, I was expecting compositions that were never seen before, and now I expect this from G2 here. So the Fracture is going to be an interesting choice. And when it comes to Focus, this is their bread and butter. Focus is playing here with double duelists, with the Neon. They play very aggressively on defense, something that G2 can read into and punish.
I'm really looking forward to see what the compositions are going to be. Zescht, you were mentioning in the pre-show how Focus was very good at anti-strat, and that is something that there is no way that they can do, not only today, but specifically on this map against G2. I mean, we can expect, obviously, that Bobo is going to be on the smokes. If this is the final composition for G2, I mean, it should be, right?
All right, we're starting classic, right? Yugi and Boba is no surprise, but Nuki, he's swapping it up already.
Nuki on Neon, interesting. Instead of the Raze, something that we have, like, I would paint him at least to be like really feeling well in this patch. But it seems like we have a very similar composition. The difference is, of course, is the Sentinel, because Mixwell is gonna be on his signature chamber, while Booker is also probably preparing for the next week already with the Cypher and with the both traps. But I remember what I said about this team composition from Focus. They're super aggressive on defense with those two duelists.
I really want to see Aboba back on that Brimstone. I think that he's great. He didn't have the best of times at Masters, and we'll see how Focus does in their first map.
Let's see how the new kids on the block perform. It is time to witness Fracture, and this means Pansy and Hypoc. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get into things. And I'm actually excited for this one, Mike.
I am.
Can you kind of, are you joining me on this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, Focus has been one of the most exciting teams to watch. I mean, it's a couple of viral clips going around circulating with them for some of their plays. And I think, honestly, this is probably the best opportunity they've got with the way this veto's gone, Lauren. It's going to be a banger of an opening series for them.
Well, if you guys at home don't know them yet, let's introduce the players to you. And look, I'll be honest, it's a little bit of a guilty pleasure for me that I get to cast Yugi again. I, got to see his career in Counter-Strike from, at the peak of it as well, during I think it was like the heroic trip days, especially. Obviously, the Astralis incident of being the kind of 6th, 7th man was a little unfortunate in that regard, but the guy used to be a hot prospect, right? That never quite actualized to its full potential, but seems to be fitting in very nicely in Valorant. So I do want to see what the rest of the roster looks like, though, Mike, because I know you've got some high hopes for them, but coming into Fracture, we've got G2 on Fracture.
Yes, I'm glad to see a switch up here. I mean, I was going to ask the question of what's changed in the last 4 months. So it's good to initially see a composition change. Whether or not I'm all in on the Neon picks just yet, we've seen a couple of great examples.
I'm all aboard.
Obviously, more recently with Reykjavik, but to see the Neons face off here, really see who it fits better.
Well, we've heard about the aggression that Yugi can bring, and it's certainly an agent to do it on, right? So this could be quite fun. And obviously on this side, Nuki on it as well. What a tantalizing prospect that could be. I think both these players could potentially really fit this agent. So Focus for now. Taking sweet time, but no subtlety to this. And Hoodie, about to see it all. Sees a whole lot, but Yugi's burst works. Takes down Mixwell. And it's going to be time to go pretty soon.
Actually, your boy Lewis actually going to win out onto Hoodie as well. So tower will fall and Sight heavily in control now with 5 still standing for Focus.
Yeah, super nice for Focus here. They're going to be loving this one. And retake territory for G2 to try and work their way back in. But you look at these post-plant positions, they are nastiness. Once those smoke fades, it gets no easier on the way back in necessarily either. Nuki trying to get towards sites, made it so far. Yugi connects towards Vova, and there it is. Response finally found. 2 go down, unanswered just yet, but the double stack watching the cross is really slowing things down for Meadow. And speaking of slowing down the time, Yugi toying with it, but there it is. That's the keen, sharp sort of play I want to be seeing from him. Good start, 3 kills, and a very comprehensive take from Focus.
Yeah, it was very well considered. Initially, Mixwell finds contact, gets tagged up just a little bit. Again, it allows Focus an opportunity to reset. Great flash on the retake here to set Nuki up for success. Again, this post-plant hold was solid from Focus, though. Yugi actually wins out on top of this as well. The Neon face-off in tower. Nuki obviously very low HP, but big positive here. Yugi actually gonna ride that through as well. Gonna throw a rifle in the mix here. Bong will bring just a ghost in. Mixwell goes creeping out. Tagged up, has to TP away. Yeah, Valuri actually finds anything on the other side because there's 3 players committed towards A, 2 actually playing pretty deep in halls for G2.
Yeah, you can see the trap setup, can't you? See if they can play a Nuki. And Yugi happy to be the one to step forward here so far. Sees nothing close by. Actually going to slightly dip away from this now. So it looks like that trap will have a chance.
I think maybe with destroying the TP, they feel as if they're going to have pulled a rotation, but you see, they're just set up to try and put Nuki in a position to make that shorty work. I'm hoping Focus don't shift walk through, get punished by that. Really look towards your boy Lewis. And no drone, does still have the paint shells, so whether or not he invests that to clear out that orb spot.
Let's see it. Lewis looks aware. Ooh, gave it a glance, but turned away.
A lazy check there, to be honest. Nuki will punish him for it.
Oh,
a bit of fumble, fumble with a spike. 20 seconds left as well. This is getting awkward.
Down to the wire. There is still that rifle. Let's see what Hoodie can do. Not much. Overwhelmed, but good trade out for Mixwell. 14 seconds. And Lurie's going to find him. So Spike can go down. Not going to stay uncontested, though. At least going to get the plant in. A little bit of chip damage on towards Meadow as well on the way out. But this really puts it in towards Cypher on the way back in. Meadow going to catch one. Spots across Nuki. Now aware of it. Got himself the rifle, but okay. There's a little bit of go on this, and Nuki's had enough. He's had absolutely enough of the nonsense and gets right back into things.
And the hero rifle is ultimately their demise. Nuki making them pay. Surprise, actually, again, it gets a little frantic there with 20 seconds left. They can't really recover that rifle safely, I don't think. A little bit of a panic on the way in to the site. I mean, actually a very, very deep lurk coming through here, and you almost think Aluri's left out on the way. Actually, Nuki actually sweeps it there on the slide up. And it finds the first wallbang comes through, though, so great recovery from G2. Like I said, if that opening engagement versus the shorty goes any other way,
watching here,
the Focus maybe find themselves with safe entry towards the site.
I like this. You're going to see them really setting this mark up. The Nuki is going to be a problem. You're going to have to invest to try and clear safely. On the other side of the site, of course, a little bit of presence will be noted. The Focus really going to have to work for their dinner here. G2 still just trying to get a glimpse of what this team looks like on this map now, with a little bit of time to work themselves back into this, because we weren't particularly convinced on the first time we saw G2 here.
No, absolutely not. Which, and again, similarly to the first series we watched today, it's a good sense check to get G2 back on a map that we don't have an awful lot, a deep kind of data sample of, in a little bit of context with, you know, how some of the downtime has gone. Obviously, we saw G2 in Reykjavik, but a short stint nonetheless.
Nuki gonna be good for it, and sets up Pavova to shut down the rest. It's just Yugi now, 1v4. Not gonna happen. Mixwell's got his number, and G2 convert nicely, only losing 1 here, and that's perfectly fine. It was a risk they were willing to take, and they keep those 4 rifles now coming into the next round.
We'll see. So obviously, I mean, Fracture, one of the ones I was talking about, viral clips circulating. Obviously, one of them was on Fracture for Focus. So I don't want to say an opportunity for them to really test the Stratberg versus a much stronger pedigree of team in the form of G2. I'm looking for things to be well contained here, at least. G2 not to build up an early lead. Again, with this double duelist, you expect them to find a lot of success on the attack, even though they do play very proactive on the defense here on Fracture as well. Don't want to see a huge round deficit for Focus coming out of this. Like I said, a little bit of variation, at least depth to the playbook, as I said. That's what I've got my eye on here. Slow approach coming into round 4. You actually have the Rolling Thunder online. Yugi won off his ult. Vong not a million miles away either. Lots of tools at their disposal here.
Certainly. With the wherewithal to bring it into play, that's what I'm kind of waiting on. Hoodie called to attention. And Mixwell, similar scenes. Catching Lewis on the way up. Yugi's gone down to Hoodie, and Hoodie's not relenting. He's going to actually double down on this. Catches 2 on the way in, and really, Focus not having the impact they'd want. That's a shot, though, from your boy Lewis. Going to catch out Mixwell, punish him as he tried to push back towards tower. And there's that Rolling Thunder you were discussing. Flash goes in as well, and they explode towards the site. Spike now at least safely making it across. Can they get the plant down?
Actually, Kaquka goes for 1. Only good for the first. Hoodie on for the ace now. Finds his 4th. Will find the ace there. Finds the headshot onto your boy Lewis. G2 looking unfazed, happy to sit back, almost respecting that setup from Focus. When Mixwell falls, you can see immediately G2 resort to just making sure they're on damage control. And it looks very comfortable for them. Extending their lead now 3-1, the scoreline. And here, there's just nowhere for him to back away after finding that kill onto Meadow.
And hey, we got an informed Hoodie.
Hey,
that's not bad.
He looked fantastic in Reykjavik.
True.
And even before that as well. Again, showing his hand on multiple agents and still putting up the same performance is just a very consistent player. Very composed as well. Focus will call an early timeout here. I think this is important because, like I said, we still build this as a new team to the VCT stage. Again, that mental game has to be on form. It's obviously a big adjustment to come through outside of scrims, which I'm sure they've got the experience of scrimming against the higher teams. But we come into these official games here, and important to keep on the right track.
No, you're absolutely right, and I like an early timeout just purely because of that factor. You don't want that mental to get out of check or kind of feel like they've lost their capability to be able to do damage in this. So come back in with a little bit of plan. Maybe try and find some early adjustments into the gun rounds. As for now, of course, it will just be a bit of a Shiko with a little bit of armor behind it. Ults coming through as well, though, so they will have those to play with. But G2 looking almost hot to trot with theirs.
Yeah, full shield for Yugi. Makes it feel as if that's going to be considered here in this round. Not off the rip, at least. Maybe holding that for a bit closer towards sight. And G2 already drifting away from B site here. Tour de Force will be popped. Mixwell going to try and reinforce this hold on B as you can see of overplaying a little deeper, but 3 players committed now towards this A site hold.
Yeah, but look who's there on the other side as well. You've got Hoodie waiting. Just claimed the ace. This could be some stat padding and a half, but now here comes the hit. Ult gets popped, and there goes 1. Looking for some more. Yugi's just not finding a way in right now. The denial is huge. It's just a brick
And look at the
wall.
spike.
Oh, that's a disaster.
I think the Rolling Thunder actually sent him back out through main here. Mixwell not going to be caught in this lurk, but they have to be conscious here. Mixwell going to find your boy Lewis. The stun comes through, yeah. Will be punished, but now noted very early on.
Yeah, I just don't see much more. Little nasty from Nuki on the spray, but it's fine. Scoreline-wise, looking pretty solid, and again, the money's going to be very robust now. starting to look towards the top end of things, just supplementing their prior purchase, because they haven't been losing much more than one player per round, leaving 4 alive. So for G2, they'll be happy with this start, and an unfortunate position on the spike there. But Focus, they get the purchase now, so Rifle's going to come out, and we have to see them starting to make a bit more impact in my mind. I want to see what these guys are made of. G2 so far, though, playing like the favorites, which I'm happy to see.
I mean, conversely, we say this is a great opportunity for Focus to show a good hand in their opening game. Good opportunity for G2 to kind of return to form, right? They did look solid throughout the previous split. Hoodie, nasty low angle there. Finds the kill, dips away immediately. Happy to give up sight. Mixwell doubles down. Actually not punished on the TP either, so a 2-man advantage here for G2 once again. Orbital strike available if needed. Actually, Hoodie finding the fragment. Yeah, it still gets posted.
Surprised they committed on it, honestly. It looked like they had it in hand anyway, but a fair amount of respect shown. And my feed has frozen, so can't tell you what's happening.
I think, yeah, they got the retake through. So, well played there. Surprised to see the orbital strike invested, but again, if you come out with a round win, I'm fine with it securing the round here.
5-1. And what sort of... I talk about... Let's say screw the scoreline. What do we want to see from Focus? There's a new team to this sort of caliber of team. What are you looking for? It may not be a win. It may not even surmount in wins, because they are going to be on the Chico here. So we get a second to talk about it unless something stray happens. What are your expectations? Do you just want to see diligence? Do you want to see good... Like, what are you actually after here? What would be a good indicator for you?
For me, I just want to see them be able to go toe-to-toe, right? With them coming into this VCT stage, it's a tall ask. It is a big jump in terms of standard. So it's hard to really say, you know, this is quite far down G2's map pool and very high up Focus's map pool. You're not expecting them to immediately replicate that sort of result. I'm happy if they keep things close for me. I mean, like I said, this veto ultimately is the best chance I think Focus would have. And that's with Icebox in it, which has been a stomping ground for G2 recently.
Yeah, I mean, even before this game, you were saying, you know, maybe not comfortably, but it could be a 2-1 there, as they have the veto the way it is, because it's quite low down on G2's run of things. So far, so good for G2. Comfy work. Cherish finding no form here. Illuri not finding the shot he wanted either. Is Hoodie can even take Yugi to the grave with him. Does get traded out, but you can still see that Mixwell's just fine posted on this. Not enough of a threat for Stanny again. G2, I like this. And when you are playing against someone who is arguably not as experienced as you can get caught off guard. You can come and be, you know, not as focused. It's like big. But you can become a little bit complacent sometimes. I like seeing G2 showing none of that. I like that they're turning up and looking on the money. No messing around. It's clean work, and it's good practice for this roster on a map they don't often play.
Sure, you could actually pin that back as a positive for G2, right? Who historically have been the victims of upsets, and also shown I guess a leveling degree of lacking discipline in some regards. You know, almost playing with arrogance is part of their brand, right? So you can almost pin that back to being a positive for G2 to keep things clean here versus Focus.
No secret so far. It feels like this play is very red. You can see how deep G2 are holding on this. They will have to respect it for now, give up the site, and play for it on the way back in. Spike should be going down uncontested. And we're going to be into what will be probably a 5v5 post plant.
Still got the boombot, still got the paint shells, so lots to work with here through main, and G2 still pretty deep away from this, but the null command could change everything here in terms of the retake. Going to take away all of this utility at Focus's disposal.
Yep, you're starting to see it become an issue. Yugi's still good for one. Will be traded out on his life though. Meta there with a quick trade, and the site now gets swarmed by G2.
Strike.
Tap on the spike.
Not invested
don't
just
pull
yet.
the trigger on it just yet. I quite like that, showing a little bit of discipline on this. But Avova now taking down your boy Lewis. There it is coming in, trying to really play to the time limit, and they've done well to find Hoodie with that. Now the time is the biggest factor, and looks like Focus should be able to make this to 2 right now. As much as there is damage, surely this is not going to happen. It doesn't. Lovely work from Focus in the end. It got pretty dicey, but there's a lot of ultimates involved just purely to get this round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, basically costing them everything but the neural theft, right?
Yeah.
You see, actually, the timing there of the suppress draws it up so much. I think initially G2 go for the tap to expect a swing or maybe something being invested from afar. But Vong was playing well within the range of that null command, so still unfortunately was prevented from using it. They come out of that light shields here and there. Actually, Lewis has to settle for a reconsider. Yeah, it's going to be a Spectre at the end of it. Again, Nuki able to get into this same position here of over there to counter peek as well. G2 come out with a favorable trade here, considering the orb control they've got, and it takes away some of the punch of a site hit that's imminently going to be coming elsewhere. With it being Yugi falling, Nuki looks to dig a little deeper. There's actually a Luri to punish. Meadow good for the trade.
Yeah, so you are left in a 3v3. Now, of course, the weapon outplay will be favorable towards G2, but maybe still an opportunity in this. Re-exploring the map as well. Focus not happy with the lot that they've been given. Could potentially get an upgrade on this too, so Meadow very much on his own.
That's the corpse expiring there, so no neural theft available for Focus. Already Hoodie preemptively coming back this direction. The triple smoke's down. Hoodie's fragment's going to slow things down even further, and the flash again on top of that. Does he catch anything? No, the first and the second. Meadow swings through to find the third as well.
And Hoodie just standing in the fire, does not care. 7-2, man, this is... I'm going to be honest, it's starting to feel a bit rough.
It is, and I think this presents a concern for Icebox as well. Outside of that,
it was always concerning, Mike.
Again, to say that it's G2's stomping ground recently, Focus would have to massively overperform in that regard, because I think at face value, anybody would look at this and say, Focus have to win Fracture, right? They have to win Fracture to stand a chance through this series.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Because it does unlock the third map, which could, again, kind of send us into the realm of the unknown somewhat. But so far, not seeing G2 too stretched. Nuki not going to get away with it again, is he? Oh, Meadow. This could be horrible to witness. They're trying to handle him, but Nuki is unrelenting in this. And they're just sure it's not a lack of respect, but they're backing themselves in every single fight, and you can't blame them.
G2
right now, G2 are strong.
I was going to say, the funny thing is G2 are almost just testing Focus here. They're almost baiting him in, and now that Focus have thought, right, we have to try and deal with Nuki's deep position here on the orb, and G2 then adjust the utility slightly to support him massively. Your boy Lewis is going to fall, like I said, in this composition, takes away some of the bite. Yugi will have the ultimate here, so a chance to maybe recover things, but the knife going to disable it.
Yeah, it was all a passing moment, and the flash couldn't be better. Yugi eats it. Luri's going to trade, give him at least a plant, but Nuki is right there. I'm going to try and play in the smoke, but it feels as though it's been read.
Watching here.
Nuki are well aware of the potential of this. But that's lovely. Still going to isolate Mixwell. Get a quick punish on that.
The green light to head towards site. Luri just set up with the aftershock here, but Nuki going to come through and try and clean out tower. Finds it.
How do they clear the last two? I guess it's just Nuki go frag, and it's not worked out. We've just got one, and Meadow's sitting this. We don't know how long's on it, but they need to get into this fast.
You got to swing that.
Him. Why is not him?
Oh, no. I mean, Meadow brazen to stick that after being revealed on the neural theft, but almost.
You still have to check, man. You still got to give it a look.
Yeah,
even a shoulder peek, something.
You have to swing that. Especially with 2 alive. Throw your life on the line. At least confirm on the back of the neural theft ping what's going on. Yeah, that's a tough loss. And it extends the lead even further. Would have been a thrifty round win for Focus. And a big boom in terms of confidence. And actually, it's the total opposite in my eyes. That's a tilter.
Oh, you're feeling made a fool of at that point, aren't you? You're not feeling good about things. Hoodie jump spots perfectly, catches Vong. Let's have the orbital strike to play with now. And you can see the lean already coming out as well. I think Meadow heading over. Kind of patrolling, roaming between. As Nuki's taking a lot of space as well. If that spike ever decides to come back this way, it would be in serious danger.
G2 are really actually just testing Focus now. They're actually almost being a nuisance here. Almost playing on focus, feeling a little flustered early on with how some of these rounds have gone. Good boy Lewis punished once again, where focus looked to spread a little thinner. It's not suiting them at all. That's a fantastic shot though. Hoodie will fall, Yugi doubles down. Rolling Thunders will trade. That's it.
And so do the players.
Yeah, focus still come out on top here. A 3v2. Nuki did reveal his position. Said opts to reposition here.
I'm out of here.
No way, right?
See the movement,
No
Nuki?
way, right? Yeah. NT.
It was
NT.
solid attempt. Has a little peek. Has to give it away. Navova gonna commit the ult to this. Tries to force Vong out, but Vong's still good for it. This puts it all into Nuki's corner. This is gonna be tricky to pull off a 1v3. How much more can you do? Gonna isolate the fight on the site potentially. Looks for the follow-up. Sees nothing. Notes the player towards tower, but time is against him, and so is Alori. So a lovely round from them. Started off with a back and forth, and I guess they're giving themselves a buffer, right? You get a 9-3, an 8-4. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of room to work with, and I'm happy to see Yugi with the operator if that's what they need to depend on.
It almost feels like they are going to try and slow things down, which, I mean, if it suits with this composition, just with what G2 are showing us here, if that's what they feel is going to work for them, sure, but almost riding on the curse copium here. I mean, if it's 8-4 for focus, it'll be a massive benefit, especially if they can put up a performance on the defense, which is where we maybe expect it more so in terms of tendencies from the VRL. Tour de force pop for Mixwell. Look at G2 setup right now.
Yep.
Like I
a
said,
bit harder now for Yugi.
It's just that they're almost toying with focus.
It's gonna be brutal to clear this. Focus, curiosity might kill the cat at this point. How far are you going to try and lean forward here? On has to commit those smokes at some point. And there's the tag. Only a leg towards Hoodie. 30 HP remaining. Still alive, but for how long is the question? Your boy Lewis doing well to find Nuki. There's the from Yugi. Shut down at least from Mixwell on the cross up though, so you can still you see a little bit of presence is noted. Two of the players of over at Mixwell are here. Not far off now. Mixwell still has the tour de force available.
Key information relayed by Hoodie though in the down state. Once this smoke expires, it's going to present an angle. Ilori has to play line of sight behind default here. Yugi posted up towards stairs. He's holding towards spawn. One punished on the way in. Now it's a 2v2. Avova.
I like the positional readjust.
Yeah, I love it. Avova's going to be pushing through from main. Yugi punishes though.
Nice read. And this is something I want to see between these two players. Really high caliber operator players who can do these sort of things. That is beautiful. And even expecting the readjust coming out from Mixwell was great. I really want that to continue going forward. That these two kind of do go toe to toe. And that does become quite the exciting potential. But again, 8-4. A little bit of life shown at the end there by Focus, but that is still quite the one-sided scoreline, especially in how the rounds came down. But hey, Focus is still very new to this. When we looked at Big, for example, who was another team that kind of came into this, you give them a little bit of slack. You kind of look at, okay, well, what's the potential for them going forward? Do they have that kind of, ability there? I'd say 4 is still workable.
For sure. There are 2 adjustment periods, obviously starting scrimming against tier 1 teams and then bringing that experience into these actual games. And the big question for me rides on if G2 continue with this almost bravado style in the second half here. And it looks as if that's going to be that'll be the case, yes. Nuki straight through on main. Nobody here on the other side to greet this.
On the other side.
It's a very deep hold. One towards Dish, one up in rope here. They're happy to give this up for retake and no confirmation of presence elsewhere on the map. And G2 are almost thinking now, oh, it's weird that nobody's here.
Yep. All that early space, garnered by Nuki is for nothing. So, all right, cool. When do they start checking on this? And what's G2's plan? I'm kind of curious now. You've been given a little bit of space. What do you do with it?
The next question is G2 when they actually reveal themselves. Now will be the time. Actually avoiding suppression here, so your boy Lewis might actually find an opportunity here. And some of these setups, and that's going to do a ton of damage, actually.
Yeah, the pistol's the one to confirm it, but does very well with that. And now 3, Meadow, Nookie, and Avova. A little bit of room to play with. They've always had the opportunity to plant, but
30 seconds left.
you can see the focus is never far away. Give them just that little bit of room. Maybe that full sense of security as here comes the rest of the focus boys. Yugi's going to find Avova, leaving just Nookie and Meadow. Meadow's got his fight over by ropes. Nookie's won his, though, against Yugi. Has a little look for it, and G2 looking deadly. Hold on. Don't give him individual fights. As it is now just down to Meadow on the cross. Going to spot one, but can't catch one. Does get the headshot in the end, but the trade is there, and that still got close considering.
And a good example, I mean, this is where Focus set themselves apart, right? In some of these setups and being very, very reliant on protocols and these indicators of when to invest utility. And some of the great examples of that came from Fracture, as I said. They can get themselves off to a decent start here. I mean, Meadow and Nookie certainly made it interesting. Like you said, presented a couple of 1v1s here. And actually, the paint shell, the one to define it here, Meadow's almost committed to finding at least one of those kills on the cross. But the trade is good from Vong.
8-5, scoreline looking a little better. Here we go. So I want a competitive game out of this one. Man on the screen, Hoodie, already having a great performance. Look at these Spectres tucked in close here. Have to kind of commit on this, and there it is, pushing for it. Damage done, and the follow-up found. Yes, the orb does get taken across, but at this point, they'll take the rounds. Avova, Nookie, and Mixwell, the last 3 to stand.
So, has to retrieve the spike here. Going back across. Actually doubling back now with Nookie and Avova heading towards Dish. As if maybe there's a weakness in the setup. And they might actually find a plant here at least. I mean, nobody actually holding on to drop. You both and actually Alluri just now turns. You can see that that internal clock. Be interested though. G2 have to find a kill on the way in here to make this a little more comfortable.
And again, it's quite interesting how Focus play this. Not afraid to leave the site as is almost. And there's the control from Alluri.
Spike down A.
Not too bothered by Nookie. And a clean up from Alluri. Lovely work from him. He'll be happy with that round. Confidence booster for sure. And the scoreline looking much closer already.
Great early progress towards a couple of these ultimates as well. I mean, Lewis up on 4 orbs here and Alluri as well. I think actually ended up on, 5 after the 4K. Good stuff. Nothing to really invest in this bonus round, but if they win this out, it puts them right back in it. I mean, although we see G2 now actually shift up a gear.
Well, this is where you always expect G2, of course, then to start taking the reins because they should have depth. But this map isn't synonymous with their success. So it does add that level of curiosity. That's why we said there is a chance that this could be, a 2-1. Because when you look at Icebox, every day of the week you give it to G2 if you've seen previous results. If you aren't incapable of critical thinking, you'd imagine that's the case. But there's certainly a chance for a brawl on this because it's never sat well with G2 in that regard. But this being the bonus, the only one to have the upgraded weapon would be Vong. And Focus seem all too aware. Sitting deep towards us, see if they can maybe catch a cross. But only be really Yugi with contact directly at this point.
Just misses the first there, but actually the fault line is perfect to enable him to find the second. Mixwell will fall. Spike noted as well.
Look at the readjustment from Alluri. This could be big. Tucks himself towards the site. I don't know if they're going to clear this diligently. That could be a problem for another time. A little further ahead than they expect, but now Hoodie tremendously on the case. Not going to let it go astray. And there's the shutdown. G2 effectively trading back into this game until Yugi unleashes fury. Meadow pissed by it all. He's not happy by any means. Still trying to fight this one out in the 1v1 as Avova now.
Orbital strike.
Called upon. And you're right.
And the
and
lineup
even the
as
little
well.
Bounce. Beautiful, beautiful work. Vong needs to fight this. Gonna take a lick of damage on the way.
Still lots of time.
There is time indeed, Mike, and he's made the right choice here. Bong!
Does he have it? I think he's got it. He's gonna get back.
I think he does, yeah. He absolutely does. Ooh, that was quite close.
No, I think he's got this with like a full 2 seconds, I feel. Three?
All right,
and
fair
some
play.
spare change.
Avova felt like he'd got the round in the bag.
And I'm not entirely sure of the range, but Avova almost overstaying his welcome there, had an opportunity to reposition towards sand or towards ropes even, once he has the confirmation. Once this molly goes down on the spike, there's no reason to even entertain the possibility of being pushed in halls. But Focus with a massive conversion here, like I said, puts them right back in it. They're one round away.
We've got a game.
One
Mike,
round away.
We've got a game. Okay. I'm getting a little excited, Mike. We might have a bloody game on our hands. Here we go.
Operator in the hands of Yugi as well.
Yes,
That's key
sir.
at this point of the game.
The money, obviously, absolute bin juice for G2. But he's going to be the first to fall, and Nuki got to be careful on the other side here. Doesn't want to give too much up for free. Which are already going to get checked on. Nicely cleared. Big punish, and that should be an upgrade found as well. Ooh, Mixwell. Belter of a shot. There goes down the orbital strike we were waiting on before. Nuki going to close the gap. And it may not have been much, but with G2 at the helm of this purchase, there is still danger. Nuki's ult is still popular. Luri going to close the gap on the back lines. That's a shot. This man is sharp.
Actually, Nuki.
Bloody hell. But it's only Nuki.
Ooh, he actually avoids the rolling thunder here. Luri in a position to close it out, but Nuki finds the final kill.
It's so good.
G2 converts something on the back of nothing there to prevent Focus from tying things up.
And look, this is something I guess we have to keep check on, is how does Nuki look on Neon as well. I guess one of the players that I feel would suit it quite nicely. If you're talking about, you know, the raise performances he can put in, how this guy just plays. I love the idea of an aggressive Nuki. It always presents such an exciting idea of what he can become. So again, happy to see that. Looks quite well-rounded. He's already caught up to Meadow and Hoodie, of course. So those two are having a nice start on the first half. And they've recovered the money as well. Money right back where it should be. Mixwell goes for a little bit of a glimpse. Has the angle on it. You can see them trying to overwhelm. And actually, the aggression pays off. You better watch out, because it looks like Focus are happy to try and get that rifle back, and it does get recovered. Can't police it.
Themselves a comfortable man advantage early on, and it's Meadow to fall.
It's 2 rifles now.
See what the next step is for G2 here. Again, the previous round, a little pacier, looked much better for G2, but Focus actually strike back. Expect them to play a little deeper now. Like you said, with the second rifle, this is certainly doable for them. Orbital strike as well. Lewis one off the showstopper.
And they re-aggress. Who will they meet on the other side? You've got your boy Lewis. This time they're actually playing tucked on the site. We've seen the last couple of rounds. Oh, did Yuki get suppressed there? I'm not 100% sure if it caught him. He tried to dip away from it, but regardless, you can see the pace change. G2 going to kick it up again. Now, Yugi gets cleared, but there was still one on the site, so that has yet to be noted. Bong finds Nuki, and where's the rest? There they are. Focus just crumpled towards G2, and they hold on to it. Mixwell's out of there. He wants to keep that operator to hand. Focus is something different, man. They are playing a mad bit of pace here.
Beautiful adjustment as well on the back of that first flood. Like I said, playing a little deeper. They dig their heels in. They're confident in their ability to hold on to that. Again, great ultimate usage from Vong. He actually swings out of the smoke there to greet somebody on the other side. The contingency in place on the back of that. The G2 actually, yeah, gonna pump the brakes a little bit, call a timeout. Maybe kept in check the last few rounds. Maybe a little bit of a wake-up call, actually. To pay a little more respect to Focus. The crazy thing is, we're 1 round away here. Your boy Lewis, who for me is actually one of the, I would say, the highlight of this roster for me.
I mean, that's what you were saying when we were coming to this.
Yep.
We were having a chat before, right? We're like, okay, like obviously I know Yugi the most out of the team, so I was like, okay, who else, right? Who else is there? And you were like, right, your boy Lewis.
Yeah, he for me is a player to keep your eye on here. There's lots of talent on this roster, but your boy Lewis has looked fantastic. He's having a slow game so far. 6 and 15 doesn't represent the ability of Lewis, and that's actually crazy to think. Actually, if this is just a little bit of I don't want to say jitters coming into the upper echelon. Yeah, it is it's a big step up for them.
Yeah.
To say that actually, if he was replicating a similar performance, at least statistically, of what we've seen throughout the VRL. And we've already got our game on our hands. G2 reset back down, the operator in hand. Actually going to be passed over to Nuki, expecting the tour de force from Mixwell here. Two Sheriffs to kind of round this out. Rolling Thunder to work with. Previous success in a thrifty round as well, Lauren.
But this, if Yugi's aware, this presents such a interesting and quite fun conundrum for an operator player. If he's now potentially got to worry about someone like Mixwell has now this out to play. We'll see how he approaches it. You've got to be careful. And look at this switch up. It's such a stark contrast. Focus last time tried to, tuck it was your boy Lewis towards site. This time playing a little deeper towards dish. So again, really different tempo changes on this. Quick rotation's going to come in as well. But the site could have been taken by this point. Pucha just going to span out. Doesn't quite find anything. Smokes are still in place. But they've allowed G2 this room. So they can't be surprised it's been taken.
What will be noted, only one on the back of that knife. Showstopper available, though.
Spike planted.
Well, paint shell out. The first contact found. Bong. Good for it. Gonna catch Meadow. Cross being punished by Lewis. And G2 now they're left with the big boys. This is the one that's gonna make the difference. And slips into it. That's the man you wanted to see. You call his name and he shall appear. Lewis making it look good, and Nuki. I mean, you got the operator, and I'm sure you want to keep it, but this round, you ain't gonna get it. Lewis, what a way to make his name on the board. Finally, that was stylish.
His ears must have been burning. And again, discipline shown not to throw the showstopper into this round after conceding the plant. So they come into this now on the buy round, which arguably is a little more influential here.
That was so slick. Show me it again.
Beautifully played here.
Oh,
that transfer. And then coming through with a full-on ego challenge onto the operator of Nuki. Closes that one out, forcing that repurchase as well. Mixwell will buy it back in.
Who will I spot?
We're all tied up, Lauren.
Slick,
We're
man.
all tied up.
I'm feeling it. Here we go. I'm so happy we actually got a competitive match out of this because, again, we know this isn't a stronghold for G2, so it was always going to be a temperature check on that. How's the map pool looking? But we were just like, okay, well, how does Focus look against tier 1 teams, right? How are they coming into this? Because there's a lot of expectation, like these quiet whispers of like, hey, this team's actually not bad. And we're now tied up at 9-9. And in some fashion, too. Oof. Okay. Little high flash. And I want to see if Yugi finds any room on this as well. Gonna pop the ult, and there it is. Yugi gonna catch that. Wouldn't dare go back in. You could already see the gaps being closed by Nuki. Still needs to deal with the sign. Yugi, he's just gone away with it. Now he hasn't. Gonna give away the game. Mixwell's gonna punish Alluri. There's madness on the site, but Focus is still close enough by. They are not far from this at all, and that's not necessarily a safe plant.
Definitely not now.
Is going to do a whole lot of damage.
As he punishes. Yugi will find the operator shot. Mixwell answers back in kind onto Vong. A 3v3 though. Showstopper available, and it's popped.
Lewis wants one. He gets one as well. Hoodie removed from the equation. And simple math will tell you it's a 3v2 now as Mixwell and Avova need this.
The molly's popped so early though. It's not going to buy an awful lot of time for G2.
No, you're right. Shoulder peak found. They know where he's at. They're so up for a fight on this one, and there's that operator battle going on, and shot goes astray. Yugi now needs to get one more.
Mixwell
says no. What a moment to find it as well.
I mean, it comes right down to the wire though. If Yugi has any other weapon there, he's almost able to double swing
Surely,
this here.
He's got to be out of bullets as well at this point. Like, how much would he have had spare to play with?
Wow. I mean, it's so close. It requires Mixwell dropping 4 on the round to close things out.
That works.
This is
Well,
slick.
I mean, it comes out. It's only really the one weapon carried across, and the byproduct of that is Avova now sat down on a Spectre, light shields for Meadow and Hoodie. Mixwell actually on 33, so not even forcing the repurchase there in that regard. Rolling Thunder to work with. Now expecting a little slow. I mean, in that previous round, though, just to note, the stun and the orbital strike on towards Yugi. Great setup there initially, and actually Yugi has an opportunity with the trap wires, which are placed so much deeper. They're looking to kind of absorb some of these hits from G2.
See if they can. Nuki's going to close in, though. Lewis. Not far from it either. Butcher's got to be worried, but he's actually holding his own. The cage goes up in the perfect time to at least isolate a 1v1, but Hoodie is still a problem. He always will be. Gets him out of danger with 2 quick frags. Oh, Yugi caught in the open. The flash on the exchange, and Alluri's got his back. Hoodie's gone down, and they know where Meadow is. 40 seconds, and Alluri has held the line.
Butcher with, again, another fantastic Cypher setup from him. The cage allows so much stall, it presents a 1v1 onto Mixwell, and the angle of it at the bottom of the stairs, it actually requires such a deep swing out that actually the other members of Focus are able to punish that. And yes, even though he falls, but like I said, he
did his job.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm so impressed with Focus here on the defense. This is where we expected them to excel, show us something. But here we're 10-10. G2 back down on pistols here. No ultimates to work with. Nuki one away, but
this is what it's about, man. This stuff right here. Getting to see teams like this coming in to the big leagues, right? And actually showing actual potential. Gonna shoulder peek out the first shot, though. Yugi gonna go back for a little look as well, though. Given a deeper angle to potentially hold now. Nothing to necessarily force him off this line just yet.
Look how deep Butcher is, though, on the other side of the map. Absolute confirmation here. And he's actually got the cam to set him up. This is almost a bait here if G2 spot the camera first. Should play him in for a kill. Elsewhere, Hoodie will fall with the wall bang. Operator noted, but it's not really deterring G2.
No, and there it is. This will be the springboard. Can Yugi keep his life? That's the big question right now. Nuki wants to punish, and he gets sent packing. Yugi, pistol out. It's a classic. And oh, Vong's found Mixwell. G2 starting to struggle in this round, not finding that springboard towards the site. A good punish on Vong, but the flash quickly there, and the follow-up of over. This guy can clutch. We know that potential. This guy can be a danger, and Lewis is trying to remove it. Ooh, 11-10.
One buy round, Lauren. One buy round.
Just hit the brakes for a second. Keep in mind, we do have Icebox up next. So if Focus want a shot in this, they need this map. I'm not calling it any other way. If they win Icebox, I will... Ooh, I don't know. I'm just, it's not worth betting things. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. But... The highly likely chance that G2 would convert map 2. So, for Focus, it's now, and you're right, this buy round is everything.
3 light shields. Orbital strike to work with Nuki as well, now with his Mixwell one away, but your boy Lewis going to shut things down very early on, removing Nuki. Focus happy to greet G2's aggression, which they've shown a few times towards Halls here. And again, picking up the space elsewhere.
Yugi feeling nasty. Let's get them back on this one. Orbital strike does near or nothing, but Mixwell does. There's the crunch coming into play. A tiny loophole found, and G2 exploit it. Butcher, Vong, and your boy Lewis.
Vong has the orbital strike as well, though.
You're not wrong. And there it is, called into effect, but Lewis is lost in the meantime. Hoodie gets melted on the way out, does actually keep his life, which is quite surprising, but Vong knows the damage he caused, but this needs something miraculous from Butcher. And it's not good enough. Outdone by Avova, and G2 with the reminder. There is a reason they are the favorites here.
To tie things up and actually Focus, a couple of players sat fairly comfortable here. We'll see if they can spread the wealth a little bit. So, just that last second, that split second reposition there from Avova, taking him off that initial angle. Focus, can they cling to life? Actually, with the funds, able to get an operator in play here. And look at the ultimate cycle. It favors Focus heavily here. Rolling Thunder available. Yugi one away. Lewis one away. G2 actually, again, calling the timeout. I feel as if sweating just a little bit here because with how the first half went, I mean, it looked as if G2 were going to absolutely outclass Focus here.
Oh yeah, I think it was. You know, you looked at the game, it seemed quite a reasonable thing. You're like, all right, G2 looking good. You had Hoodie having a really big game as well. Nuke started to warm up towards the end too. You're like, okay, well they've got two heavy. Look at the streak of rounds they went on. Barely recovery. Stringing together those last two was what basically got Focus a shot at this. And then I got to say it. Every person on Focus has stepped up. Your boy Lewis was quiet. He's now on 15. Mike, where's that come from?
Like I said, his ears must have been burning. Tucks himself right in with the pack here on the leaderboard. And a couple of very, very important rounds as well. To see if now we're going to see G2 be the ones to take a pace change. Because like I said in that previous round, Focus happy to greet that aggression, which is a tall order. When it's G2 on the other side of it, it's a tall order.
All right, strap yourself in. We're going again. Yugi suppressed off the first angle, and the right read here from Yugi, but also the right approach from G2. He wants back into this. That spike is on the other side. Presence now noted on almost both sides of the map, and Yugi continues to explore. There's two players waiting, though.
Lewis has found Mixwell. He's just drifted out solo.
And Yuki's got the angle here. How deep does he explore on this? He's going to hear the steps. He's going to fall back away from this.
Meadows tagged up down to 40 HP as well. Massive advantage here found by Focus.
This is unreal. Okay, how do they deal with Yugi? He's going to tuck himself into tower because he still needs to hold this line. Press comes out, but that's fine. Yugi going to be able to at least evade the initial.
No follow-up though. He can reset after the stun.
There's nothing to force him away from this apart from a missed shot. He's still going to explore again, probably knowing Yugi. Yes, he is. Finds Meadow that time. Iluri's right there, catching up over, but there's the back line. Hoodie and Nuke still operating on a high level. Speaking of that, Nuki's had enough of that business. Yugi caught mid-air. Oh, Pop, speaking of...
Look at the damage though!
How is Hoodie even standing? But Nuke, look at this beast coming alive when G2 need him. And oh, it is nastiness from Nuke.
I mean, there's 36 HP between them. Focus came so close to closing that down. And arguably should have. Yugi, like I said, is presented with an opportunity. The miss on the first shot potentially slows that hit down even more. With the opportunity, like you said, expect him to re-aggress there.
That's a good spot.
But they get the first blood. It's Mixwell in that lurk. A lot of damage done to Meadow early on. G2 somehow, some way, find themselves on map point now after the second half.
Take us to OT. I want more.
Yeah.
Maybe to OT.
Yeah.
Like, Esports would be fun, sure, but I want OT. I want more of this. Nuke with that ult is something else, though. Double stack, though. Does he... Oh, he doesn't even get one. I thought it was just... Does he get the trade-off? The Hoodie on the other side. Oh, the timing! Mike, this round's ridiculous.
Hoodie with the blind shot. I think actually, is that the rifle removed? Yeah, it is. It's recovered there. It was Vong that got the upgrade onto the Vandal.
Massive.
A 4v4 now. Yugi has his ultimate potential swing factor in this round. Only Hoodie noted on the spy camp. See what the next step is here for G2.
Shutting them down.
Now, two players noted with that utility alone. Come on, the pinch is perfect.
There's nowhere to go for Yugi in that. This is now down to who remains. Pusha and Lori. Good damage on the back. Gonna find at least one. Bring it back to this 2v2. Mixwell is lower as well, 32 HP. Grabs a spike, gets caught. Spike now down. It's on Over in a 1v2. This man is clutch though, and 20 seconds to play with. Don't doubt he can do this. This guy has depths. Trying to force the hand.
Got the spike.
And none are willing to feed at the moment. Over now looking back towards the spike. Tries to get it down. Who is waiting on the other side for this, allows the plant, waits for the last second.
We're going. We're going.
Key. We're going OT, baby. This is what I need today. There we go.
And this one actually conversely around the Focus shouldn't have won. They're able to flip this back in their favor. To tie things up here.
Oh, this is sick. This is... Ooh. This of all, the new teams to this league. The new teams. We're doing this.
I mean, I'll come out and say it. We shouldn't be here. Even face value coming into this series, you see the veto, then you see how the first half starts. The fact that we're
You're
even
like
here.
half out of the door.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oof.
A massive statement to focus, more so, honestly. This is just... I'm so surprised. I was expecting big things, but already here, just the resilience I'm seeing from Focus to claw their way back into Fracture here and actually put themselves in a position of winning it out. It's fantastic.
Oh, the flash is good too. Mixwell couldn't quite make the most of it. Didn't catch anyone completely off guard, but he's going to stick around as well.
Noted with the boombot though, has to TP out. Giving Focus a little bit of space to work with. Lewis actually with the double statue up, still eager to challenge, but Hoodie will stomp that out, slow things down a little bit. The flash is good though, puts Vong online, finds the trade.
The site's somewhat theirs. Now I am looking at the lurk coming out from Nukier.
Spike planted.
Oof. And once again, held back slightly, but for him, it never feels like for long. I've got to look at the play back in on this. Couple of chances for these peaks. Nukier going to start working forward, and now here comes that crunch. Mixwell's going to spot one for free. Alluri kind of left out in the open trying to deal with Nukier. Now Vong's going to swing and find him, so a trade out of sorts, but you can see the HP starting to dwindle, and Mixwell's fearing the sight. G2 looking large and in charge, at least on the first go of things here. With a few spots to play, he's got to get there in time, because I don't think they're going to deny this one. No, G2 going to hold onto it. And that'll be the first in OT.
It's unfortunate there. Alluri playing obviously on flank patrol, also holding onto that swing out initially from spawn. Mixwell able to pinch perfectly. I think Nuki, I mean, I was questioning how long it was going to take him to actually consider progressing past that trap wire, but the timing is actually perfect there. Deals with it, pulls Alluri a little deeper, and forces him actually into an unfavorable engagement with not only Nuki, but then allowing Mixwell to swing through on the backside.
Now, again, though, this was the side that I think really showed us what Focus could do with this. It kind of, put them right back on the radar. So, again, I have to see if that is the case. It looks like G2 want to really consider things going forward. And keep in mind, right, most teams, when they face off against the likes of G2, if you have Nukier and Hoodie both pulling like 20s, like big performances, you're not putting up 12 rounds against them. It's one of the big win conditions when you look at G2 is like, okay, well, who's joining Nukier towards the top? Who are you going to get here? If they're both having a good game, they are super hard to handle. So for now, this is still, like, regardless of what happens outcome-wise, this is a big debut for Focus.
Absolutely is. Like I said, for me, to see it kept close would have been a positive for Focus. To see this level of performance coming out of them, massively exceeding expectations here.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
It's great for the health of the scene overall to see teams coming into this being able to challenge, look good at it, fiery, unfazed by some of these, big names you're coming up against. And away we go. Focus off to a belting start. Your boy Lewis, he's not having it.
Oof.
Throws himself into the blender. And the second string of that, well, Alluri actually going to get it, but it was supported, of course, by Yugi, but he's taken a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, it's actually traded off with a phantom headshot. Down to 10 HP now. Mixwell looking to swing behind this initial pressure here. Alluri and Yugi will be called upon. Buka close by.
They need another round from that man.
They do.
Alluri has been good with it. The timing. Ooh, there was that temptation, wasn't there, to maybe make a play for it, but Nuki is aware. He's read how imperative this man could be, and they've isolated him. Picked him apart by the tower. Shot and a half in response, but still a 3v3. It's not out of the realms of reality.
Still an HP advantage for G2 as well. Avova, gotta be careful not to fall here. But G2, looking to slow things down here. I mean, Hoodie's still just stuck in tower with the spike.
Going walkabouts. Is he the one willing to push for this?
30 seconds left.
No smokes left, so they need a kill here, G2 feel. Yugi will challenge Hoodie. That will allow safe passage now.
This guy got closer, all in the meantime closing the gap in on these two. They knew where they were. And Nookie willing to put his life on the line for it. And there it is. G2 get across the finish line in a 14-12. But the biggest story to me is that Focus are the real deal.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm so impressed with that level of play. Again, I was expecting them to maybe come through and be very reliant on the playbook. I think we saw some really, really good examples of that. But like I said, actually a massive performance from Hoodie and Nookie in that regard. They actually put on a show here on Fracture. Coming into Icebox is going to be tough. This is the next test, I guess, really, because with how this veto went, I feel that the Focus needed Fracture to be able to have a chance of closing this out and really see if G2 have explored B site at all since the last time we saw them on Icebox.
Well, that sort of pressing question I will leave to the analyst desk. So we're going to hand it over to them after the break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no op, drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. Iced out, I'm too hot, fly stain on my block, rolling that green don't stop, when you're rolling in green they flop, look at my ride too clean, interior crispy cream, roll around with the team, better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending, take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions, Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty baby. Don't care what it costs me baby, I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no op, drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. 4 AM and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, I'll bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? You love me. You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the sauce, I got that drip, can't f with no op, drinking my cup, pour some rock, stay getting lit, yeah till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
Yeah. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas.
Dare to challenge yourself.
G2 bring it home. It is the map pick of focus, but they get out of this 1-0. But it took an overtime. It took a few extra rounds, and it took them a longer stretch than maybe originally expected. And we're definitely going to talk about that one right here. It took a while, once more. And you know, it's sort of quiet good for G2. When they were defending, Focus originally did not stand a chance.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they got that pistol round, G2 was not allowing them to convert into the second round. And it looked, you know, kind of one-sided. It took them a little bit of time to actually understand how to face up G2 and get those rounds for themselves. Now, after an 8-4, there's many things that we can expect, you know, maybe some rounds that we can call luck, but on the defense, it was beautiful the way the Focus was adapting to the map, maybe taking more late round positions to actually defend the sides, and G2 was really struggling to close this one up.
It's actually kind of interesting to watch because both teams struggled on attack, and because both of the opponent teams were efficient at taking space in the defense that we have seen. G2 was taking space in the A here, like exactly in this clip, where they were just showcasing how to use the Brimstone smoke in the first tempo. Neon was taking into a corner and was just holding that angle. And then G2 had troubles with the opponent's defender's side when they were just pushing over in the first position, and there was always a trade coming in.
Yeah, they were expecting, you know, that those micro plays were going to work. Actually, we heard Hypoc highlighting Lewis, and he wasn't having the best of the first half. He ended up on a 3-8 first kills to first deaths. But if we look on the other side, we know that Mixwell was going to be the one going on that hunt. He also finished up 0-4. So the plans for both the teams were not working. It was a lot of working around the clock and just working on the counter adaptation that you were seeing in front of you.
To talk a little bit about Lewis on the attack side, Mitch and Tom, if you're watching, please cover your ears. Lewis had a very low cast stat. Only 31% cast stat was being done on him, which means kill, assist, trade, and so on. Because he had 7 first deaths and only 1 assist. That means that there was never a trade coming on the attack side to make sure that his death is being covered by the team. In the 3 seconds after his death, there was no one there. This is why it was also very impactful on how G2 was able to capitalize on the first death from Focus here on attack.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think that for both the teams, the attack was a lot about taking the time to actually secure in every single position. We know that G2 loves to just go in, smash, we don't care. Yeah, but when they actually saw that they couldn't perform that way, we saw actually the right freezes at the right time for the rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about players that didn't really get their entry duels going so much. We saw a few players here and there who were not just performing as good as we expected. And then there is a man that I personally found very surprisingly good in a sense, right? He is definitely the right flex support kind of player you want at the side of G2, but usually you don't necessarily see him on the top of the scoreboard this time around.
I mean, I think that especially, I was mentioning that in Masters he was one of the big surprises and definitely performing in every single matchup for G2. And in this case, when we see G2 picking up the Brimstone, we understand that maybe the chances of strongholding when you have that controller instead of, for example, a Viper are a little bit lower. So you need that extra force. Even though he was working with the chamber, with Mixwell in so many occasions, he was finding those kills. He was being so reliant on his utility and the trust that he had of how he controlled the side that he was defending on.
Look, he had 6 first bloods on defense and 0 first deaths.
Yeah.
It's insanely impactful and also great at utility usage.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, you're just talking about that usage. We're going to use the Lothar lab once more as we're moving him over to get the telestrator rolling.
And we're going to start with actually a hoodie play, a micro play that I wanted to showcase because it was a great example how to shut down a Neon that is pushing you with the ultimate. And hoodie played it perfectly. Let's pay attention here. Yugi is attacking through long B with his ultimate. He triggers it. Now hoodie is alerted that Yugi is pushing here. We're going to see the dagger first being used to cut down that ultimate off, right? There's the suppression, he gets the info about 3 players, and you can see how he uses instantly the defragment to make sure that he will isolate the rest of the team from the Neon. The Neon most likely is going to push here because that's ingrained in the Neon's movement here when it comes to taking the side, even though that ultimate is not longer available. But when the defragment will land on site, that will make sure that Hoodie will be able to take this entire fight with just 1 player. So then he goes for the flash, right click and peeks, and there's no one else. And I'm gonna stop the clip. I almost got it. But anyway, that was one of the occasions where Hoodie was actually great at isolating fights. I have also a clip to showcase how cool people don't look at explosions. That's one. And then we have a clip from Focus when it comes to like the defense pistol setup, something that G2 could have anti-strat, but they chose not to. They have the information that there's no one on A main. They had taken this space, and I'm gonna zoom in here on the mini-map because once this execute comes through the sand, it's an easy setup for Focus. They have a Cypher player here on rope, and he has a trap here, right? So he's gonna use this trap for himself once he's smoked off. And also with this trap, we're gonna see Lewis play from drop to get his nade onto that trap once it's triggered. It's a very simple setup, but very effective. Here you can see Booker go into the smoke, wait for the trap to trigger. Once that is being done, he gets the kill through the smoke, and Lewis drops the nade and cuts off any other players that were going through that spot.
It's perfect, it's beautiful, and we love to see that even though this was a map victory for G2, Focus was there until the end. Maybe they didn't have, you know, the softest start of the map, but they fought to the best of their capabilities.
You know, it sometimes can be just nerves hitting you, right? You get a little nervous first VCT game, but it's a best of 3, so you have a second chance, and that's going to be Icebox. It is the pick of G2, and I very much remember in the playoffs when they have changed Kaquka, and it was a wild ride that we witnessed there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talk about G2, we talk about Icebox. It's the second map that they have played the most this year after Ascent, but it's definitely the one with the best results. You know, our casters were mentioning how much they love the A side, and it is something that is unstoppable. For me, you know, my concern here is the fact that Focus, even though they have like mixed results, what scares me is that they have a really weak defense.
And also they play, last time they played on Icebox, it was a composition that includes Chamber, Jet, Sova, Viper, and
they moved
then
away from the Reyna, so that makes you happy, I know.
Yes, that makes you very happy. But the last slot is typically a flex. It's either a KO or a Sage, but not both at the same time. So they have no way of countering the Chamber, but they do have a way of safer planting all the way around. While G2 plays are not duelist typically. Right? That's something that we have seen in the past with just the Chamber as the operator player on defense, and then they play a very let's say mech way of attacking, just defaulting for like a minute, you know.
I mean, we can see right now, we're going to head into it if some changes have been made or not. As we're starting over, and most likely Mixwell not changing too much, it's going to be interesting if they stick to triple Sentinel, because so far it looks like it.
So we have Chamber on Vong, okay.
I mean,
Lewis on KO.
Yeah.
And Yugi on Jet. Okay, so no Sage in this composition, as I said. It's gonna be tough for them to plant on sides, so specifically on B. When you want to have a cover from Snowman, it's gonna be tougher to do that. You have to fight more on the side. And on the other hand, we have G2, who have the abundance of utility and a way of stopping a plant from happening for such a long time.
Yeah, you can stop it or you can prevent the spike from being diffused. It depends on which side you're watching it on. We saw also Ascent playing with a composition without Sage. What did they do? They just kept pushing a little bit more and more every single time to secure the plant by securing the kills first.
I think this is the first game we ever have where both teams are not changing the composition at all. It's going to be quite exciting. And so we're heading over onto the Icebox. The most played most played map this weekend so far, and now we're directly getting into it.
Yes, it is indeed the most played map. That was a mouthful.
We got there.
Zescht.
We got there.
You attempted it, and it was tricky. I get you. Don't worry. Words do be hard. But something that might not be too hard is G2 facing down Focus on this map potentially, right? Like if we're going off of previous expectations, now again, Focus could change that, Mike, but they've got their work cut out, right?
They certainly do with this composition as well. It's a great point to raise of just the importance of Sage here. This composition from Focus ultimately relies on a lot of success on the way in. Whether or not G2 are going to give away first bloods or happy to, I guess, continue with some of the bravado we saw on Fracture and kind of give Focus an opportunity. But ultimately, it relies on Focus finding first bloods, creating a man advantage, and then converting that into site success.
Well, that's what we're going to be having to really keep our eyes on, because I said something like, oh, well, why are you excited that Focus had a good game against G2? You know, G2 aren't even that great on map one. I'm like, well, Focus haven't even played against tier 1 teams in officials all that much. So if we're looking at, you know, the ipso facto way of approaching it, you have to be excited that got to OT. That is still a very impressive performance from Focus. So they're certainly very talented. But we do have to see if they have depth here. That's the big question mark, because by all accounts, this is a very strong map for G2.
Absolutely, and I think just to counter the point I was making about where Focus's win condition lies on the attack, you say the same for what we expect on G2's attacking half. They have to greet some of this pressure towards A site. G2 are happy to just creep closer and closer, and early indication of that is Yugi getting a little aggressive here. Will have to peel away, but retrieves the orb nonetheless, down to 62 HP. That hand cannon, decent at range here, especially on the pistol round, if he can find an opener, but Illuri's actually drifted away, and Focus looking to readdress mid, looking to get very proactive here, potentially behind what they're expecting here.
I do like the way they're playing with very little fear. You kind of have to approach this, not necessarily as a favorite, but as a contender, right? You can't treat yourself as the underdog, and they're not by any margin. And this flank is coming in, and that's 3 players to it. So to an extent, Yugi does need to play his life quite well for this to even have potential to it. So
He's
playing a little
so.
more passive, and he's done exactly that. That's enough. He's now set this up into motion. Now they will be considering a flank, but at what time? Certainly not then. 1 frag so far is all they're going to get, as Mixwell did trade one out. And speaking of trades, more come in. Focus actually coming out the better in a 3v2, but it's Avova and Hoodie left in the post plant. From going to find one, tucked towards the side, and the second Avova found as well. The flank finds success, and Focus find the first.
But great awareness as well. Talk about, obviously, previously Kaquka echoing this of what G2's tendency here is on the attack. So this, for me, making use of that downtime, I was almost questioning that rotation from Illuri. But the regress into mid, like I said, behind what they were expecting. I'm not sure even if Meadow's utility is noted and they know that they have a window of opportunity, but there's no flank control there. Nobody from G2 even considering the possibility here. Nuki caught completely off guard, no information about just how many people are here, and Focus play the trade so well.
I'll watch back of this entire round. Look at that. A treat. And again, good stuff. I would like to see Focus staying in that proactive approach, trying to find ways to disrupt G2. And that's certainly going to garner their attention towards middle going forward. That flank is going to be something they're going to have to really keep an eye on. Now, Yugi just unleashed. Going to find Meadow. Gets to fall away. Doesn't get traded. Spots out Hoodie. Doesn't quite find the shot he wanted. But again, information aplenty, and he is rather unrelenting in this.
Yeah, happy to stand his ground here on pipes. Rewarded with another. Hoodie and Avova just trying to counter-peek each other here. Not a 1v1 presented. Actually catches the team flash there from Lewis, but I mean, maybe to slow down any re-peek onto Yugi. It's just on the eco farm right now. I mean, even if he falls here, gets the Blade Storm. Noted there, and like I said, it's online, but Nuki will trade back with the classic. 48 HP though, and revealed from the recon. And closed out there. Comfortable round 2 from Focus. 4 survive. Again, a tapered purchase as well. Vong and Buka obviously just riding the pistols through on that. I have to see what this bonus round looks like now, as Yugi has a real shot at making this very interesting.
This is quite fun. I do see as though, looking at the purchase, what do we have? Anyone with something interesting? We do. Okay, so 1 rifle coming out for Focus, the rest going to be supplementing that, and it's going to be Yugi walking mid, and we've already seen he is very happy to take almost an overcommit towards a fight, but Avova is now on flank duty. Sat in spawn, ratting it out. Does Yugi check on it? They have to be aware that there's going to be someone addressing this after that prior round, right?
Yeah.
And we know that G2 like these A hits. That's fine. So is he aware of the adaptation that's going to be coming through?
Yugi cautious to dig any deeper for this. Whether or not actually as 3, Focus can put up a sight hold here. Actually pulling 1 more member across. It'll be Vong to reinforce this A sight hold. They might even try and prevent the spike from being planted.
You can see Illuri waiting for this. Information should be coming through now. Yugi actually deciding to back away to the rest of the team, playing it in a more standardized
Good
approach.
opener.
Vong's already connected towards Meadow as well. So they seem aware of what they're up to here. We're going to see if there's any shock darts, anything going to come in towards the spike. There is, but it's already been found. This is lovely from Focus. Nuki going to make himself the turret, but Avova finally called in. After having to watch that flank for so long, but you can see it. Vong already holding that angle. Avova's going to get past the first. Now get himself a 1v2. Gets himself a 1v1. Can't quite win it.
Big conversion.
Viper on the other side. This is huge from Focus.
They close out the third here and honestly forcing G2 very early on to address elsewhere on the map, which has been...
No, Mike.
Well,
no, they don't say elsewhere, all right? That implies B site.
What's the age-old definition of insanity? Because if Focus can continue...
Working in esports over
yes.
and over again, expecting a different outcome.
If Focus can kind of reinforce this A-site hold, they're going to force G2 into potentially a pretty sparse default. Or maybe even the dreaded B-site execute, Lauren.
I've never heard that. Don't even know what that is. Valorant has maps with 3 sites and it has Icebox with 1.
Enemy mark.
At least if you're G2. Now, this is only with sheriffs, so they can show all the intent in the world for I care. I pay real credence. Ooh dear, Yugi. Barrel's been noted. Vong is watching this though, so he should be kept safe by that.
Beautiful.
Very nicely held in the end. But again, for all I care, I pay attention when the rifles are out. If G2 actually start addressing the rest of the map.
Here.
I mean, they're about to shift walk into an operator here. Not until we took the recon bolt, yes, but nothing really to force Vong off this angle. A bit of a miss there, but second player noted here with Yugi looking to reinforce this hold.
In effect.
Yeah.
Let's see how Vong looks on the operator, switching it out on the HP, and Yugi just gets bodied by Meadow. Maybe the B site was the answer all along.
No, you're talking crazy. Louis actually gets the tag here, and they can't actually remove the wall to get any damage off the back of the fragment. He's now actually...
Look at the damage.
Yeah, almost falling apart here for
3v3.
Focus.
Yeah, this could get into a really weird spot for them. You still got someone like Nuki alive, Avova, Meadow. Ooh, Avova going to be melted a little. Forced to invest the utility. Forced further back. And while that happens, Vong's gone on the exploratory mission, but there is a time limit and they need to pick up the pace a little here. Otherwise, they're going to be kind of stuck on this, but Meadow has to show what he's got. He's good for 1, but no more. But again, it doesn't necessarily matter how you cross the line at this point. They converted the bonus. They're still pretty much okay. They keep the op in play. I mean, that's not bad for Focus here.
Sure, it's forcing a couple of repurchases, but Vong already having that tour de force online. They can offset this purchase a little bit. The lowest number we see is Lewis down on 2,500. Vong actually going to throw a rifle in the mix here, but still a comfortable position to be coming into round 5 here. And you look at the other side here, not an awful lot left in the kitty for G2. Hunter's Fury locked down to play with. Hoodie one away from the res of Over and Mixwell, not trailing too far behind. It's an interesting round to look at here. Actually,
Yugi post up with the operator too.
Yeah, double shock dart to deny the orb. Turret will be noted and operator noted as well on the side of G2.
Okay, so they know it's in play. I want to see where he's fallen back to as well. He's actually going roaming down middle. Is Yugi walking mid? Somewhat. I do wonder how far he might take that. But now Vong overextends, gets punished on it. Getting a little too curious. We'll fall to it. This will call in rotation now. Do G2 now with the upper hand explore the rest of the map.
Happy to sit back and in anticipation of any further aggression. Actually now, with B site, yeah, B site will be the end goal it seems. Whether or not Booker can stay alive here. I mean, he should be getting all of these audio cues. Would deny initially any space towards default with that poison orb and the snake bite inside it, allowing this rotation to come through. So already done his job here, preventing the spike. But once this wall goes up, it needs to be dealt with very quickly. And it is.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Giving themselves a chance, but not much when Nuki's hitting that. Mixwell follows up, expecting swing from the Viper. Lewis gets wiped out on the back of site, and G2 striding back into this. A good, clean round to post.
And systematic with the shutdown there. The death ball swing at the end. There's way too many targets for even Lewis to find one initially, and then nothing else. And mentioning the ultimates previously, now look at it for G2. Everything but Mixwell's tour de force available. So great response here, and even better position for them to be sat in. So yeah, Alluri just has no chance here. And Lewis has to go nuclear to even make that possible.
Revealing area.
Oh, and we go again.
Nowhere to run!
Vong in a whole lot of trouble. Oh dear. Has managed to keep his life. As one gets popped in reverse, actually tags up Nuki.
Yeah. Alluri tries to counter that Hunter's Fury, but the heal comes through. The big difference, obviously, in the composition here. Vong will have to ride this through at 70 HP. Like I said, after initially a lack of success towards A side, G2 have to slow things down now. Be way more methodical in approach.
Well, Focus have got what they wanted, right? They've dealt with the A site. Now we have to see what they can do with this. Vong not having a particularly easy time on this. We'll have to respect this lockdown eventually. Still not particularly safe.
Welcome to my
And won't be safe.
Yeah,
most of the players
too detained,
are going to
actually.
be detained.
30 seconds left.
Actually, he's going to slow things down, allowing this full setup with the Viper's Pit. Of Over even gets the bubble up top to play inside. Still has both snake bites as well, so look towards him being a very key late round piece here for G2. Nano Swarm setup as we see as well.
How do they clear through this? Nuki's position still unchecked upon. Yes, they clear Mixwell, but there's Nuki just going to make a nuisance of himself. Great work from Vong to close in on that, though. But the Viper's still going to be maintaining. As long as Vova stands, there's not much to try and dissuade this. They finally take down Hoodie, but he's still there, and as is Meadow. And the backline players of G2 will convert this round. And, well, Alluri has to back away. He can't change the outcome now. And G2 start building back in. It does cost G2 both of their final players an expensive round, but a round nonetheless.
We'll see if it creates any sort of gap. No, it doesn't. Everybody comfortably above 5k actually for G2, so we'll throw that one away. Now left with just the revive and the tour de force, so that previous ultimate position, we'll see if they can string it together. It does obviously force Focus back down to a lesser purchase here. Draws out the tour de force and the Hunter's Fury, so write them off. I was not really going to see the Viper's Pit save through for the next round here. And G2 back over towards A.
You want to play? Let's play.
They do now. Considering how deep Vong's managed to get, they should have a good idea of this. Didn't note much off the back of that, though, so again, still sticking around. And G2 patience being shown.
Patience, yes, but I almost, like I said, feel as if Focus have forced this very early on to put G2 in a position where they have to consider their every move a little more delicately. As well, though, we'll find Yugi to open things up here.
Alluri did at least bring that rifle in somewhat in time, but no one else was able to make it. Lewis felt close there. There was a moment where it could have been something, but it's faded. And Vong did take a good amount of space, but it doesn't really matter here. G2 going to close the scoreline in a little bit further. This is going to be 3. Unless Vong can somehow catch 4 players unawares.
And after that, I highly doubt it. The Headhunter in hand, tagged by a second trap as well. Beacon Bolt comes through. Mixwell will sweep him with the headshot. G2 bring it within 1. Just another round away from tying things up after I want to say a shaky start, but Focus almost showing that they're here to play on Icebox. We'll force a timeout here. Who that's from, whether or not it's going to be from Focus to really pump the brakes a little bit, or G2 just to catch a breather, maybe.
Kind of curious who called this. Do you actually know? Because
desperately waiting for it not to say technical pause, but
well, look, I'm gonna get comfy because it feels like it's taken some time.
I assume it's
like,
Focus.
It feels, yeah.
I assume it's Focus.
You hoping?
There you go.
There it is. Look at that. Well, I guess it's that cause and effect, right? You somewhat stopped G2 from easily walking through that A site, as a lot of other teams, have felt the force of. Then they start to explore the rest of the map, and they're not bad at that either.
I said, and that's a very, very positive indicator early on that Focus had, obviously, the willingness to greet that, right? Not allow any slow lurk through, even when G2 try and show presence towards B main, show a little presence towards mid. And actually, just coming back to that round where, like I said, Iluri hit that kind of preemptive rotation to come through and actually greet the backside of G2's slow push back onto A site. That's a really positive indicator for me that the Focus have got their heads screwed on, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong. Ult goes up. Now, this hasn't denied G2 before. They are quite diligent at handling these sort of curveballs thrown at them. So again, don't expect that to completely dissuade the approach. They go through the protocol list that has paid so well for them. Ooh, thought we might have had the punish there if a pixel had shown for Lewis, but it wasn't. Playing safety on the back of the Viper's pit.
And very difficult, obviously, with this adjustment onto pipes for the ultimate. You can't even make use of the rope over the top. No lockdown for Meadow to force it out, almost mitigate this ultimate altogether. Again, the Owl drone to plant the seed of doubt towards B, but Yugi already heading towards A. Iluri picking up the slack in mid. The 3 members of G2 will walk through this poison orb.
Iluri seems aware of the chance, almost turned away from it. Stands his ground, gonna get one, tries to back away and keep his life. Support's needed and Yugi's there for it. Rez comes out, but there's still bodies on the other side. G2 not having the clean success they needed through middle at this point. They still have players posted up, sure. But that spike is on its way towards B. Vong's still been standing here. Did he spot that jump peek? Now he's noticed a player. Slips a little deeper, but they can still facilitate a spike plant. And that's what they need. Mixwell finds your boy Lewis. Where is that spike? It's in the hands of Meadow, but he's got players around him. Iluri just wants to deny it if he can. Takes down Mixwell, and there's the follow-up. Spike did get planted, but it doesn't matter. That was very well tried. I like the adaptation from G2, but Vong held his own there.
Yeah, they have to scramble to get something done with the time ticking away, but Focus, they stand strong. Great audible called by G2, yes, but like I said, the setup from Focus, they are reading G2 very well. It's coming down to a couple of key engagements in some of these rounds that ultimately defines it.
And this is, again, very competitive. I think most of us coming in, like, looking at the roster for G2, the defensive side is not going to be easy to break either, but their competitive record is the attacking side that always garnered our attention. So seeing Focus putting up this sort of performance is such a great indicator. We've got some real competitive teams making their way in. This is, the check back in, right? We're starting to see how the teams have looked during the downtime. Some teams playing, obviously, more tournaments than others, so we got to see more of them, but 5-3 is a very respectable scoreline, and to be able to make G2 change their mind a little, nothing to be sneered at or taken lightly, as G2 do start exploring that B site.
The trap dealt with by the shock dart. The TP not, though, so Vong can remain here. I'm not sure if G2 are still going to consider, or this is again Nuki trying to plant the seeds. Force out this rotation. But what Focus have been good at is once there's no follow through, they do actually rotate pretty early. And you can already see now Lewis heading that way. Whether or not there's going to be another player committed. Yugi posted with the operator, might be able to find.
Yugi's got to be good for it.
Yeah, he's got to find the first one here, but he should get contact very early on anybody in Nest or towards Belt.
I don't think they got anyone with this, so Yugi does need to still handle this. And the suppress does come out.
Yeah, look at when the null command's popped. It's 30 seconds. It's going to force G2 to hit this rotation. Alluri already drifting into mid.
And keep in mind, they haven't pulled players away. Vong's still hit. Oh, Vong was almost fumbled that.
There's 20 seconds though, Lauren.
It's kept in hand.
Look at the spike.
And there's still 2 players top towards B. They haven't got past the first hurdle yet. He only has to do so much. And actually, Hoodie's found Vong at the same time. 10 seconds now. The spike is available. Yeah, and Nookie cuts off the flank. As much as you may think you've done all the hard work against G2, there is still such capability in these players. They've given themselves an opportunity here, and Nookie is just behind the wire. You can see Yugi trying to clear him, but they just miss each other like ships in the night. And who spots who? It's going to be Yugi. Spotting out Nookie first as Hoodie now left in the 1v2. Your boy Lewis, he's going to note that now, but it is Hoodie. And Hoodie's the one to only get one of the 2 that remained. So Yugi will be in there, and he'll get the defuse.
Really loving what I'm seeing from Focus, though. Again, cannot sing their praises enough on the defensive side. Getting great audible called by G2. The null command popped at the perfect time just to basically take any sort of bite out of that A site hit. Actually force out the rotation. G2, again, left in a position where they have to scramble to make a decision. And that round will force the timeout, rightfully so. I don't feel as if...
make that happen.
Yeah, these aren't rounds that G2 come out feeling great about. I mean, even though they're getting into a post-plant scenario, these aren't positives to draw for G2. Like I said, Focus have a real good grasp on what G2 are playing right now. I got to address the elephant in the room. Lewis having a slow start again here. We're in round 10. He's 0-8 right now. Whether or not this is just nerves, we saw that he was able to flip that performance on Fracture.
Yeah.
But again, we're in a position where Focus are leading by 3 rounds. So you almost write that off if they're still getting value out of his utility in terms of information gathering and whatnot. If he comes online, this gets even more interesting.
Certainly does. Again, Vong holding his own here, seeing him slip onto the chamber, looking quite good at it, diligent, and no one necessarily underperforming for G2 either. A little quiet maybe to an extent, but all of them doing what was necessary, but being held at a 6-3. Very surprising. And honestly, in a good way. This is very, very exciting in that regard, that you get to see these players put through their paces, the depth of G2 tested.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not as if, like I said, G2 are making too many mistakes. It's coming down to a couple of key engagements. Look as if the adjustment coming out of that timeout is them resorting back to a little heavier investment in terms of this site hit towards 8. Oh, your boy Lewis actually just missed what was noted off there, but I think it was at least 3 or 4.
Oh. Let's see if Lewis can maybe find a bit more form here. He's had a quiet start, you're right. But he was able to flip that once he hit that other half. Later into the first map, he was substantially better. Good flash, not able to follow it up. Gets punished. And now rotations need to be in. A bit of a shame he wasn't to make much of that, because it looks like G2 now have the keys to the castle and Alluri all on his lonesome. And yeah, this is clean work from G2. Back to what works.
Spike planted.
With the switch up, with the presence on long this time around from Yugi, weren't able to hold back that wave towards A.
Yeah, back to basics, and it suits them well. If there's anything else really to develop from this, I don't think they're even going to be given any exits at all in this scenario.
No, and a nice recovery. I feel as though maybe Focus overcorrecting potentially, or overcooking the pot. You saw the pings out just off to the back of the timeout, maybe considering or expecting that B presence, or maybe just wanted to take that space themselves, but the inability to hold that A site has come and bitten them on the arse a little.
Yeah, it has, and I mean, this is I guess the more logical way to approach it. Obviously, with Lewis unable to get a kill so far, is what you don't want to see is him giving away this opening engagement, right? Creating an opportunity for G2 to punish. We haven't seen it too prevalent so far. That previous round there, maybe a little overzealous to get on the board, right? Find something.
Yeah, we do need to see him activate a little here now. Like, like that's probably the first round I've seen him actively maybe making it trickier to hold that site than, you know, expected. But Yugi's back to business, back on site. He's going to hear a whole lot of presence on the other side. Has to respect the Al drone coming out as well. Falls a little further back. Playing off of 410. Does he find the player? Mixwell on the other side. You can see the others over by pipes.
Cool. Gets the tag though, yeah.
Trying to slow any sort of counter peek as well. You can see G2's intentions now. They should be able to respond accordingly. Do see Vong starting to drift towards middle as well. And G2 looking to use the ult to maybe navigate their way through, but it looks like Lewis is trying to get involved in this. And he is. That's going to be the activation he needed. That's back better. In for seconds. That's what you want to be seeing from Lewis, but Mixwell quick to tame it. His presence will be shown. He needs to get out of danger quick. His focus are on the backside of the site, and it is a 3v4.
And Nuki just posted now, 90 HP after that initial damage done. Hoodie and Avova have fallen.
30 seconds left.
And actually, Focus leaves 3 posted up here. Yugi finally finds value with this operator in this round. The wall goes up, almost closing out front sight here. Alluri, did he spot that? He did actually spot it, yeah. Goes for the re-peek, but no damage exchanged now. 12 seconds left, Lauren.
Yeah, they're running out of time, and Yugi just wants to keep this operator if he could, but he goes for a ad swing. Meadow makes it competitive. And as long as they recover that operator, no harm, no foul for Focus, and that's in mind. Vong's got it back in check, and this scoreline is actually really impressive.
Yep, I mean, Lewis puts 2 on the board, and in my eyes, massive impact kills as well. Removes the wall from play and the Viper's Pit.
Yep.
Literally almost guaranteeing this round win. I gotta say, it makes it so difficult then to get anything done for G2. Focus can really, really reinforce that A site hold.
It's getting a little scary for G2. I didn't expect them to be down on the half. I mean, their composition on the half switch, I feel, will still find a lot of form. Yugi, go and walkabouts. Vong's punish.
That is beautiful.
They hadn't really noted Vong exploring deeper. He's done it a couple of rounds, not too often. But this time, he finds him.
Great awareness from Focus to address it. It's been Nuki to kind of plant the seeds. You know, throw out a drone, a couple of shock darts here to deal with the traps on B. And immediately now Vong going to drift back over to the other side of the map.
Really nice.
Great work. Again, demonstrating a fantastic grasp.
I feel if you're G2, you kind of then might walk back into a B piece potentially if you're going to read the rotation off the back of the pick of Nukie.
Well, Vong should hear this. He's going to hear them repositioning.
Oh, he absolutely will, but does the Aldrone check? Yes, it does.
It does.
Falls away to safety, but it is going to be this A piece regardless. Yugi's still on deck, but it's Mixwell to best him this time as Lewis left to his own devices. The ult comes in as well.
Get the lockdown? No, it didn't. I thought there was a lineup there anticipating lockdown, but Alluri finds 2. Doesn't actually deal with the lockdown though. We're gonna allow that to tick through. Nuki will find Lewis on the back of it.
This is still game on, but keep in mind, Mixwell leaning a little more aggressively this round and could get caught in no man's land. He doesn't, but Avova does. Vong continues to aggress, and now he's put another on the side, but Nuki just wall bangs him through the box. Now the 2v2, Alluri already made this round possible, but can he close it out? Because G2 have their big boys left, Mixwell and Nukie ain't letting this one slip. Gets a second chance at life, and look what he's done with it.
Knows about both of them, though, so he might actually get the swing onto Mixwell initially.
I do feel as though Nukie will always be good for the trade. There was a chance, but he was there.
I think just second-guessing himself. G2 claw their way back into this, find 5 on the first half, but it's Focus firmly in the driver's seat here. What can they show us in the second half on their attacking?
Oof. You're right, he considered the other side, didn't he? Man, 7-5. Do you think they can break this comp, though? Because as much as we talk about G2's attack inside, this comp is certainly very powerful on the defensive side. It's not going to be easy for Focus, right?
It's not. And I come back to the point I made initially. This composition without Sage relies on a lot of value on the way in. It relies on G2 almost overstepping the mark, happy to go toe-to-toe, greet these opening engagements, but it relies on Focus winning them.
Absolutely right. And Focus straight up middle, up the guts. And there's the delightful wall that Hoodie has put into place. And look at the chip damage coming out. What on earth has done that?
Is that a snake bite from a Vova, maybe?
I don't know, but it's taken him down to absolutely nothing. And Focus left in tatters. G2 don't even know the damage they've done. Nukie, he's had enough of this. No more fun allowed. The fun police of Nukie is here. I'm glad you had a nice debut. I'm glad you guys got a couple of rounds against us, but I've had enough. Nukie's done with it. Closing in on the scoreline now.
Goes out with the ace and the pistol. Great progress towards the Hunter's Fury very early on. A great setup, actually, from G2. The reactive wall just completely stunting Focus's progress. The shock dart was rammed it down Yugi's throat here, and Nukie follows through with finding every single headshot. Let's see here was, I mean, the next one, almost throw this away, give G2 the 7-7. If Focus could even keep this interesting, do a little damage. There's a Marshall and a Ghost here in the inventory for G2. Mixwell noted with it. Like I said, just looking for damage here.
It's the name of the game. See if maybe there's a walk on middle as well. But he's got to be careful not to get overwhelmed here, and he's not. He's certainly kept in check, and I think a spam shot from Mixwell actually found potential placement on that. That's really, for Focus, they've got a little bit of room to play with, but not a great deal. Vong has a chance towards Nukie, but it is Nukie, and he is having a bit of a game, as you saw starting in the first round of the second half here. And Mixwell, these are comfortable enough kills for him. Vong going to close the gap a little. Nukie having none of it. So far, thick in the box, and G2 not falling for any of the trickery that Focus are trying to get up to, and not getting a shot of it. Only Illuri so far able to connect anything.
Immediately cancelled out, and said even if Hoodie gets an upgrade to a Sheriff, the Marshall lost, not a massive dent in the purchase here for G2. All tied up 7 apiece now. Focus, eyes drawn back in their direction as they come into their bye round, and really we see what the game plan is for them. And conversely, how G2 opt to play this one. Like I said, it relies on them finding a lot of value in terms of opening engagements. Whether or not G2 are even going to meet them at the front door here. Typically a much deeper hold from G2 with this composition in particular. Look for Meadow to cycle his utility effectively. Mixwell to be posted up elsewhere. Spots one. Mixwell going to retreat now, and key information very early on in the round, Lauren.
Absolutely right. I want to see if they can do damage on this bonus, though. It's Hoodie who's going to obviously get our attention here. That rifle in hand, right place for it too. 3 players around him, so he's got support. Nukie goes on a little bit of a fact-finding mission. Not going to note Yugi, but they've got a good idea where he is. "57 seconds now. You can see Focus starting to build their report towards that site. No one giving them opportunity. G2 is sitting behind this.
Like I said, G2 just want to force out this engagement, right? It relies on something like that happening. With no Sage, they need to create an advantage to get this plant through. Hoodie noted, actually, utility perfectly placed. Look at that, completely zoning off. And the plant will come through.
It allowed them to play a little later in the round. Didn't have to depend on the clock too much. Able to formulate that hit quite nicely, and Vong unleashing towards Nukie. A little bit of revenge from the first round.
And he gets out as well.
He does. Again, this was the bonus for G2, so it's just more the how Focus are approaching this is quite impressive. Patience, certainly. And now the last 2 of Over and Hoodie. Only those Spectres to play with. You're not going to get much real playtime. As Hoodie with that rifle would probably want to keep this one if he can get away with it. Not going to be revealed. And the rest of Focus going to make it out of there. 5 standing. Getting the first gun round on the board. Will take back the lead from this tied up 7-7 game, posting 8 now.
I'm curious, actually on the back of Yugi's first blood there.
Yeah, man, killed it.
Yeah, Zescht will be smiling here in that one. Whether or not actually the utility investment there is part of a set
Oh,
piece.
you combined utility with Yugi,
Yes,
didn't you?
yes, I did.
Gotcha, carry on.
Yes, utility. Whether or not that's actually a set piece that's kind of choreographed there for Focus, because it was great on the back of that opening duel. It was instantaneous to zone off sight. The recon comes through, reveals him. There's a snake bite and a fragment to force Hoodie a little deeper back, allowing the plant to come through. And it's things like that that are key for this composition. Key use of utility.
You need to stop. I'm trying to keep it together. For now, you can see the opening attempt. Do get themselves the orb at the very least. And G2 starting to maybe have a little look down middle and see Hoodie. Joined by Meadow. Wall goes up. Again, this is a very cautious beginning from Focus. They're in no hurry here by any means.
I almost feel like that does favor G2, right? With how we've seen them approach this. No ultimates available for Focus. Nuki does have the Hunter's Fury, another tool to deny the plant initially. A curious retake wall, actually. Look at that on the minimap from Avova. Was creating a second channel here. Block off danger and all the way back behind yellow.
30 seconds left.
25 seconds. This is so late in the day. What a difference to the first map. And there's the swing. Focus actually completely fold towards G2 and just crumple them under their hand. If Over wants to try and deny the plant, it's really get a little bit further ahead, but they've won out the fight in middle. Focus have complete control. That was a 20-second hit, and it looked perfectly choreographed. This guy's aim's just too good sometimes. It's actually upsetting. As now it is the one and only remaining in a 1v4, and well, all odds are off. This one's done. This is cooked, but I mean, this pace change from Focus, it's not what I'm used to seeing here.
And they're looking good doing it as well. Vong going to come through, find the final kill, returning the favor with the teabag. Focus put themselves 2 rounds ahead, still in the driver's seat comfortably on this map. Decent progress in this ult cycle as well. Forcing G2 back onto Sheriffs. No tour de force available. Opportunity here to find double digits. It's a thrifty round. Never count G2 out, but they've got to do the unthinkable here.
Hey, it's what we used to say about them. They had the ability to do it. Now we have to see if they can. But a 9-7. Focus slowly taking that scoreline away, right? So this could be 10 for Focus potentially. You can see G2 trying to operate through middle with a couple of players, one in tube, 2 kind of sitting on the other side. Not given much play into this. Yugi going to be tested first. Spray not perfectly clean, but it gets the job done. Barely keeps him standing. You can see on the other side, other players now ready to pick up the mantle of controlling that mid-peak. But he tries to go for a bit of an exit on it. Play anything he can. And wow. Avova completely caught out. It's 10 found. This is very impressive. It's very methodical in comparison to map 1, where it felt a little bit more explosive. Obviously, if you've got a neon and it's fractured, it's a different map, right? But even just how they approached it felt very different. This is very considered, very slow, very, slowly constricting, very utility-based. These site hits very late in the day. This is a much different look.
It is, and Focus actually making use of what I said was going to be their win condition, right? G2 still in some of the buy rounds actually giving them the opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
Because it feels very uncomfortable, right? Focus are running the clock down, and you think versus this composition that the G2 have, there is a lot of, anti-plant, right? You've got Meadow, you've got Avova, you've got Hoodie as well. On the backside of that, you also have Nuki with his shock darts and the Hunter's Fury when it is available. But absolutely making it work.
And we saw, Illuri having a bit of a standout game to me on map 1. Vong here taking that kind of credit at 21-10. He's been having big impact on the chamber. I'm quite impressed with this team. Now, for again, when you look at teams who've kind of qualified through, you know, the EMEA region, going into your Masters or your champs, right? G2 have been a team of that caliber at times. I wouldn't say all the time, you know, throughout their entire tenure, but majority they have been able to qualify and really do some damage. So if some of the newer teams are able to push on some of their better maps, this bodes pretty well for the EMEA scene, but pretty poorly for G2. But let's see. It's not over yet. It's only 10-7, and the buy's back out. So G2 have everything they need, ideally, to work with here.
G2 need to make a stand here, though. Focus one buy round away, effectively, from finding themselves an opportunity for the third map. Meadow sits inside that poison orb. Will back away now. Focus for the first time as 5 on a buy round will lean towards A site. No command available. Nuki probably got a boatload of information there, but gets the shock dart off ahead of being suppressed.
Did it find anyone? I don't think it did. Oh. Lewis is just cannon fodder for Nuki right now, who is having a bit of a tear. One by one they come, and one by one they're going to fall. But Vong, he's going to leverage a little bit of opportunity here. Luri, the only one left standing, and well, it's done for, really, isn't it?
Great hold. And that's what you wanted to see from that round. 3 survive.
Avoid Nuki.
Yes.
I'm really dipping between Nuki A and Nuki. I don't know what I'm committing on today, Mike. I'm lost in the sauce.
Placing swarm grenade.
What have you been going for?
Nuki. I was going to mention someone else there, but...
God, the Menta.
You read my mind. We do love Mitch.
Yeah, I swear no one else notices that Mitch just adds mad accents to occasional players. Just, you know. All right, anyway. We've got a game to focus on, and it's quite a good one.
Yeah, like I said, G2 had to make a stand in that previous round, Laura, and they do. And now the ultimate cycle looking fantastic for them. Viper's Pit and the Blade Storm available for focus. One off the Hunter's Fury as well. If G2 can convert this, look at where their ultimates will sit. Also need somebody to explain this 1-2-3 focus to me, because I'm not sure if we're...
Don't, it's winding me up. Like, I keep seeing it. I don't know what it is. And look, we have until about the 20-second marker to talk about anything other than the round.
We've still got time to clean it up, but
yeah,
do
so if you could let us know.
Do let us know.
Big fan.
Standing ahead.
So I haven't even seen it on Twitter.
No. There's a lot of people doing it. Oh, it's a knife's edge battle between these two, isn't it?
Yugi peeking like it's episode 1 ranked here with the jump peak.
Astralis' finest.
Maybe Optic's finest. What do you mean?
Who's Optic? I've never heard that name.
Yeah.
They've got a good Valorant team. I'm not sure about Counter-Strike.
I was going to say, you're really going to try that in Valorant.
10 seconds
I mean...
Palmer got so much damage done with the utility there. Luri actually gets away from it. I thought he was going to do way more than that, but he's down to 61. Hunter's Fury available. He has to try and get away from sight. The Viper's Pit's going to enable him to do that.
They get to fall back to a little bit more safety and really put the pressure back on G2. Vong, the angle's not good for you there. Melo's going to have the first shot on you every day of the week. And you can see Lewis trying to catch him in the heels. Good shot, good trade. At least keep pressure towards the middle and keep someone like Mixwell's attention turned. Does get noted under the suppression. You can see Nuki trying to maybe readdress this, going to work back through on CT, or simply not, actually just trying to make it out of there, and Lewis gets the punish. It's not the prettiest round, but it gets the job done, and G2 looking out of sorts here. These late round hits are just working for focus.
They are, and they have the tools to prevent it. And look at it now. All these ultimates available. The finances don't really reflect it. Mixwell going to be able to offset this with a tour de force of over, maybe just throw a light armor, a Spectre, get that Viper's Pit down and flesh this out a little bit.
Okay, look, I just need to find out if you're not bots in chat spamming the 1-2-3 focus, make it 1-2-3-4 focus.
Yeah.
Because
as long as that doesn't detract from what the 1-2-3
the messaging is, of course, you're right. I didn't even. Yeah.
Because it must be important.
It must be. But the buy, I mean, you were talking about the ults are there, right? But then you look at the funding behind it. You got a Frenzy, Sheriff. I assume Mixwell's going to be fine. But then even just the Guardian coming out, this is not pretty for G2, and this is going to potentially beckon 12 on the board.
Everything available for G2 though. And weird actually, Nokia
Revealing area.
throws in a Vandal here, Guardian in the hands of Hoodie. Viper actually throwing the Viper's Pit down with a Frenzy and a Light Shield in hand.
You know, those videos of like from was it Masters was like, what do you fear? And it's just that of over with a Frenzy in the Viper's Pit. Great content though, obviously. 40 seconds now. Obviously got about 10 more until they look towards the site. Focus just testing the patience of G2. And it's split through middle. And Vong's found it. Mixwell now needs to find everyone else though. Finds 2 and that's perfect for him. Turns around, expects maybe a little bit of a push-up coming from the outside of Meadow. His patience pays off. Waited so patiently for Yugi and Lewis. And there's still a chance in this 14 seconds, but he's got to make a move on this one. Somehow get given all 3 and it's not going to happen. Meadow just slipped the net so well.
G2 looking deadly on a thrifty round here. Not the one you expect them to take, but they close things out. Not going to damage the economy at all for Focus. Still sitting pretty comfortable. Mixwell, though, making a stand with that tour de force. Meadow coming through perfectly timed as well. Waits for the reset on the jump. Doubles down onto Lewis. G2, 2 more rounds to find. Oh, you're going for the updraft. I'm going to try and spot out Boiler here. Nobody there to greet him, though.
It's Mixwell playing at the back by Yellow. He's going to have a swing from Hoodie if needed. Deals with the owl drone at the very least. You can see the Meadow quickly just comes over. Tries to help him out. Flashed in. Yugi. Jump peek in the corner on it, just try and get ahead of it. Mixwell's having none of what Yugi is trying to sell. Holds his own. And now they're down to 3 and they don't have that step towards the site anymore.
Two-man advantage here. Mixwell 71 HP, but happy to stay behind Yellow. Will be noted. Not Focus can actually flush him out of this position. Hoodie's ready to hold the cross though. It'll be very difficult for Focus to find anything else here.
30 seconds left.
And now they swing 20 seconds. G2 are not bothered by this. Yeah, there's this effective trades. They're not going to let that slip. They've started to work this out now. Honestly, there's got to be a timing for Focus in my mind coming in, because I feel like they've been read. I don't know if they've run all of their timeouts yet, but I feel like G2 have the beat on them now. This slow kind of approach, they're not getting caught off by it.
So maybe a little bit, I guess, of that experience coming through from G2. It still doesn't feel comfortable when they're staring down the barrel of Focus forcing a third map. And looking at the finances now, they're starting to dwindle for Focus. G2, on the other hand, have a nice little cushion. There's a gap in that. It's the second cloudburst perfect there.
And they're so prepared for it now. That little mid switch up they've been trying to run, G2 are starting to read it so keenly. Now this is to get to at least split the net a little bit, but they still need that other layer to this. They're only taking down Meadow. We know that there's more on the site. The likes of Hoodie, and he's found him too. Maybe there's still life in them yet. If overslips through middle, spots out another trying to dip towards the site. And there's Fury going to come down, but it doesn't quite get anyone. A little bit of a tag potentially, but Mixwell's still on the case. Now it's just one remaining, and G2 back in control. It's a tight game.
Yeah.
It is close, but you're starting to see that pedigree show for G2 here.
You are, absolutely. Like I said, this is almost kind of that veteran experience coming through, the ability to recover on the fly here. Going to force the timeout from Focus, because they got to be sweating. They had a massive buffer with the finances. A couple of rounds for G2 to have 3-4 standing left on the backside of it. Has put them now in a massive advantage. Lockdown available, res available for G2. On the side of Focus, everything depleted now. Vong one away from the tour de force. So potential for him to throw in maybe a hero rifle. get something going here in this round, but G2 somehow got themselves back in this when it looked so good for Focus early on in this second half.
Oh, it did. But this is when we talk about depth and pedigree and all those kind of buzzwords,
absolutely.
right? This is a prime example of it. These 3 rounds strung together. Those 3 that you're seeing right there are the prime example of the capability to adapt it all on the fly, kind of switch up the pace, either match the tempo, make sure they're not over peaking, not overdoing anything. It's really good to witness that you're seeing that capability now tangibly shown. But at 11-11, there's still an opportunity here. Now we get to see the test on the other side, right, Mike? How much does Focus have to bring? As much as close games are exciting for us in the moment, when you look back, you'll kind of end up not really remembering how close this could have been. You know, you don't see it as clearly. So they have to get across the line in my mind. At least on one of these maps, they were close on Fracture. They've been close on Icebox.
Yeah, a little bit of a pace shift. Yeah, a massive adjustment. That's here's the 5-man tube push. Tommy will spot it out. Meadow playing just underneath this here. Hoodie going to slow things down with both slow orbs and the wall to go up as well. Is that shock dart going to get sent into the bottom side of tube? See, let's see if it does any damage on the other side. Again, now a stalemate presents itself, Lauren. What will the Focus do?
Yep.
What's the next step here?
Hit the brakes for 20 seconds? I mean,
the lockdown's going to force them all out.
Yeah. Trying to flush the
Look
rats
at where
out.
Abova is.
Ooh, nice shot towards Nuke, but yes, Abova's back in the other spawn, and he's playing aim training. It's clean work from this man. 3 swift kills. Flexing a little, leaving Yugi. Oh. To hope that we caught Mixwell's perspective, not his.
Yes. Yes.
Match point.
G2 claw their way back in here. They find themselves map and series point. Focus will be able to buy back into this. We'll see exactly where it lies. Tour de Force will be available for Vong. The other side of the thing, still just that res to work with. 2 off the Viper's Pit, 2 off the Hunter's Fury. So maybe swing factors in this round.
You want to play?
Can Focus
Let's
force
play.
a second overtime, Lauren?
It would be pretty rough right now, considering we know that they've been struggling a little. In the last couple of rounds, the G2 have strung together. G2 have had all the answers to any question that Focus was trying to give to them. Usha trying to work his way up middle, but you know that Tommy's on the case. Gonna have to show his presence to remove it. And the big rotation, actually, they've pulled a lot of the players away just off the back of that, so they're going to command the respect of at least a couple of these players to have to fall away from this. Cross in middle, already handled by Nukie. And now just 4 remaining, and their intentions are noted. Illuri, no subtlety anymore. Meadow waiting. He's chomping at the bit to peek that, but he knows better than doing it. And Focus need to find some pressure elsewhere. And it's not happened. Avova's dealt with Yugi, and none of these fights are going their way.
The response elsewhere actually goes 2 for 2. Meadow, the one to find the final kill. G2 by the skin of their teeth, Lauren, I feel. Close this series out 2-0. But what a massive statement to be made on the side of Focus. I gotta say it, to come out of this series with what, just a 4-round differential versus G2. Huge positive for the team being promoted into VCT here.
Yeah, you're absolutely on the money. That's what I want to talk about, is that we know the G2 are very established. It seems like, once again, though, you've seen them be able to identify what they needed to do and execute that, right? They adapted when necessary. They were really, really good at eventually getting grip of the game and not letting it spiral out of control. That's where you're looking at G2's experience to come into play. But for a team that has just qualified to this caliber, Mike, that was highly impressive.
Absolutely. I think that there was an element of maybe nerves, a little bit of jitters with the opening series here. Again, you got to cut them some slack, right? There's got to be an adjustment period allowed for Focus coming in, but this was a fantastic showing. I mean, Vong on the second map was huge. Lights out, man. He broke 300 ACS, 7 first bloods for the man on Chamber. So some real positives to take away from this from Focus.
They're a team that I'm super excited to watch going
see
forward.
More. Absolutely.
Yeah. This is you look at G2 as towards the top end of the teams within, you know, the group of Yeah, the group of kind of teams that are playing at the moment, right? Like they're towards a higher end of things. So if Focus are already doing this sort of damage, quite an exciting prospect. However, we got to discuss the player of the match and who do we have as the options coming in for you. You can see them down below here. So you can have Hoodie, Nuki, Mixwell. Any of those three really stand out to you here?
No real standouts for me today. I think I would probably lean between Hoodie and Nuki. Both, again, just...
Between map 1 and 2.
Yeah, doing exactly what it says on the tin, right? The old Ron Seal effect. So for me, it's got to be one of those two, but there's not much in it at all.
Yeah, and what a great game. I think a nice welcome to the big leagues for Focus and a good reminder that G2 have that stability now to lock down a game even when it's close. So that's it for us. We've done another day of things, Mike. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. But again, we're going to throw it to a break, and when we're back, you'll be joined by the desk and hopefully a nice little interview.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
For the love of the game, I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand us. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. 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 I do it. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you're just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
And G2 has done it. They managed to close up that icebox. They managed to bring it back. And, you know, thanks to that, I'm going to have the pleasure to be joined now for a little post-match interview with their IGL, Nuki. Hello, Nuki. How are you?
I'm good. Hello.
Okay, hello. It was the debut of Focus here on the big stage. You were the first one going up against them. What are your thoughts on the team overall?
I mean, overall, we know that they play pretty good Valorant, so we wanted to face them last, but so we have some more information to prepare how they play. We have they play a good, sort of say, a different game style. They are pretty patient, so yeah, we expected to be a close match. We did not expect a stomp overall. So yeah, it was pretty close. It was fun. I hope it was entertaining for you guys to watch.
Oh yeah, it was a lot. Thank you for being concerned about that. Now, we hadn't seen you in Fracture that much, especially this year, but you definitely have something cooked up. Tell me a little bit about what were your thoughts on the map, and also if we're going to see more surprises coming from your side.
I mean, we've been practicing Fracture quite a bit, but we left it or we banned it on purpose. For example, same goes in Reykjavik. We used to ban it so people will not understand that we play it. So now we're ready for it. And overall, I mean, I like Fracture. I think Fracture and Breeze are my favorite maps right now. So we'll see. Probably more Fracture and Breeze in the future.
Okay, we would love to see that, Breeze, with all the changes coming in. You were mentioning Reykjavik, and it wasn't the easiest for you guys. You only managed to win up one match. What would you say were your biggest learnings from the event?
Don't come in overconfident and work a bit harder in the event so you can get used to the environment and everything. I think those were the two biggest things for us.
Okay, lovely. It's so good that you actually, can narrow it down to those two things. Now, next week, you're going to be facing up against FPX. Of course, you know them. What are your thoughts on that matchup, especially after what we saw yesterday against Fnatic?
I mean, the Fnatic game was quite interesting, but at the same time, they have a lot of demos of us playing the game, but we don't have anything because they were practicing from home during the LAN event. So it will be an interesting period of time. They might throw some curveballs like the Euro they did against Fnatic. But we'll see. I mean, overall, we are aware how they play, so it won't be a big issue overall.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nuki. Congratulations again on the win, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Well, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? I mean, once more, it still was for me, surely not expected to be that close. Yes, he mentioned for sure that this was a game where they were not thinking, oh, it's going to be a stomp. I mean, the Twitter manager of G2 once more tweeted that was a clean 2-0. I wouldn't agree with that very much overall, because that in the end was still a 13-11. So,
yeah, are you taking any tweets from G2 seriously?
I sort of... 2022.
It is 2022. I know. But you know what? Player of the match also goes to Nuki, right? A sensational performance by him overall. Back to what we know from him, Kaquka. Even though you have to say, I think when we're talking about a map like Icebox, it seems very often comfortable in the Sova he picks there.
Yeah, and it's not only that, especially, after the interview, he was calm and collected. Sometimes we talk about how effusive he is about everything, and maybe that he tilts a little bit, but he looked like he was on top of his game, and every single round that he performed, it was a round that went for G2. But as he said, Focus was not an easy opponent at all. Starting off with 4 rounds off the bat, feeling comfortable after losing so closely on Fracture, definitely says a lot about them.
My biggest takeaway from this Icebox map was that Focus was specifically playing against the G2 composition. They understood the macro, how G2 will play an attack, that they don't have anything to take space, and because of that, Focus was playing with a lot of patience, something that I really enjoyed watching. They didn't overpeak a lot. And then on the other side of the coin, we had G2, who on their defense didn't really understand in the first rounds how to play against Focus, and had to relearn how to do it in the mid game. And after some point, they realized they can let just Focus get a little bit more space, and then basically get a shooting range. One Focus goes into their crosshairs, and that's where G2 found the most success.
Yeah, completely. And on the side of G2, when they are attacking, they were, trying to use Nuki's utility to create maybe some kind of fake, some kind of illusion, but that is literally everything that they had to create that impression onto Focus. And Focus was just not buying it. And I completely agree with you, Lothar. The moment that G2 decided, hey, actually, if they want to use the util to win up all that space, let's just give them the space. They want to push, let them push, and we just give them a little bit of what they were giving to us. Just take as much as you need, and on the retail, we're going to win.
Yeah, it seemed a lot like the breaking point for Focus towards the end, Lothar, was just the matter of fact that they continuously lost one buy run after another, being caught off guard one moment again and again. What would you say was the main adaptation there from G2, considering, you're just saying they relearned the game towards the second half, towards the end there?
Well, yeah, relearning that you need to give the space for Focus when you're playing with the double Sentinel setup with the Chamber and Killjoy is the most of the things that were beneficial for G2. Like Mixed Focus caught off guard in the first rounds a lot by over-peaking first, and then they lose those traps and they have no benefit of essentially playing 2 Sentinels, right? But in general also, I have to commend G2 for playing very smart when they have the advantage. They never lost a round when they had a 5v4, while on the other side, we had Focus who lost 2 rounds when they had an advantage and also had problems with converting full buy rounds with only 40%. So on the fundamental level, I feel like G2 learned much faster.
Yeah, I'm picking also something that Nuki said on the interview, no second guessing, and especially on those later rounds, you need to stop being like, is this the right pick? Is it not? Just go for it. You know you can win it. Just trust in what you have prepared and listen to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about trusting someone, I trust Lothar with his Telestrator. So I send you over there to give me what you got.
So when it comes to the Telestrator, I have one thing that was very interesting. That was the G2 defense setup with a very interesting wall on the B side. So we're gonna zoom in on the minimap. This is like one of those setups where you can see the power of how much utility this composition has. Like, let's pay attention. Kitchen is obviously guarded by the chamber trap. Then on mid, you have the Sage wall as well for the 35-second, let's say, insurance that no one is going to push out of that, right? And then A side not only has the first tempo trapped from the chamber, but then the second tempo is being ensured to just stop the plant from happening with this nanoswarm and nanoswarm setup on the default. But now pay attention to the B side. On B side, not only we have this Viper wall that goes across the side here, across the yellow, I'm sorry, and then we have an orb on this spot as well, which ensures that for the 10 seconds that when you push into the retake, you have the possibility of cutting down corners, right? When you go through yellow, when you go through the toxic orb next to the yellow, you don't have to worry about the specific angles coming from the corner over here. And also this wall makes sure that any kind of molly that you throw at yellow are able to just make sure that you get damage done by 2 sources of utility. So there's a lot of combinations like this that can make G2 more certain that they have value from the amount of utility that they have.
And especially, you know, that Focus has to go fighting and hunting from those duels. And also, you know, for the post-bind is going to help you having that pressure extra onto them. We sometimes saw Lewis even going on the flank because he felt like his 0 point was not being, you know, was not giving them enough because he was not getting the right angles, and G2 were moving it smart enough.
I think there's one factor I would really like to talk about regarding Focus that we can't really quantify. It felt like throughout these 2 maps, it could have been way much more possible for this team if they were not so nervous. It felt so often that there was something going wrong in the department of focus, literally in focus. Particularly on Icebox, both the players that you would expect on the top of the scoreboard, Yugi as well as Yabe Lewis, they simply were not there. This seemed to be a factor that just needs to be fixed within a week.
I think especially on the attack is more complicated, and after, you know, them trying like 5 different things, they saw that it wasn't working, and sometimes you was like, maybe bringing some chaos onto the rounding, looking for the duos and hunting them in positions that G2 are not going to expect it is going to be the way. It just wasn't.
Well,
with 3 Sentinels is kind of what you get.
True, but I feel like for Focus it was also the case of, you know, the match was very close, right?
Yes.
11-13, and even though 3 of the members of the team were not as performing in the frag department, like an example Vong, who had 7 first bloods on this map, 26 kills, they were still able to play as a unit, which bodes well for the future, because sometimes one duel, one impact frag can turn around everything, but in general, I feel like the Focus is on a good way actually to be doing well in VCT.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of doubtful, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I did a 5-minute monologue, but I still wasn't so sure, and now I'm quite convinced. But what I'm convinced about as well, it's time to cool down. It's time to head over in the post-show. And suddenly
that's like the fastest thing in the universe of production.
I don't even have a sound cue or something.
It's really cool. I'm still impressed. But you know what? I'm impressed as well with Hootie, and we can talk with him right here a bit about the game that we just had, as it was a 2-0 for G2. Surely it was, but it got a little close, it got a little tight. So first of all, Hootie, welcome to the post show. How are you feeling after that 2-0?
I'm feeling good, and I'm exhausted.
It looked like a very exhausting game, right? When you get into the preparation, I mean, surely, as Nuki mentioned, you didn't underestimate Focus at all, but did you personally believe that it would get that close?
I mean, it's the first game after a long break, like for us, like a first official, and I mean, I didn't expect anything, to be honest. I just I didn't care if we go 10 overtimes. I just want to win.
Okay, you were insane on the server, not only this time around, but also at Masters. What do you think are your personal goals going into this next stage? We know that Fragan is okay, but is there something that you personally would like to see growing in yourself?
Yeah, I would like to get my headshot rate more higher, you know?
I have a question. With all of the meta changes that are now present in the game, is there anything that you guys are like cooking in the in the lab somewhere for the other maps, or just not want to even use Fade? Maybe not gonna use Jet too much. What are you guys thinking?
To be honest, I don't think we play Jet anymore on any map.
Oh.
But other than that,
Too much chamber, right?
that,
Okay.
yeah, we don't like the chamber. It's just better.
What do you think then about the next week's patch with Chamber having only one trap? How does that influence your team?
I mean, not much, to be honest.
I don't think they care. I think only you care about that patch.
I might be the only one.
You care a lot about it, but when we take a look at what has changed throughout this stage, right, throughout this weekend, was there personally a bit of a surprise for you at any end that teams picked this agent so much, or rather dodged this agent so much?
Yeah, to be honest, the Fate has been played a lot. I'm not sure if I like that agent myself. We tried to play with it, and I just think Sova is still better. I'm gonna hate saying that.
I have another question. We have seen a lot of Icebox, like almost in every single match we've seen Icebox. We know that you personally love Icebox there in G2. Are you scared actually after what you've seen today, how prepared Focus was and all the changes that we've been seeing happening on the map, that you're not going to be as comfortable as you were in the past?
I'm
gonna
not say
take it
too
that
much, but we're gonna fix our Icebox. Like, we are gonna spice it up a little.
Oh, okay. So most likely that chamber change, maybe.
No, not that.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. You know, we were talking a bit about that. We're talking a bit about maps, right? And I'd personally be curious when we take a look at the standings in just a second, if there is something where you personally, when taking a look on Friday, taking a look at Saturday, was there any team for you personally that surprised you that they won so well, or that they actually took the loss?
Today's game, Guild versus Gambit, I really thought that Gambit would win, but I guess not. Oh yeah, that one was a surprise. Other than that, not really.
And what did you think about Guild in this case? Like, if you're watching the match, of course, they showed up in a very clean and methodical way of playing the game, while Mac had issues on almost every single front.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Mac, but they shouldn't be playing like that. I don't know. I think they will fix it.
Oh, okay. You say that you see no surprises. Was it also not a surprise that FPX lost against Fnatic? Because you're facing up against them next week.
No, it's not a surprise.
Okay, but why?
Because I believe in my boy Derek, you know?
Fair play. I mean, I think that's a fair point. But you say no surprise. I mean, we all have to do a surprise point. Did you think the same about BBL? I mean, sure, they were facing Na'Vi. I get that point. But do you personally believe that BBL would have been always the winner in that best of 3?
That one was, for me at least, like a coin flip. Either of those teams would win that, like, could win that easily.
I mean, all right. I mean, if there's nothing from you guys left, if there's no question left from you, no, we don't, then I would say thank you very much for coming over. You had a great 2-0 there. You had a great performance. Really, congratulations for that. And we're going to see you next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Have a wonderful day. Oh, all right. I mean, you know, the man is short on words, but very precise in what he says. That's for certain, right?
Very Finnish way.
Yeah, a very Finnish way, right? I would agree. Yeah. I mean, Kundi speaks a little bit more. I would say same for Bonecoat, but they're all just special. I love.
Just mentioned Kundi. He would take literally any chance to talk about Big. It's just you have to love him.
Life finds a way, you know.
I mean, he's also Finnish.
Jurassic Park.
Okay, good. From
young to know
from Finland to Jurassic Park to the schedule of next week. Please save me from this weekend so we can finally take a look on what we got ready. And this is what our Friday is looking like. Kaquka, that first game right here, BBL and Team Liquid both 1-0 so far in the standings. Do you see that there's a tendency that BBL will surprise us once more?
Especially, you know, thinking about the maps, I'm really like to see Icebox between those two. Game against against winners, I think it's going to be a very complicated one. I think that in the second one, I'm leaning more towards Fnatic, but I really want to see more from Alpha. The first one, I would say Team Liquid. What do you say?
I say that Oglo needs a new logo. This is like logo for ants, you know?
You're not wearing my glasses, and I was forcing that.
But when it comes to the matches, I feel, yeah, this is a little bit better. Team Liquid, in my books, probably will take it. They also look much cleaner this week than in the past months. But we'll see. I'm not gonna, say that for certain. But when it comes to Oglo and Fnatic, I don't think anyone will say that Fnatic doesn't take this, right? I had in the ear. I had in the ear that there was someone disagreeing with me.
It would be a huge upset because it was, tell us maybe a little bit more about Ascend and how they're looking. Because starting next week we can start making those comparisons.
Yeah, exactly. We can make those comparisons. We also head into a new patch again. I mean, Chamber said it. Lothar said it.
Chamber said.
Ah, God damn it. Lothar said it 10,000 times this weekend already. So that's going to be quite interesting to see if something in the Sentinel department will change. Right? That's kind of exciting as well. But there's still some more excitement later on tonight. And you know what excitement is? I can tell you. It's going to be NRG versus TSM. You can watch that right here in roughly, if I'm not wrong, 1 hour and 20 minutes. That is 22 CST. So we don't have to ask the question, when does TSM play? You know now. You are aware. And besides that, if you say, I don't want any of that NA trash, no worries. ValorantEsports.com/VODs offers you every single VOD. It can be a regional league if you've missed that. It can be game changers, or of course, our wonderful VCT EMEA. Kaquka, summarizing this weekend, right? It was a bit of a surprising one on many fronts because we saw things that we probably didn't expect from a first week.
I mean, to me, I know that the huge point for you is going to be all the new agents that we've seen. To me, is seeing the new faces. I'm really looking forward to see more of Focus. I think that they had a great performance there, and of course, the rest of the teams have a good image of them. So adding that to the new faces on the new teams, that's my takeaway.
Yeah, I'm always on the more technical side, right?
Really?
There's the storylines. I'm here like for the gameplay, seeing the changes. And I'm disappointed a little bit in today's matches because they didn't have like many mixes.
First one.
Yeah, but the first matches always we have seen something nice, something new. We had seen some Fade, maybe not the best way to play her, but in general, I was very enjoyable week to watch, and all of the matches were refreshing to watch, which is something that I feel like Valorant will be great at in the future years.
Every single time we get here for a new stage, we see something new. That's the great part. But you know what? There's nothing to see for the moment. We're heading into a little break, but I can tell you, you should be here next Friday once more as VCT EMEA Stage 2 continues. Till then, enjoy your week, and we're going to see you guys.
I can't stop me now. You 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 can't stop me now.
say name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply, cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply, cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call.